Plutarch's Lives. The following are the names of the chapters. These names, in all capitals, are found only once in the text, at the start of the chapter. Theseus Romulus comparison of Romulus with Theseus Lycurgus. Numa Pompilius comparison of Numa with Lycurgus Solon POPLICOLA, comparison of POPLICOLA with Solon Themistocles. Camillus Pericles. Fabius comparison of Pericles with Fabius Alcibiades. Coriolanus comparison of Alcibiades with Coriolanus Timoleon. Aemilius Paulus comparison of Timoleon with Aemilius Paulus Pelopidas. Marcellus comparison of Pelopidas with Marcellus Aristides. Marcus Cato comparison of Aristides with Marcus Cato. Philopomen Flamininus comparison of Philopomen with Flamininus. Pyrrhus Caius Marius Lysander Sylla comparison of Lysander with Sylla. Simon Lucullus comparison of Lucullus with Simon Nicias. Crassus comparison of Crassus with Nicias. Sertorius Eumenes comparison of Sertorius with Eumenes. Agesilaus Pompey comparison of Pompey and Agesilaus. Alexander Caesar Phocion. Cato the Younger Auges. Cleomenes Tiberius Gracchus. Caius Gracchus comparison of Tiberius and Caius Gracchus with Auges and Cleomenes. Demosthenes Cicero comparison of Demosthenes and Cicero. Demetrius Antony comparison of Demetrius and Antony. Dion Marcus Brutus comparison of Dion and Brutus. Aratus Artaxerxes. Galba Otho. Tomtrent et Pobux, cum. Theseus. As geographers, Socius, crowd into the edges of their maps parts of the world which they do not know about, adding notes in the margin to the effect that beyond this lies nothing but sandy deserts full of wild beasts, unapproachable bogs, Scythian ice, or a frozen sea. So, in this work of mine, in which I have compared the lives of the greatest men with one another, after passing through those periods which probable reasoning can reach to and real history find a footing in, I might very well say of those that are farther off, beyond this there is nothing but prodigies and fictions. The only inhabitants are the poets and inventors of fables. There is no credit or certainty any farther. Yet, after publishing an account of Lycurgus the lawgiver and Numa the king, I thought I might, not without reason, ascend as high as to Romulus, being brought by my history so near to his time, considering therefore with myself, whom shall I set so great a man to face, or whom oppose, who's equal to the place? As Aeschylus expresses it, I found none so fit as him that peopled the beautiful and far-famed city of Athens, to be set in opposition with the father of the invincible and renowned city of Rome. Let us hope that fable may, in what shall follow, so submit to the purifying processes of reason as to take the character of exact history. In any case, however, where it shall be found contumaciously slighting credibility, and refusing to be reduced to anything like probable fact, we shall beg that we may meet with candid readers, and such as will receive with indulgence the stories of antiquity. Theseus seemed to me to resemble Romulus in many particulars. Both of them, born out of wedlock and of uncertain parentage, had the repute of being sprung from the gods. Both warriors, that by all the world's allowed. Both of them united with strength of body and equal vigor mind. And of the two most famous cities of the world, the one built Rome, and the other made Athens be inhabited. Both stand charged with the rape of women. Neither of them could avoid domestic misfortunes nor jealousy at home. But towards the close of their lives are both of them said to have incurred great odium with their countrymen, if, that is, we may take the stories least like poetry as our guide to the truth. The lineage of Theseus, by his father's side, ascends as high as to Erechtheus and the first inhabitants of Attica. By his mother's side, he was descended of Pelops. For Pelops was the most powerful of all the kings of Peloponnesus, not so much by the greatness of his riches as the multitude of his children, having married many daughters to chief men, and put many sons in places of command in the towns round about him. One of whom named Pittheus, grandfather to Theseus, was governor of the small city of the Trozenians, and had the repute of a man of the greatest knowledge and wisdom of his time, which then, it seems, consisted chiefly in grave maxims, such as the poet Hesiod got his great fame by, in his book of works and days. And indeed, among these is one that they ascribe to Pittheus. Unto a friend suffice a stipulated price, which also Aristotle mentions, and Euripides, by calling Hippolytus scholar of the holy Pittheus, shows the opinion that the world had of him. Aegeus, being desirous of children, and consulting the oracle of Delphi, received the celebrated answer which forbade him the company of any woman before his return to Athens. But the oracle being so obscure as not to satisfy him that he was clearly forbid this, he went to Troezen, and communicated to Pythias the voice of the god, which was in this manner. Loose not the wineskin foot, thou chief of men, until to Athens thou art come again. Pythias, therefore, taking advantage from the obscurity of the oracle, prevailed upon him, it is uncertain whether by persuasion or deceit, to lie with his daughter Aethra. Aegeus afterwards, knowing her whom he had lain with to be Pythias's daughter, and suspecting her to be with child by him, left a sword and a pair of shoes, hiding them under a great stone that had a hollow in it exactly fitting them, and went away making her only privy to it, and commanding her, if she brought forth a son who, when he came to man's estate, should be able to lift up the stone and take away what he had left there, she should send him away to him with those things with all secrecy, and with injunctions to him as much as possible to conceal his journey from everyone. For he greatly feared the Pallantidae, who were continually mutinying against him, and despised him for his want of children, they themselves being 50 brothers, all sons of Pallas. When Aethra was delivered of a son, some say that he was immediately named Theseus, from the tokens which his father had put at under the stone, others that he received his name afterwards at Athens, when Aegeus acknowledged him for his son. He was brought up under his grandfather Pythias, and had a tutor and attendant set over him named Canidas, to whom the Athenians, even to this time, the day before the feast that is dedicated to Theseus, sacrifice a ram, giving this honor to his memory upon much juster grounds than to Salanio and Parrhasius, for making pictures and statues of Theseus. There being then a custom for the Grecian youth, upon their first coming to man's estate, to go to Delphi and offer first fruits of their hair to the god, Theseus also went thither, and a place there to this day is yet named Thessia, as it is said from him. He clipped only the fore part of his head, as Homer says the Abants did present, and this sort of tonsure was from him named Thesses. The Abants first used it, not in imitation of the Arabians, as some imagine, nor of the Mysians, but because they were a warlike people, and used to close fighting, and above all other nations accustomed to engage hand to hand, as Archilochus testifies in these verses. Slings shall not whirl, nor many arrows fly, when on the plain the battle joins. But swords man against man, the deadly conflict try, as is the practice of Euboea's lords skilled with the spear. Therefore, that they might not give their enemies a hold by their hair, they cut it in this manner. They write also that this was the reason why Alexander gave command to his captains that all the beards of the Macedonians should be shaved, as being the readiest hold for an enemy. Aethra for some time concealed the true parentage of Theseus, and a report was given out by Pythias that he was begotten by Neptune, for the Trozenians pay Neptune the highest veneration. He is their tutelar god, to him they offer all their first fruits, and in his honor stamp their money with a trident. Theseus displaying not only great strength of body, but equal bravery, and a quickness alike and force of understanding, his mother Aethra, conducting him to the stone, and informing him who was his true father, commanded him to take from thence the tokens that Aegeus had left, and to sail to Athens. He without any difficulty set himself to the stone and lifted it up, but refused to take his journey by sea, though it was much the safer way, and though his mother and grandfather begged him to do so. For it was at that time very dangerous to go by land on the road to Athens, no part of it being free from robbers and murderers. That age produced a sort of men, in force of hand and swiftness of foot, and strength of body, excelling the ordinary rate and wholly incapable of fatigue. Making use, however, of these gifts of nature to no good or profitable purpose for mankind, but rejoicing and priding themselves in insolence, and taking the benefit of their superior strength in the exercise of inhumanity and cruelty, and in seizing, forcing, and committing all manner of outrages upon everything that fell into their hands. All respect for others, all justice, they thought, all equity and humanity, though naturally lauded by common people, either out of want of courage to commit injuries or fear to receive them, yet no way concerned those who were strong enough to win for themselves. Some of these Hercules destroyed and cut off in his passage through these countries, but some, escaping his notice while he was passing by, fled and hid themselves, or else were spared by him in contempt of their abject submission. And after that Hercules fell into misfortune, and having slain Iphitus, retired to Lydia, and for a long time was their slave to Omphale, a punishment which he had imposed upon himself for the murder. Then, indeed, Lydia enjoyed high peace and security. But in Greece and the countries about it, the like villainies again revived and broke out, there being none to repress or chastise them. It was therefore a very hazardous journey to travel by land from Athens to Peloponnesus. And Pythias, giving him an exact account of each of these robbers and villains, their strength, and the cruelty they used to all strangers, tried to persuade Theseus to go by sea. But he, it seems, had long since been secretly fired by the glory of Hercules, held him in the highest estimation, and was never more satisfied than in listening to any that gave an account of him, especially those that had seen him or had been present at any action or saying of his. So that he was altogether in the same state of feeling as, in after ages, Themistocles was, when he said that he could not sleep for the trophy of Miltiades, entertaining such admiration for the virtue of Hercules, that in the night his dreams were all of that hero's actions. And in the day, a continual emulation stirred him up to perform the like. Besides, they were related, being born of cousins german. For Aethra was daughter of Pythias, and Alcmena of Lycidas, and Lycidas and Pythias were brother and sister, children of Hippodamia and Pelops. He thought it therefore a dishonorable thing, and not to be endured, that Hercules should go out everywhere, and purge both land and sea from wicked men, and he himself should fly from the like adventures that actually came in his way, disgracing his reputed father by a mean flight by sea, and not showing his true one as good evidence of the greatness of his birth by noble and worthy actions, as by the tokens that he brought with him, the shoes and the sword. With this mind and these thoughts, he set forward with a design to do injury to nobody, but to repel and revenge himself of all those that should offer any. And first of all, in a set combat, he slew Periphetes in the neighborhood of Epidaurus, who used a club for his arms, and from thence had the name of Corynetes, or the club-bearer, who seized upon him and forbade him to go forward in his journey. Being pleased with the club, he took it, and made it his weapon, continuing to use it as Hercules did the lion's skin, on whose shoulders that served to prove how huge a beast he had killed. And to the same end Theseus carried about him this club, overcome indeed by him, but now, in his hands, invincible. Passing on further towards the isthmus of Peloponnesus, he slew Cines, often surnamed the Bender of Pines, after the same manner in which he himself had destroyed many others before. And this he did without having either practiced or ever learnt the art of bending these trees, to show that natural strength is above all art. This Cines had a daughter of remarkable beauty and stature, called Perigune, who, when her father was killed, fled, and was sought after everywhere by Theseus. And coming into a place overgrown with brushwood shrubs and asparagus thorn there, in a childlike, innocent manner, prayed and begged them, as if they understood her, to give her shelter, with vows that if she escaped she would never cut them down nor burn them. But Theseus, calling upon her, and giving her his promise that he would use her with respect, and offer her no injury, she came forth, and in due time bore him a son, named Melanippus, but afterwards was married to Deioneus, the son of Eurytus, the Oechalian, Theseus himself giving her to him. Ioxus, the son of this Melanippus who was born to Theseus, accompanied Ornytus in the colony that he carried with him into Caria, whence it is a family usage amongst the people called Ioxids, both male and female, never to burn either shrubs or asparagus thorn, but to respect and honor them. The Crommyonian sow, which they called Phia, was a savage and formidable wild beast, by no means an enemy to be despised. Theseus killed her, going out of his way on purpose to meet and engage her, so that he might not seem to perform all his great exploits out of mere necessity, being also of opinion that it was the part of a brave man to chastise villainous and wicked men when attacked by them, but to seek out and overcome the more noble wild beasts. Others relate that Phia was a woman, a robber full of cruelty and lust, that lived in Crommyon, and had the name of sow given her from the foulness of her life and manners, and afterwards was killed by Theseus. He slew also Cyerne upon the borders of Megara, casting him down from the rocks, being, as most report, a notorious robber of all passengers, and, as others add, accustomed, out of insolence and wantonness, to stretch forth his feet to strangers, commanding them to wash them, and then while they did it, with a kick to send them down the rock into the sea. The writers of Megara, however, in contradiction to the received report, and as Simonides expresses it, fighting with all antiquity, contend that Syron was neither a robber nor doer of violence, but a punisher of all such, and the relative and friend of good and just men. For Aeacus, they say, was ever esteemed a man of the greatest sanctity of all the Greeks, and Cyprius, the Salaminian, was honored at Athens with divine worship, and the virtues of Peleus and Telamon were not unknown to anyone. Now Syron was son-in-law to Cyprius, father-in-law to Aeacus, and grandfather to Peleus and Telamon, who were both of them sons of Indes, the daughter of Syron and Chariclo. It was not probable, therefore, that the best of men should make these alliances with one who was worst, giving and receiving mutually what was of greatest value and most dear to them. Theseus, by their account, did not slay Syron in his first journey to Athens, but afterwards when he took Eleusis, a city of the Megarians, having circumvented Diocles, the governor. Such are the contradictions in this story. In Eleusis he killed Circean, the Arcadian, in a wrestling match. And going on a little farther, in Erineus, he slew Damestes, otherwise called Procrustes, forcing his body to the size of his own bed, as he himself was used to do with all strangers. This he did in imitation of Hercules, who always returned upon his assailants the same sort of violence that they offered to him. Sacrificed Busiris, killed Antaeus in wrestling, and Cycnus in single combat, and Termerus by breaking his skull in pieces, whence, they say, comes the proverb of a Termerian mischief. For it seems Termerus killed passengers that he met, by running with his head against them. And so also Theseus proceeded in the punishment of evil men, who underwent the same violence from him which they had inflicted upon others, justly suffering after the manner of their own injustice. As he went forward on his journey, and was come as far as the river Cephisus, some of the race of the Phytolidi met him and saluted him, and upon his desire to use the purifications, then in custom, they performed them with all the usual ceremonies, and, having offered propitiatory sacrifices to the gods, invited him and entertained him at their house, a kindness which, in all his journey hitherto, he had not met. On the 8th day of Cronius, now called Hecatombion, he arrived at Athens, where he found the public affairs full of all confusion, and divided into parties and factions, Aegeus also and his whole private family, laboring under the same distemper. For Medea, having fled from Corinth and promised Aegeus to make him, by her art, capable of having children, was living with him. She first was aware of Theseus, whom as yet Aegeus did not know, and he being in years, full of jealousies and suspicions, and fearing everything by reason of the faction that was then in the city, she easily persuaded him to kill him by poison at a banquet, to which he was to be invited as a stranger. He, coming to the entertainment, thought it not fit to discover himself at once, but willing to give his father the occasion of first finding him out, the meat being on the table, he drew his sword as if he designed to cut with it. Aegeus, at once recognizing the token, threw down the cup of poison, and, questioning his son, embraced him, and having gathered together all his citizens, owned him publicly before them, who, on their part, received him gladly for the fame of his greatness and bravery. And it is said that when the cup fell, the poison was spilt there where now is the enclosed space in the Delphinium. For in that place stood Aegeus's house, and the figure of Mercury on the east side of the temple is called the Mercury of Aegeus's gate. The sons of Pallas, who before were quiet, upon expectation of recovering the kingdom after Aegeus's death, who was without issue, as soon as Theseus appeared and was acknowledged the successor, highly resenting that Aegeus first, an adopted son only of Pandion and not at all related to the family of Erechtheus, should be holding the kingdom, and that after him, Theseus, a visitor and stranger, should be destined to succeed to it, broke out into open war. And dividing themselves into two companies, one part of them marched openly from Sphetus, with their father, against the city, the other, hiding themselves in the village of Gargatus, lay in ambush, with a design to set upon the enemy on both sides. They had with them a crier of the township of Agnes, named Leos, who discovered to Theseus all the designs of the Pallantidae. He immediately fell upon those that lay in ambuscade, and cut them all off, upon tidings of which Pallas and his company fled and were dispersed. From hence, they say, is derived the custom among the people of the township of Pallene to have no marriages or any alliance with the people of Agnes, nor to suffer the criers to pronounce in their proclamations the words used in all other parts of the country. Acquit Lei, hear ye people, hating the very sound of Leo, because of the treason of Leos. Theseus, longing to be in action and desirous also to make himself popular, left Athens to fight with the bull of Marathon, which did no small mischief to the inhabitants of Tetrapolis. And having overcome it, he brought it alive in triumph through the city, and afterwards sacrificed it to the Delphinian Apollo. The story of Hecale, also of her receiving and entertaining Theseus in this expedition, seems to be not altogether void of truth. For the townships round about, meeting upon a certain day, used to offer a sacrifice, which they called Hecalesia, to Jupiter Hecaleus, and to pay honor to Hecale, whom by a diminutive name they called Hecaline, because she, while entertaining Theseus, who was quite a youth, addressed him, as old people do, with similar endearing diminutives. And having made a vow to Jupiter for him as he was going to the fight, that, if he returned in safety, she would offer sacrifices in thanks of it. And dying before he came back, she had these honors given her by way of return for her hospitality, by the command of Theseus, as Philochorus tells us. Not long after arrived the third time from Crete the collectors of the tribute, which the Athenians paid them upon the following occasion. Androgeus having been treacherously murdered in the confines of Attica, not only Minos, his father, put the Athenians to extreme distress by a perpetual war. But the gods also laid waste their country, both famine and pestilence lay heavy upon them, and even their rivers were dried up. Being told by the oracle that, if they appeased and reconciled Minos, the anger of the gods would cease, and they should enjoy rest from the miseries they labored under, they sent heralds, and with much supplication were at last reconciled, entering into an agreement to send to Crete every 9 years a tribute of 7 young men and as many virgins, as most writers agree in stating. And the most poetical story adds that the Minotaur destroyed them, or that, wandering in the labyrinth and finding no possible means of getting out, they miserably ended their lives there. And that this Minotaur was, as Euripides hath it, a mingled form where 2 strange shapes combined, and different natures, bull and man, were joined. But Philochorus says that the Cretans will by no means allow the truth of this, but say that the labyrinth was only an ordinary prison, having no other bad quality, but that it secured the prisoners from escaping, and that Minos, having instituted games in honor of Androgeus, gave, as a reward to the victors, these youths, who in the meantime were kept in the labyrinth. And that the first that overcame in those games was one of the greatest power and command among them, named Taurus, a man of no merciful or gentle disposition, who treated the Athenians that were made his prize in a proud and cruel manner. Also Aristotle himself, in the account that he gives of the form of government of the Bacchians, is manifestly of opinion that the youths were not slain by Minos, but spent the remainder of their days in slavery in Crete. That the Cretans, in former times, to acquit themselves of an ancient vow which they had made, were used to send an offering of the first fruits of their men to Delphi, and that some descendants of these Athenian slaves were mingled with them and sent amongst them, and unable to get their living there, removed from thence, first into Italy, and settled about Japaja. From thence again, that they removed to Thrace, and were named Bacchians, and that this is the reason why, in a certain sacrifice, the Bacchian girls sing a hymn beginning, "Let us go to Athens." This may show us how dangerous a thing it is to incur the hostility of a city that is mistress of eloquence and song. For Minos was always ill spoken of, and represented ever as a very wicked man in the Athenian theatres. Neither did Hesiod avail him by calling him the most royal Minos, nor Homer, who styles him Jupiter's familiar friend. The tragedians got the better, and from the vantage ground of the stage showered down obloquy upon him as a man of cruelty and violence. Whereas, in fact, he appears to have been a king and a lawgiver, and Rhadamanthus a judge under him, administering the statutes that he ordained. Now when the time of the third tribute was come, and the fathers who had any young men for their sons were to proceed by lot to the choice of those that were to be sent, there arose fresh discontents and accusations against Aegeus among the people, who were full of grief and indignation that he, who was the cause of all their miseries, was the only person exempt from the punishment. Adopting and settling his kingdom upon a bastard and foreign son, he took no thought, they said, of their destitution and loss, not of bastards, but lawful children. These things sensibly affected Theseus, who, thinking it but just not to disregard, but rather partake of, the sufferings of his fellow citizens, offered himself for one without any lot. All else were struck with admiration for the nobleness, and with love for the goodness of the act, and Aegeus, after prayers and entreaties, finding him inflexible and not to be persuaded, proceeded to the choosing of the rest by lot. Hellanicus, however, tells us that the Athenians did not send the young men and virgins by lot, but that Minos himself used to come and make his own choice, and pitched upon Theseus before all others, according to the conditions agreed upon between them, namely, that the Athenians should furnish them with a ship, and that the young men that were to sail with him should carry no weapon of war, but that if the Minotaur was destroyed, the tribute should cease. On the 2 former occasions of the payment of the tribute, entertaining no hopes of safety or return, they sent out the ship with a black sail as to unavoidable destruction. But now, Theseus encouraging his father and speaking greatly of himself, as confident that he should kill the Minotaur, he gave the pilot another sail, which was white, commanding him, as he returned, if Theseus were safe, to make use of that, but if not, to sail with the black one, and to hang out that sign of his misfortune. Simonides says that the sail which Aegeus delivered to the pilot was not white, but scarlet, in the juicy bloom of the living oak tree steeped, and that this was to be the sign of their escape. Phereclus, son of Amarcias, according to Simonides, was pilot of the ship. But Philochorus says Theseus had sent him by Surus, from Salamis Nausithous to be his steersman, and Phaeax his lookout man in the prow, the Athenians having as yet not applied themselves to navigation. And that Surus did this because one of the young men, Menestheus, was his daughter's son. And this the chapels of Nausithous and Phaeax, built by Theseus near the temple of Surus, confirm. He adds, also, that the feast named Cybernesia was in honor of them. The lot being cast, and Theseus having received out of the Prytaneum those upon whom it fell, he went to the Delphinium and made an offering for them to Apollo of his suppliant's badge, which was a bough of a consecrated olive tree, with white wool tied about it. Having thus performed his devotion, he went to sea, the 6th day of Monation, on which day even to this time the Athenians send their virgins to the same temple to make supplication to the gods. It is farther reported that he was commanded by the oracle at Delphi to make Venus his guide, and to invoke her as the companion and conductress of his voyage, and that, as he was sacrificing a she-goat to her by the seaside, it was suddenly changed into a he, and for this cause that goddess had the name of Epitrapia. When he arrived at Crete, as most of the ancient historians as well as poets tell us, having a clue of thread given him by Ariadne, who had fallen in love with him, and being instructed by her how to use it so as to conduct him through the windings of the labyrinth, he escaped out of it and slew the Minotaur, and sailed back, taking along with him Ariadne and the young Athenian captives. Pherecydes adds that he bored holes in the bottoms of the Cretan ships to hinder their pursuit. Demon writes that Taurus, the chief captain of Minos, was slain by Theseus at the mouth of the port, in a naval combat, as he was sailing out for Athens. But Philochorus gives us the story thus: that at the setting forth of the yearly games by King Minos, Taurus was expected to carry away the prize, as he had done before, and was much grudged the honor. His character and manners made his power hateful, and he was accused moreover of too near familiarity with Pasiphae, for which reason, when Theseus desired the combat, Minos readily complied. And as it was a custom in Crete that the women also should be admitted to the sight of these games, Ariadne, being present, was struck with admiration of the manly beauty of Theseus, and the vigor and address which he showed in the combat, overcoming all that encountered with him. Minos, too, being extremely pleased with him, especially because he had overthrown and disgraced Taurus, voluntarily gave up the young captives to Theseus and remitted the tribute to the Athenians. Clydemus gives an account peculiar to himself, very ambitiously, and beginning a great way back, that it was a decree consented to by all Greece that no vessel from any place, containing above 5 persons, should be permitted to sail, Jason only excepted, who was made captain of the great ship Argo, to sail about and scour the sea of pirates. But Daedalus having escaped from Crete, and flying by sea to Athens, Minos, contrary to this decree, pursued him with his ships of war, was forced by a storm upon Sicily, and there ended his life. After his decease, Deucalion, his son, desiring a quarrel with the Athenians, sent to them, demanding that they should deliver up Daedalus to him, threatening, upon their refusal, to put to death all the young Athenians whom his father had received as hostages from the city. To this angry message Theseus returned a very gentle answer, excusing himself that he could not deliver up Daedalus, who was nearly related to him, being his cousin german, his mother being Merope, the daughter of Erechtheus. In the meanwhile, he secretly prepared a navy, part of it at home near the village of the Thymotati, a place of no resort and far from any common roads, the other part by his grandfather Pythias's means at Troezen, that so his design might be carried on with the greatest secrecy. As soon as ever his fleet was in readiness, he set sail, having with him Daedalus and other exiles from Crete for his guides, and none of the Cretans having any knowledge of his coming, but imagining, when they saw his fleet, that they were friends and vessels of their own, he soon made himself master of the port, and, immediately making a descent, reached Knossos before any notice of his coming, and, in a battle before the gates of the labyrinth, put Deucalion and all his guards to the sword. The government by this means falling to Ariadne, he made a league with her, and received the captives of her, and ratified a perpetual friendship between the Athenians and the Cretans, whom he engaged under an oath never again to commence any war with Athens. There are yet many other traditions about these things, and as many concerning Ariadne, all inconsistent with each other. Some relate that she hung herself, being deserted by Theseus. Others that she was carried away by his sailors to the Isle of Naxos and married to Onaris, priest of Bacchus, and that Theseus left her because he fell in love with another. For Eagle's love was burning in his breast. A verse which Heras, the Megarian, says was formerly in the poet Hesiod's works, but put out by Pisistratus, in like manner as he added in Homer's Raising of the Dead, to gratify the Athenians, the line: Theseus, Pirithous, mighty sons of gods. Others say Ariadne had sons also by Theseus, Oenopion, and Staphylos, and among these is the poet Ion of Chios, who writes of his own native city, which once Oenopion, son of Theseus, built. But the more famous of the legendary stories everybody, as I may say, has in his mouth. In Paean, however, the Amethusian, there is a story given, differing from the rest. For he writes that Theseus, being driven by a storm upon the Isle of Cyprus, and having aboard with him Ariadne, big with child and extremely discomposed with the rolling of the sea, set her on shore and left her there alone to return himself and help the ship, when, on a sudden, a violent wind carried him again out to sea. That the women of the island received Ariadne very kindly, and did all they could to console and alleviate her distress at being left behind. That they counterfeited kind letters, and delivered them to her, as sent from Theseus, and, when she fell in labor, were diligent in performing to her every needful service, but that she died before she could be delivered, and was honorably interred. That soon after Theseus returned, and was greatly afflicted for her loss, and at his departure left a sum of money among the people of the island, ordering them to do sacrifice to Ariadne, and caused 2 little images to be made and dedicated to her, one of silver and the other of brass. Moreover, that on the 2nd day of Gorpieus, which is sacred to Ariadne, they have this ceremony among their sacrifices, to have a youth lie down and with his voice and gesture represent the pains of a woman in travail, and that the Amethusians call the grove in which they show her tomb the grove of Venus Ariadne. Differing yet from this account, some of the Naxians write that there were 2 Minuses and 2 Ariadnes, one of whom, they say, was married to Bacchus in the Isle of Naxos and bore the children Staphylos and his brother, but that the other, of a later age, was carried off by Theseus, and being afterwards deserted by him, retired to Naxos with her nurse Corsina, whose grave they yet show. That this Ariadne also died there, and was worshipped by the island, but in a different manner from the former. For her day is celebrated with general joy and reveling, but all the sacrifices performed to the latter are attended with mourning and gloom. Now Theseus, in his return from Crete, put in at Delos, and having sacrificed to the god of the island, dedicated to the temple the image of Venus which Ariadne had given him, and danced with the young Athenians a dance that, in memory of him, they say is still preserved among the inhabitants of Delos, consisting in certain measured turnings and returnings, imitative of the windings and twistings of the labyrinth. and this dance, as Decius writes, is called among the Delians the crane. This he danced round the Ceratonian altar, so called from its consisting of horns taken from the left side of the head. They say also that he instituted games in Delos, where he was the first that began the custom of giving a palm to the victors. When they were come near the coast of Attica, so great was the joy for the happy success of their voyage, that neither Theseus himself nor the pilot remembered to hang out the sail which should have been the token of their safety to Aegeus, who, in despair at the sight, threw himself headlong from a rock and perished in the sea. But Theseus, being arrived at the port of Phalerum, paid there the sacrifices which he had vowed to the gods at his setting out to sea, and sent a herald to the city to carry the news of his safe return. At his entrance, the herald found the people for the most part full of grief for the loss of their king. Others, as may well be believed, as full of joy for the tidings that he brought, and eager to welcome him and crown him with garlands for his good news, which he indeed accepted of, but hung them upon his herald's staff. And thus returning to the seaside before Theseus had finished his libation to the gods, he stayed apart for fear of disturbing the holy rites, but as soon as the libation was ended, went up and related the king's death, upon the hearing of which, with great lamentations and a confused tumult of grief, they ran with all haste to the city. And from hence, they say, it comes that at this day, in the feast of Oscophoria, the herald is not crowned, but his staff, and all who are present at the libation cry out Allelu Ayu Ayu, the first of which confused sounds is commonly used by men in haste, or at a triumph. The other is proper to people in consternation or disorder of mind. Theseus, after the funeral of his father, paid his vows to Apollo the 7th day of Pymption. For on that day the youth that returned with him safe from Crete made their entry into the city. They say, also, that the custom of boiling pulse at this feast is derived from hence, because the young men that escaped put all that was left of their provision together, and, boiling it in one common pot, feasted themselves with it, and ate it all up together. Hence, also, they carry in procession an olive branch bound about with wool, such as they then made use of in their supplications, which they call Irizione, crowned with all sorts of fruits, to signify that scarcity and barrenness was ceased, singing in their procession this song. Irizione bring figs, and Irizione bring loaves, bring us honey in pints, and oil to rub on our bodies, and a strong flagon of wine, for all to go mellow to bed on. Although some hold opinion that this ceremony is retained in memory of the Heraclidi, who were thus entertained and brought up by the Athenians, but most are of the opinion which we have given above. The ship wherein Theseus and the youth of Athens returned had 30 oars, and was preserved by the Athenians down even to the time of Demetrius Phalereus, for they took away the old planks as they decayed, putting in new and stronger timber in their place, insomuch that this ship became a standing example among the philosophers, for the logical question as to things that grow, one side holding that the ship remained the same, and the other contending that it was not the same. The feast called Oscophoria, or the Feast of Boughs, which to this day the Athenians celebrate, was then first instituted by Theseus. For he took not with him the full number of virgins which by lot were to be carried away, but selected 2 youths of his acquaintance, of fair and womanish faces, but of a manly and forward spirit, and having, by frequent baths, and avoiding the heat and scorching of the sun, with a constant use of all the ointments and washes and dresses that serve to the adorning of the head or smoothing the skin or improving the complexion, in a manner changed them from what they were before. And having taught them farther to counterfeit the very voice and carriage and gait of virgins, so that there could not be the least difference perceived, he, undiscovered by any, put them into the number of the Athenian maids designed for Crete. At his return, he and these 2 youths led up a solemn procession, in the same habit that is now worn by those who carry the vine branches. These branches they carry in honor of Bacchus and Ariadne, for the sake of their story before related, or rather because they happened to return in autumn, the time of gathering the grapes. The women whom they call Dapnephorae, or supper carriers, are taken into these ceremonies and assist at the sacrifice, in remembrance and imitation of the mothers of the young men and virgins upon whom the lot fell, for thus they ran about bringing bread and meat to their children. And because the women then told their sons and daughters many tales and stories, to comfort and encourage them under the danger they were going upon, it has still continued a custom that at this feast old fables and tales should be told. For these particularities, we are indebted to the history of Demon. There was then a place chosen out, and a temple erected in it to Theseus, and those families out of whom the tribute of the youth was gathered were appointed to pay a tax to the temple for sacrifices to him. And the house of the Fidelity had the overseeing of these sacrifices, Theseus doing them that honor in recompense of their former hospitality. Now, after the death of his father Aegeus, forming in his mind a great and wonderful design, he gathered together all the inhabitants of Attica into one town, and made them one people of one city, whereas before they lived dispersed, and were not easy to assemble upon any affair for the common interest. Nay, differences and even wars often occurred between them, which he by his persuasions appeased, going from township to township, and from tribe to tribe. And those of a more private and mean condition readily embracing such good advice, to those of greater power he promised a commonwealth without monarchy, a democracy, or people's government in which he should only be continued as their commander in war and the protector of their laws, all things else being equally distributed among them, and by this means brought a part of them over to his proposal. The rest, fearing his power, which was already grown very formidable, and knowing his courage and resolution, chose rather to be persuaded than forced into a compliance. He then dissolved all the distinct statehouses, council halls, and magistracies, and built one common statehouse and council hall on the site of the present upper town, and gave the name of Athens to the whole state, ordaining a common feast and sacrifice, which he called Panathenaea, or the sacrifice of all the united Athenians. He instituted also another sacrifice, called Metotia, or Feast of Migration, which is yet celebrated on the 16th day of Hecatombion. Then, as he had promised, he laid down his regal power and proceeded to order a commonwealth, entering upon this great work not without advice from the gods. For having sent to consult the oracle of Delphi concerning the fortune of his new government and city, he received this answer. Son of the Pythian maid, to your town the terms and fates, my father gives of many states. Be not anxious nor afraid, the bladder will not fail so swim on the waves that compass him. Which oracle, they say, one of the Sibyls long after did in a manner repeat to the Athenians, in this verse. The bladder may be dipped, but not be drowned. Farther yet designing to enlarge his city, he invited all strangers to come and enjoy equal privileges with the natives, and it is said that the common form, "Come hither all ye people," was the words that Theseus proclaimed when he thus set up a commonwealth, in a manner, for all nations. Yet he did not suffer his state, by the promiscuous multitude that flowed in, to be turned into confusion and be left without any order or degree, but was the first that divided the commonwealth into 3 distinct ranks, the noblemen, the husbandmen, and artificers. Per sent to the nobility, he committed the care of religion, the choice of magistrates, the teaching and dispensing of the laws, and interpretation and direction in all sacred matters. The whole city being, as it were, reduced to an exact equality, the nobles excelling the rest in honor, the husbandmen in profit, and the artificers in number. And that Theseus was the first, who, as Aristotle says, out of an inclination to popular government, parted with the regal power. Homer also seems to testify, in his catalogue of the ships, where he gives the name of people to the Athenians only. He also coined money and stamped it with the image of an ox, either in memory of the Marathonian bull or of Taurus, whom he vanquished, or else to put his people in mind to follow husbandry. And from this coin came the expression so frequent among the Greeks, of a thing being worth 10 or 100 oxen. After this he joined Megara to Attica, and erected that famous pillar on the isthmus, which bears an inscription of 2 lines, showing the bounds of the 2 countries that meet there. On the east side the inscription is, Peloponnesus there, Ionia here. And on the west side, Peloponnesus here, Ionia there. He also instituted the games, in emulation of Hercules, being ambitious that as the Greeks, by that hero's appointment, celebrated the Olympian games to the honor of Jupiter. So, by his institution, they should celebrate the Isthmian to the honor of Neptune. For those that were there before observed, dedicated to Melicerta, were performed privately in the night, and had the form rather of a religious rite than of an open spectacle or public feast. There are some who say that the Isthmian games were first instituted in memory of Saturn, Theseus thus making expiation for his death, upon account of the nearness of kindred between them, Cyrne being the son of Canathus and Heniocha, the daughter of Pittheus. Though others write that Cines, not Cyrne, was their son, and that to his honor and not to the others these games were ordained by Theseus. At the same time, he made an agreement with the Corinthians that they should allow those that came from Athens to the celebration of the Isthmian Games as much space of honor before the rest to behold the spectacle in, as the sail of the ship that brought them thither, stretched to its full extent, could cover. So Hellanicus and Andro of Halicarnassus have established. Concerning his voyage into the Euxine Sea, Philochorus and some others write that he made it with Hercules, offering him his service in the war against the Amazons, and had Antiope given him for the reward of his valor. But the greater number, of whom are Pherecydes, Hellanicus, and Hierodorus, write that he made this voyage many years after Hercules, with a navy under his own command, and took the Amazon prisoner, the more probable story, for we do not read that any other, of all those that accompanied him in this action, took any Amazon prisoner. Bion adds that to take her, he had to use deceit and fly away. For the Amazons, he says, being naturally lovers of men, were so far from avoiding Theseus when he touched upon their coasts, that they sent him presents to his ship. But he, having invited Antiope, who brought them, to come aboard, immediately set sail and carried her away. An author named Menecrates, that wrote the history of Nicaea and Bithynia, adds that Theseus, having Antiope aboard his vessel, cruised for some time about those coasts, and that there were in the same ship 3 young men of Athens that accompanied him in this voyage, all brothers, whose names were Eunios, Thoas, and Saloon. The last of these fell desperately in love with Antiope, and, escaping the notice of the rest, revealed the secret only to one of his most intimate acquaintance, and employed him to disclose his passion to Antiope. She rejected his pretenses with a very positive denial, yet treated the matter with much gentleness and discretion, and made no complaint to Theseus of anything that had happened. But Saloon, the thing being desperate, leaped into a river near the seaside and drowned himself. As soon as Theseus was acquainted with his death, and his unhappy love that was the cause of it, he was extremely distressed, and, in the height of his grief, an oracle which he had formerly received at Delphi came into his mind. For he had been commanded by the priestess of Apollo Pythias, that, wherever in a strange land he was most sorrowful and under the greatest affliction, he should build a city there, and leave some of his followers to be governors of the place. For this cause he there founded a city, which he called, from the name of Apollo, Pythopolis, and, in honor of the unfortunate youth, he named the river that runs by it Saloon, and left the 2 surviving brothers entrusted with the care of the government and laws, joining with them Hermas, one of the nobility of Athens, from whom a place in the city is called the House of Hermes. Though by an error in the accent, it has been taken for the House of Hermes, or Mercury, and the honor that was designed to the hero transferred to the god. This was the origin and cause of the Amazonian invasion of Attica, which would seem to have been no slight or womanish enterprise. For it is impossible that they should have placed their camp in the very city, and joined battle close by the Pnyx and the hill called Museum, unless, having first conquered the country round about, they had thus with impunity advanced to the city. That they made so long a journey by land, and passed the Cimmerian Bosphorus when frozen, as Hellanicus writes, is difficult to be believed. That they encamped all but in the city is certain, and may be sufficiently confirmed by the names that the places thereabout yet retain, and the graves and monuments of those that fell in the battle. Both armies being in sight, there was a long pause and doubt on each side which should give the first onset. At last Theseus, having sacrificed to fear, in obedience to the command of an oracle he had received, gave them battle. And this happened in the month of Bodromion, in which to this very day the Athenians celebrate the feast Bodromia. Clydemus, desirous to be very circumstantial, writes that the left wing of the Amazons moved towards the place which is yet called Amazonium, and the right towards the Pnyx, near Crissa, that with this wing the Athenians, issuing from behind the museum, engaged, and that the graves of those that were slain are to be seen in the street that leads to the gate called the Paraic, by the chapel of the hero Chalcodon. And that here the Athenians were rooted, and gave way before the women as far as to the temple of the Furies, but fresh supplies coming in from the Palladium, Ardetus, and the Lyceum, they charged their right wing and beat them back into their tents, in which action a great number of the Amazons were slain. At length, after 4 months, a peace was concluded between them by the mediation of Hippolyta, for so this historian calls the Amazon whom Theseus married, and not Antiope, though others write that she was slain with a dart by Mulpadia, while fighting by Theseus's side, and that the pillar which stands by the temple of Olympian earth was erected to her honor. Nor is it to be wondered at that in events of such antiquity, history should be in disorder. For indeed, we are also told that those of the Amazons that were wounded were privately sent away by Antiope to Chalcis, where many by her care recovered. But some that died were buried there, in the place that is to this time called Amazonium. That this war, however, was ended by a treaty is evident, both from the name of the place adjoining to the temple of Theseus, called, from the solemn oath there taken, Horcomosium, at and also from the ancient sacrifice, which used to be celebrated to the Amazons the day before the feast of Theseus. The Megarians also show a spot in their city where some Amazons were buried, on the way from the market to a place called Ruse, where the building in the shape of a lozenge stands. It is said, likewise, that others of them were slain near Chaeronea, and buried near the little rivulet formerly called Thermodon, but now Haemon, of which an account is given in the life of Demosthenes. It appears further that the passage of the Amazons through Thessaly was not without opposition, for there are yet shown many tombs of them near Scotassa and Cynocephaly. This is as much as is worth telling concerning the Amazons. For the account which the author of the poem called the Theseid gives of this rising of the Amazons, how Antiope, to revenge herself upon Theseus for refusing her and marrying Phaedra, came down upon the city with her train of Amazons, whom Hercules slew, is manifestly nothing else but fable and invention. It is true, indeed, that Theseus married Phaedra, but that was after the death of Antiope, by whom he had a son called Hippolytus, or, as Pindar writes, Demophen. The calamities which befell Phaedra and this son, since none of the historians have contradicted the tragic poets that have written of them, we must suppose happened as represented uniformly by them. There are also other traditions of the marriages of Theseus, neither honorable in their occasions nor fortunate in their events, which yet were never represented in the Greek plays. For he is said to have carried off Anaxo, a Trozenian, and, having slain Cines and Circean, to have ravished their daughters, to have married Parabia, the mother of Ajax, and then Pharabia, and then Iope, the daughter of Iphicles. And further, he is accused of deserting Ariadne, as is before related, being in love with Eagle, the daughter of Panopeus, neither justly nor honorably. And lastly, of the rape of Helen, which filled all Attica with war and blood, and was in the end the occasion of his banishment and death, as will presently be related. Herodotus is of opinion that though there were many famous expeditions undertaken by the bravest men of his time, yet Theseus never joined in any of them, once only excepted, with the Lapithae, in their war against the Centaurs. But others say that he accompanied Jason to Colchis and Meleager to the slaying of the Caledonian boar, and that hence it came to be a proverb, not without Theseus. That he himself, however, without aid of anyone, performed many glorious exploits, and that from him began the saying, he is a second Hercules. He also joined Adrastus in recovering the bodies of those that were slain before Thebes, but not as Euripides in his tragedy says, by force of arms, but by persuasion and mutual agreement and composition, for so the greater part of the historians write. Philochorus adds further that this was the first treaty that ever was made for the recovering the bodies of the dead. But in the history of Hercules, it is shown that it was he who first gave leave to his enemies to carry off their slain. The burying places of the most part are yet to be seen in the village called Eleutheræ, those of the commanders at Eleusis, where Theseus allotted them a place to oblige Adrastus. The story of Euripides in his suppliants is disproved by Aeschylus in his Eleusinians, where Theseus himself relates the facts as here told. The celebrated friendship between Theseus and Pirithous is said to have been thus begun. The fame of the strength and valor of Theseus being spread through Greece, Pirithous was desirous to make a trial and proof of it himself, and to this end seized a herd of oxen which belonged to Theseus, and was driving them away from Marathon. And, when news was brought that Theseus pursued him in arms, he did not fly, but turned back and went to meet him. But as soon as they had viewed one another, each so admired the gracefulness and beauty, and was seized with such a respect for the courage of the other that they forgot all thoughts of fighting. And Pirithous, first stretching out his hand to Theseus, bade him be judge in this case himself, and promised to submit willingly to any penalty he should impose. But Theseus not only forgave him all, but entreated him to be his friend and brother in arms, and they ratified their friendship by oaths. After this, Pirithous married Deidamia, and invited Theseus to the wedding, entreating him to come and see his country and make acquaintance with the Lapithae. He had at the same time invited the centaurs to the feast, who, growing hot with wine and beginning to be insolent and wild, and offering violence to the women, the Lapithae took immediate revenge upon them, slaying many of them upon the place, and afterwards, having overcome them in battle, drove the whole race of them out of their country, Theseus all along taking their part and fighting on their side. But Herodotus gives a different relation of these things. That Theseus came not to the assistance of the Lapithae till the war was already begun, and that it was in this journey that he had the first sight of Hercules, having made it his business to find him out at Trachis, where he had chosen to rest himself after all his wanderings and his labors, and that this interview was honorably performed on each part, with extreme respect, goodwill, and admiration of each other. Yet it is more credible, as others write, that there were, before, frequent interviews between them, and that it was by the means of Theseus that Hercules was initiated at Eleusis and purified before initiation, upon account of several rash actions of his former life. Theseus was now 50 years old, as Hellanicus states, when he carried off Helen, who was yet too young to be married. Some writers, to take away this accusation of one of the greatest crimes laid to his charge, say that he did not steal away Helen himself, but that Idas and Lynceus were the ravishers, who brought her to him and committed her to his charge, and that, therefore, he refused to restore her at the demand of Castor and Pollux. Or, indeed, they say her own father, Tyndarus, had sent her to be kept by him, for fear of Anaerophorus, the son of Hippocoon, who would have carried her away by force when she was yet a child. But the most probable account, and that which has most witnesses on its side, is this. Theseus and Pirithous went both together to Sparta, and having seized the young lady as she was dancing in the temple of Diana Orthia, fled away with her. There were presently men in arms sent to pursue, but they followed no further than to Tegea. And Theseus and Pirithous, being now out of danger, having passed through Peloponnesus, made an agreement between themselves, that he to whom the lot should fall should have Helen to his wife, but should be obliged to assist in procuring another for his friend. The lot fell upon Theseus, who conveyed her to Aphidne, not being yet marriageable, and delivered her to one of his allies called Aphidnus, and having sent his mother Aethra after to take care of her, desired him to keep them so secretly, that none might know where they were. Which done, to return the same service to his friend Pirithous, he accompanied him in his journey to Epirus, in order to steal away the king of the Molossians' daughter. The king, his own name being Aidoneus or Pluto, called his wife Proserpina and his daughter Cora, and a great dog which he kept Cerberus, with whom he ordered all that came as suitors to his daughter to fight, and promised her to him that should overcome the beast. But having been informed that the design of Pirithous and his companion was not to court his daughter, but to force her away, he caused them both to be seized, and threw Pirithous to be torn in pieces by his dog, and put Theseus into prison, and kept him. About this time Menestheus, the son of Pedius, grandson of Orneus and great-grandson to Erechtheus, the first man that is recorded to have affected popularity and ingratiated himself with the multitude, stirred up and exasperated the most eminent men of the city, who had long borne a secret grudge to Theseus, conceiving that he had robbed them of their several little kingdoms and lordships, and having pent them all up in one city, was using them as his subjects and slaves. He put also the meaner people into commotion, telling them that, deluded with a mere dream of liberty, though indeed they were deprived both of that and of their proper homes and religious usages, instead of many good and gracious kings of their own, they had given themselves up to be lorded over by a newcomer and a stranger. Whilst he was thus busied in infecting the minds of the citizens, the war that Castor and Pollux brought against Athens came very opportunely to further the sedition he had been promoting, and some say that he by his persuasions was wholly the cause of their invading the city. At their first approach, they committed no acts of hostility, but peaceably demanded their sister Helen. But the Athenians returning answer that they neither had her there nor knew where she was disposed of, they prepared to assault the city, when Academus, having, by whatever means, found it out, disclosed to them that she was secretly kept at Aphidne. For which reason he was both highly honored during his life by Castor and Pollux, and the Lacedaemonians, when often in aftertimes they made incursions into Attica, and destroyed all the country round about, spared the academy for the sake of Academus. But Decius writes that there were 2 Arcadians in the army of Castor and Pollux, the one called Echidemus and the other Marathus. From the first, that which is now called Academia was then named Echidemia, and the village Marathon had its name from the other, who, to fulfill some oracle, voluntarily offered himself to be made a sacrifice before battle. As soon as they were arrived at Aphidne, they overcame their enemies in a set battle, and then assaulted and took the town. And here, they say, Alicus, the son of Cyerne, was slain, of the party of the Dioscuri, Castor, and Pollux, from whom a place in Megara, where he was buried, is called Alicus to this day. And Heras writes that it was Theseus himself that killed him, in witness of which he cites these verses concerning Alicus. And Alicus, upon Aphidna's plain by Theseus, in the cause of Helen slain. Though it is not at all probable that Theseus himself was there, when both the city and his mother were taken. Aphidne being won by Castor and Pollux, and the city of Athens being in consternation, Menestheus persuaded the people to open their gates, and receive them with all manner of friendship. For they were, he told them, at enmity with none but Theseus, who had first injured them, and were benefactors and saviors to all mankind beside. And their behavior gave credit to those promises, for, having made themselves absolute masters of the place, they demanded no more than to be initiated, since they were as nearly related to the city as Hercules was, who had received the same honor. This their desire they easily obtained, and were adopted by Aphidnus, as Hercules had been by Peleus. They were honored also like gods, and were called by a new name, Anases, either from the cessation, Anach, of the war, or from the care they took that none should suffer any injury, though there was so great an army within the walls. For the phrase anakos ekin is used of those who look to or care for anything. Kings for this reason, perhaps, are called anactes. Others say that from the appearance of their star in the heavens, they were thus called, for in the Attic dialect this name comes very near the words that signify above. Some say that Aethra, Theseus's mother, was here taken prisoner, and carried to Lacedaemon, and from thence went away with Helen to Troy, alleging this verse of Homer, to prove that she waited upon Helen. Aethra of Pittheus born, and large-eyed Clymene. Others reject this verse as none of Homer's, as they do likewise the whole fable of Munychus, who, the story says, was the son of Demophon and Laodice, born secretly, and brought up by Aethra at Troy. But Ister, in the 13th book of his Attic history, gives us an account of Aethra, different yet from all the rest. That Achilles and Patroclus overcame Paris in Thessaly, near the river Spercheius, but that Hector took and plundered the city of the Trozenians, and made Aethra prisoner there. But this seems a groundless tale. Now Hercules, passing by the Molossians, was entertained in his way by Aidoneus the king, who, in conversation, accidentally spoke of the journey of Theseus and Pirithous into his country, of what they had designed to do, and what they were forced to suffer. Hercules was much grieved for the inglorious death of the one and the miserable condition of the other. As for Pirithous, he thought it useless to complain, but begged to have Theseus released for his sake, and obtained that favor from the king. Theseus, being thus set at liberty, returned to Athens, where his friends were not yet wholly suppressed, and dedicated to Hercules all the sacred places which the city had set apart for himself, changing their names from Thessia to Heraclea, 4 only excepted, as Philochorus writes. And wishing immediately to resume the first place in the commonwealth, and manage the state as before, he soon found himself involved in factions and troubles. Those who long had hated him had now added to their hatred contempt, and the minds of the people were so generally corrupted that, instead of obeying commands with silence, they expected to be flattered into their duty. He had some thoughts to have reduced them by force, but was overpowered by demagogues and factions. And at last, despairing of any good success of his affairs in Athens, he sent away his children privately to Euboea, commending them to the care of Eliphaner, the son of Chalcodon, and he himself, having solemnly cursed the people of Athens in the village of Gargadus, in which there yet remains the place called Ereterion, or the place of cursing, sailed to Syros, where he had lands left him by his father, and friendship, as he thought, with those of the island. Lycomedes was then king of Syros. Theseus, therefore, addressed himself to him, and desired to have his lands put into his possession, as designing to settle and to dwell there, though others say that he came to beg his assistance against the Athenians. But Lycomedes, either jealous of the glory of so great a man, or to gratify Menestheus, having led him up to the highest cliff of the island, on pretense of showing him from thence the lands that he desired, threw him headlong down from the rock and killed him. Others say he fell down of himself by a slip of his foot, as he was walking there, according to his custom, after supper. At that time there was no notice taken, nor were any concerned for his death, but Menestheus quietly possessed the kingdom of Athens. His sons were brought up in a private condition, and accompanied Eliphaner to the Trojan War, but after the decease of Menestheus in that expedition, returned to Athens and recovered the government. But in succeeding ages, besides several other circumstances that moved the Athenians to honor Theseus as a demigod, in the battle which was fought at Marathon against the Medes, many of the soldiers believed they saw an apparition of Theseus in arms, rushing on at the head of them against the barbarians. And after the Median War, Phaedo being archon of Athens, the Athenians, consulting the oracle at Delphi, were commanded to gather together the bones of Theseus, and, laying them in some honorable place, keep them as sacred in the city. But it was very difficult to recover these relics, or so much as to find out the place where they lay, on account of the inhospitable and savage temper of the barbarous people that inhabited the island. Nevertheless, afterwards, when Cimon took the island, as is related in his life, and had a great ambition to find out the place where Theseus was buried, he, by chance, spied an eagle upon a rising ground pecking with her beak and tearing up the earth with her talons, when on the sudden it came into his mind, as it were by some divine inspiration, to dig there and search for the bones of Theseus. There were found in that place a coffin of a man of more than ordinary size, and a brazen spearhead, and a sword lying by it, all which he took aboard his galley and brought with him to Athens. Upon which the Athenians, greatly delighted, went out to meet and receive the relics with splendid processions, and with sacrifices, as if it were Theseus himself returning alive to the city. He lies interred in the middle of the city, near the present gymnasium. His tomb is a sanctuary and refuge for slaves, and all those of mean condition that fly from the persecution of men in power, in memory that Theseus, while he lived, was an assister and protector of the distressed, and never refused the petitions of the afflicted that fled to him. The chief and most solemn sacrifice which they celebrate to him is kept on the 8th day of Pymption, on which he returned with the Athenian young men from Crete. Besides which, they sacrifice to him on the 8th day of every month, either because he returned from Trozen the 8th day of Hecatombion, as Diodorus the geographer writes, or else thinking that number to be proper to him, because he was reputed to be born of Neptune, because they sacrifice to Neptune on the 8th day of every month. The number 8 being the first cube of an even number, and the double of the first square, seem to be an emblem of the steadfast and immovable power of this god, who from thence has the names of Asphalius and Geochus, that is, the establisher and stayer of the earth. Romulus, from whom and for what reason the city of Rome, a name so great in glory and famous in the mouths of all men, was so first called, authors do not agree. Some are of opinion that the Pelasgians, wandering over the greater part of the habitable world and subduing numerous nations, fixed themselves here, and from their own great strength in war, called the city Rome. Others, that at the taking of Troy, some few that escaped and met with shipping, put to sea, and, driven by winds, were carried upon the coasts of Tuscany, and came to anchor off the mouth of the river Tiber, where their women, out of heart and weary with the sea, on its being proposed by one of the highest birth and best understanding amongst them, whose name was Roma, burnt the ships. With which act the men at first were angry, but afterwards, of necessity, seating themselves near Palladium, where things in a short while succeeded far better than they could hope, in that they found the country very good, and the people courteous, they not only did the Lady Roma other honors, but added also this, of calling after her name the city which she had been the occasion of their founding. From this, they say, has come down that custom at Rome for women to salute their kinsmen and husbands with kisses, because these women, after they had burnt the ships, made use of such endearments when entreating and pacifying their husbands. Some again say that Roma, from whom this city was so called, was daughter of Italus and Lucaria, or, by another account, of Telephus, Hercules' son, and that she was married to Aeneas, or, according to others again, to Ascanius, Aeneas' son. Some tell us that Romanus, the son of Ulysses and Circe, built it, some Romus, the son of Emathion, Diomed having sent him from Troy, and others Romus, king of the Latins, after driving out the Tyrrhenians, who had come from Thessaly into Lydia, and from thence into Italy. Those very authors, too, who, in accordance with the safest account, make Romulus give the name to the city, yet differ concerning his birth and family. For some say, he was son to Aeneas and Dexithea, daughter of Phorbas, and was, with his brother Remus in their infancy, carried into Italy, and being on the river when the waters came down in a flood, all the vessels were cast away except only that where the young children were, which being gently landed on a level bank of the river, they were both unexpectedly saved, and from them the place was called Rome. Some say Roma, daughter of the Trojan lady above mentioned, was married to Latinus, Telemachus' son, and became mother to Romulus. Others that Emilia, daughter of Aeneas and Lavinia, had him by the god Mars, and others give you mere fables of his origin. For to Tarchedius, they say, king of Alba, who was a most wicked and cruel man, there appeared in his own house a strange vision, a male figure that rose out of a hearth and stayed there for many days. There was an oracle of Tethys in Tuscany which Tarchedius consulted, and received an answer that a virgin should give herself to the apparition, and that a son should be born of her, highly renowned, eminent for valor, good fortune, and strength of body. Tarchedius told the prophecy to one of his own daughters, and commanded her to do this thing, which she, avoiding as an indignity, sent her handmaid. Tarchedius, hearing this, in great anger imprisoned them both, purposing to put them to death, but being deterred from murder by the goddess Vesta in a dream, enjoined them for their punishment the working a web of cloth, in their chains as they were, which when they finished, they should be suffered to marry. But whatever they worked by day, Tarchedius commanded others to unravel in the night. In the meantime, the waiting woman was delivered of 2 boys, whom Tarchedius gave into the hands of one Teretius, with command to destroy them. He, however, carried and laid them by the river side, where a wolf came and continued to suckle them, while birds of various sorts brought little morsels of food, which they put into their mouths, till a cowherd, spying them, was first strangely surprised, but venturing to draw nearer, took the children up in his arms. Thus they were saved, and when they grew up, set upon Tarchedius and overcame him. This one Promathian says, who compiled a history of Italy. But the story which is most believed, and has the greatest number of vouchers, was first published, in its chief particulars, amongst the Greeks by Diocles of Peparethus, whom Fabius Pictor also follows in most points. Here again there are variations, but in general outline it runs thus. The kings of Alba reigned in lineal descent from Aeneas, and the succession devolved at length upon 2 brothers, Numitor and Amulius. Amulius proposed to divide things into 2 equal shares, and set as equivalent to the kingdom the treasure and gold that were brought from Troy. Numitor chose the kingdom, but Amulius, having the money, and being able to do more with that than Numitor, took his kingdom from him with great ease, and, fearing lest his daughter might have children, made her a vestal, bound in that condition forever to live a single and maiden life. This lady some call Ilia, others Rhea, and others Silvia. However, not long after, she was, contrary to the established laws of the Vestals, discovered to be with child, and should have suffered the most cruel punishment had not Antho, the king's daughter, mediated with her father for her. Nevertheless, she was confined and debarred all company, that she might not be delivered without the king's knowledge. In time she brought forth 2 boys, of more than human size and beauty, whom Amulius, becoming yet more alarmed, commanded a servant to take and cast away. This man some call Faustulus, others say Faustulus was the man who brought them up. He put the children, however, in a small trough, and went towards the river with a design to cast them in, but seeing the waters much swollen and coming violently down, was afraid to go nearer, and dropping the children near the bank, went away. The river overflowing, the flood at last bore up the trough, and, gently wafting it, landed them on a smooth piece of ground, which they now call Sermanes, formerly Germanus, perhaps from Germani, which signifies brothers. Near this place grew a wild fig tree, which they called ruminales, either from Romulus, as it is vulgarly thought, or from ruminating, because cattle did usually in the heat of the day seek cover under it, and there chew the cud, or, better, from the suckling of these children there, for the ancients called the dug or teat of any creature ruma, and there is a tutelar goddess of the rearing of children whom they still call Rumilia, in sacrificing to whom they use no wine, but make libations of milk. While the infants lay here, history tells us, a she-wolf nursed them, and a woodpecker constantly fed and watched them. These creatures are esteemed holy to the god Mars. The woodpecker the Latins still especially worship and honor. Which things, as much as any, gave credit to what the mother of the children said, that their father was the god Mars, though some say that it was a mistake put upon her by Amulius, who himself had come to her dressed up in armor. Others think that the first rise of this fable came from the children's nurse, through the ambiguity of her name, for the Latins not only called wolves lupi, but also women of loose life, and such an one was the wife of Faustulus, who nurtured these children, Acca Larentia by name. To her the Romans offer sacrifices, and in the month of April the priest of Mars makes libations there. It is called the Larentian feast. They honor also another Larentia, for the following reason. The keeper of Hercules's temple having, it seems, little else to do, proposed to his deity a game at dice, laying down that, if he himself won, he would have something valuable of the god. But if he were beaten, he would spread him a noble table, and procure him a fair lady's company. Upon these terms, throwing first for the god and then for himself, he found himself beat. Wishing to pay his stakes honorably, and holding himself bound by what he had said, he both provided the deity a good supper, and giving money to Larentia, then in her beauty, though not publicly known, gave her a feast in the temple, where he had also laid a bed, and after supper locked her in, as if the god were really to come to her. And indeed, it is said, the deity did truly visit her, and commanded her in the morning to walk to the marketplace, and whatever man she met first, to salute him and make him her friend. She met one named Tarudius, who was a man advanced in years, fairly rich without children, and had always lived a single life. He received Larentia and loved her well, and at his death left her sole heir of all his large and fair possessions, most of which she, in her last will and testament, bequeathed to the people. It was reported of her, being now celebrated and esteemed the mistress of a god, that she suddenly disappeared near the place where the first Larentia lay buried. The spot is at this day called Velabrum, because, the river frequently overflowing, they went over in ferry boats somewhere hereabouts to the Forum, the Latin word for ferrying being velatura. Others derive the name from velum, a sail, because the exhibitors of public shows used to hang the road that leads from the Forum to the Circus Maximus with sails, beginning at this spot. Upon these accounts, the second Larentia is honored at Rome. Meantime Faustulus, Amulius's swineherd, brought up the children without any man's knowledge, or, as those say who wish to keep closer to probabilities, with the knowledge and secret assistance of Numitor. For it is said, they went to school at Gabii and were well instructed in letters and other accomplishments befitting their birth. And they were called Romulus and Remus, from Ruma, the dug, as we had before, because they were found sucking the wolf. In their very infancy, the size and beauty of their bodies intimated their natural superiority, and when they grew up, they both proved brave and manly, attempting all enterprises that seemed hazardous, and showing in them a courage altogether undaunted. But Romulus seemed rather to act by counsel, and to show the sagacity of a statesman, and in all his dealings with their neighbors, whether relating to feeding of flocks or to hunting, gave the idea of being born rather to rule than to obey. To their comrades and inferiors they were therefore dear, but the king's servants, his bailiffs and overseers, as being in nothing better men than themselves, they despised and slighted, nor were the least concerned at their commands and menaces. They used honest pastimes and liberal studies, not esteeming sloth and idleness honest and liberal, but rather such exercises as hunting and running, repelling robbers, taking of thieves, and delivering the wronged and oppressed from injury. For doing such things they became famous. A quarrel occurring between Numitor's and Amulius's cowherds, the latter, not enduring the driving away of their cattle by the others, fell upon them and put them to flight, and rescued the greatest part of the prey. At which Numitor being highly incensed, they little regarded it, but collected and took into their company a number of needy men and runaway slaves' acts which looked like the first stages of rebellion. It so happened that when Romulus was attending a sacrifice, being fond of sacred rites and divination, Numitor's herdsmen, meeting with Remus on a journey with few companions, fell upon him, and after some fighting took him prisoner, carried him before Numitor, and there accused him. Numitor would not punish him himself, fearing his brother's anger, but went to Amulius and desired justice, as he was Amulius's brother and was affronted by Amulius's servants. The men of Alba likewise resenting the thing, and thinking he had been dishonorably used, Amulius was induced to deliver Remus up into Numitor's hands, to use him as he thought fit. He therefore took and carried him home, and being struck with admiration of the youth's person, in stature and strength of body exceeding all men, and perceiving in his very countenance the courage and force of his mind, which stood unsubdued and unmoved by his present circumstances, and hearing further that all the enterprises and actions of his life were answerable to what he saw of him, but chiefly, as it seemed, a divine influence aiding and directing the first steps that were to lead to great results. Out of the mere thought of his mind, and casually as it were, he put his hand upon the fact, and in gentle terms and with a kind aspect, to inspire him with confidence and hope, asked him who he was and whence he was derived. He, taking heart, spoke thus: "I will hide nothing from you, for you seem to be of a more princely temper than Amulius, in that you give a hearing and examine before you punish, while he condemns before the cause is heard. Formerly, then, for we are twins, thought ourselves the sons of Faustulus and Larentia, the king's servants. But since we have been accused and aspersed with calumnies, and brought in peril of our lives here before you, we hear great things of ourselves, the truth of which my present danger is likely to bring to the test. Our birth is said to have been secret, our fostering and nurture in our infancy still more strange. By birds and beasts, to whom we were cast out, we were fed, by the milk of a wolf, and the morsels of a woodpecker, as we lay in a little trough by the side of the river. The trough is still in being, and is preserved with brass plates round it, and an inscription in letters almost effaced, which may prove hereafter unavailing tokens to our parents when we are dead and gone." Numitor, upon these words, and computing the dates by the young man's looks, slighted not the hope that flattered him, but considered how to come at his daughter privately, for she was still kept under restraint, to talk with her concerning these matters. Faustulus, hearing Remus was taken and delivered up, called on Romulus to assist in his rescue, informing him then plainly of the particulars of his birth, not but he had before given hints of it, and told as much as an attentive man might make no small conclusions from. He himself, full of concern and fear of not coming in time, took the trough, and ran instantly to Numitor. But giving a suspicion to some of the king's sentry at his gate, and being gazed upon by them and perplexed with their questions, he let it be seen that he was hiding the trough under his cloak. By chance there was one among them who was at the exposing of the children, and was one employed in the office. He, seeing the trough and knowing it by its make and inscription, guessed at the business, and without further delay, telling the king of it, brought in the man to be examined. Faustulus, hard beset, did not show himself altogether proof against terror, nor yet was he wholly forced out of all. Confessed indeed the children were alive, but lived, he said, as shepherds, a great way from Alba. He himself was going to carry the trough to Ilia, who had often greatly desired to see and handle it, for a confirmation of her hopes of her children. As men generally do who are troubled in mind and act either in fear or passion, it so fell out Amulius now did. For he sent in haste as a messenger, a man, otherwise honest, and friendly to Numitor, with commands to learn from Numitor whether any tidings were come to him of the children's being alive. He, coming and seeing how little Remus wanted of being received into the arms and embraces of Numitor, both gave him surer confidence in his hope, and advised them, with all expedition, to proceed to action himself too joining and assisting them, and indeed, had they wished it, the time would not have let them demur. For Romulus was now come very near, and many of the citizens, out of fear and hatred of Amulius, were running out to join him. Besides, he brought great forces with him, divided into companies, each of 100 men, every captain carrying a small bundle of grass and shrubs tied to a pole. The Latins call such bundles manipuli, and from hence it is that in their armies still they call their captains manipulars. Remus rousing the citizens within to revolt, and Romulus making attacks from without, the tyrant, not knowing either what to do or what expedient to think of for his security, in this perplexity and confusion was taken and put to death. This narrative, for the most part given by Fabius and Diocles of Peparethus, who seem to be the earliest historians of the foundation of Rome, is suspected by some because of its dramatic and fictitious appearance, but it would not wholly be disbelieved if men would remember what a poet Fortune sometimes shows herself, and consider that the Roman power would hardly have reached so high a pitch without a divinely ordered origin, attended with great and extraordinary circumstances. Amulius now being dead and matters quietly disposed, the two brothers would neither dwell in Alba without governing there, nor take the government into their own hands during the life of their grandfather. Having therefore delivered the dominion up into his hands, and paid their mother-befitting honor, they resolved to live by themselves, and build a city in the same place where they were in their infancy brought up. This seems the most honorable reason for their departure, though perhaps it was necessary, having such a body of slaves and fugitives collected about them, either to come to nothing by dispersing them, or if not so, then to live with them elsewhere. For that the inhabitants of Alba did not think fugitives worthy of being received and incorporated as citizens among them plainly appears from the matter of the women, an attempt made not wantonly, but of necessity, because they could not get wives by good will. For they certainly paid unusual respect and honor to those whom they thus forcibly seized. Not long after the first foundation of the city, they opened a sanctuary of refuge for all fugitives, which they called the temple of the god Acilius, where they received and protected all, delivering none back, neither the servant to his master, the debtor to his creditor, nor the murderer into the hands of the magistrate, saying it was a privileged place, and they could so maintain it by an order of the holy oracle. Insomuch that the city grew presently very populous, for, they say, it consisted at first of no more than 1,000 houses, but of that hereafter. Their minds being fully bent upon building, there arose presently a difference about the place where. Romulus chose what was called Roma Quadrata, or the square Rome, and would have the city there. Remus laid out a piece of ground on the Aventine Mount, well fortified by nature, which was from him called Ramonium, but now Rignarium. Concluding at last to decide the contest by a divination from a flight of birds, and placing themselves apart at some distance, Remus, they say, saw 6 vultures and Romulus double the number. Others say Remus did truly see his number, and that Romulus feigned his, but when Remus came to him, that then he did, indeed, see 12. Hence it is that the Romans, in their divinations from birds, chiefly regard the vulture, though Herodorus Ponticus relates that Hercules was always very joyful when a vulture appeared to him upon any action. For it is a creature the least hurtful of any, pernicious neither to corn, fruit tree, nor cattle. It preys only upon carrion, and never kills or hurts any living thing. And as for birds, it touches not them, though they are dead, as being of its own species, whereas eagles, owls, and hawks mangle and kill their own fellow creatures. Yet, as Aeschylus says, "What bird is clean that preys on fellow bird?" Besides, all other birds are, so to say, never out of our eyes. They let themselves be seen of us continually. But a vulture is a very rare sight, and you can seldom meet with a man that has seen their young. Their rarity and infrequency has raised a strange opinion in some, that they come to us from some other world. As soothsayers ascribe a divine origination to all things not produced either of nature or of themselves. When Remus knew the cheat, he was much displeased, and as Romulus was casting up a ditch where he designed the foundation of the city wall, he turned some pieces of the work to ridicule and obstructed others. At last, as he was in contempt leaping over it, some say Romulus himself struck him, others Celer, one of his companions. He fell, however, and in the scuffle Faustulus also was slain, and Plistinus, who, being Faustulus' brother, story tells us, helped to bring up Romulus. Celer upon this fled instantly into Tuscany, and from him the Romans call all men that are swift of foot sellers. And because Quintus Metellus, at his father's funeral, in a few days' time gave the people a show of gladiators, admiring his expedition in getting it ready, they gave him the name of Celer. Romulus, having buried his brother Remus, together with his 2 foster fathers, on the Mount Ramonia, set to building his city, and sent for men out of Tuscany, who directed him by sacred usages and written rules in all the ceremonies to be observed, as in a religious rite. First, they dug a round trench about that which is now the comitium, or court of assembly, and into it solemnly threw the first fruits of all things either good by custom or necessary by nature. Lastly, every man taking a small piece of earth of the country from whence he came, they all threw them in promiscuously together. This trench they call, as they do the heavens, mundus, making which their center, they described the city in a circle round it. Then the founder fitted to a plough a brazen plowshare, and, yoking together a bull and a cow, drove himself a deep line or furrow round the bounds, while the business of those that followed after was to see that whatever earth was thrown up should be turned all inwards towards the city, and not to let any clod lie outside. With this line they described the wall, and called it by a contraction pomoerium, that is, post murum, after or beside the wall, and where they designed to make a gate, there they took out the share, carried the plough over, and left a space. For which reason they consider the whole wall as holy, except where the gates are. For had they adjudged them also sacred, they could not, without offense to religion, have given free ingress and egress for the necessaries of human life, some of which are in themselves unclean. As for the day they began to build the city, it is universally agreed to have been the 21st of April, and that day the Romans annually keep holy, calling it their country's birthday. At first, they say, they sacrificed no living creature on this day, thinking it fit to preserve the feast of their country's birthday pure and without stain of blood. Yet before ever the city was built, there was a feast of herdsmen and shepherds kept on this day, which went by the name of Palilia. The Roman and Greek months have now little or no agreement. They say, however, the day on which Romulus began to build was quite certainly the 30th of the month, at which time there was an eclipse of the sun which they conceived to be that seen by Antimachus, the Teian poet, in the 3rd year of the 6th Olympiad. In the times of Varro the philosopher, a man deeply read in Roman history, lived one Tarudius, his familiar acquaintance, a good philosopher and mathematician, and one, too, that out of curiosity had studied the way of drawing schemes and tables, and was thought to be a proficient in the art. To him, Varro propounded to cast Romulus's nativity, even to the first day and hour, making his deductions from the several events of the man's life, which he should be informed of, exactly as in working back a geometrical problem. For it belonged, he said, to the same science both to foretell a man's life by knowing the time of his birth, and also to find out his birth by the knowledge of his life. This task Tarudius undertook, and first looking into the actions and casualties of the man together with the time of his life and manner of his death, and then comparing all these remarks together, he very confidently and positively pronounced that Romulus was conceived in his mother's womb the 1st year of the 2nd Olympiad, the 23rd day of the month the Egyptians call Choak, and the 3rd hour after sunset, at which time there was a total eclipse of the sun. That he was born the 21st day of the month Thoth, about sun rising, and that the first stone of Rome was laid by him the 9th day of the month Pharmuthi, between the 2nd and 3rd hour. For the fortunes of cities as well as of men, they think, have their certain periods of time prefixed, which may be collected and foreknown from the position of the stars at their first foundation. But these and the like relations may perhaps not so much take and delight the reader with their novelty and curiosity, as offend him by their extravagance. The city now being built, Romulus enlisted all that were of age to bear arms into military companies, each company consisting of 3,000 footmen and 300 horse. These companies were called legions because they were the choicest and most select of the people for fighting men. The rest of the multitude he called the people, 100 of the most eminent he chose for counselors. These he styled patricians, and their assembly the Senate, which signifies a council of elders. The patricians, some say, were so called because they were the fathers of lawful children. Others, because they could give a good account who their own fathers were, which not every one of the rabble that poured into the city at first could do. Others, from patronage, their word for protection of inferiors, the origin of which they attribute to patron, one of those that came over with Evander, who was a great protector and defender of the weak and needy. But perhaps the most probable judgment might be that Romulus, esteeming it the duty of the chiefest and wealthiest men, with a fatherly care and concern to look after the meaner, and also encouraging the commonalty not to dread or be aggrieved at the honors of their superiors, but to love and respect them, and to think and call them their fathers, might from hence give them the name of patricians. For at this very time all foreigners give senators the style of lords. But the Romans, making use of a more honorable and less invidious name, call them paters conscripti. At first indeed simply paters, but afterwards more being added, paters conscripti. By this more imposing title, he distinguished the Senate from the populace, and in other ways also separated the nobles and the commons, calling them patrons, and these their clients, by which means he created wonderful love and amity between them, productive of great justice in their dealings. For they were always their clients' counselors in law cases, their advocates in courts of justice, in fine, their advisers and supporters in all affairs whatever. These again faithfully served their patrons, not only paying them all respect and deference, but also, in case of poverty, helping them to portion their daughters and pay off their debts. And for a patron to witness against his client, or a client against his patron, was what no law nor magistrate could enforce. In after times, all other duties subsisting still between them, it was thought mean and dishonorable for the better sort to take money from their inferiors. And so much of these matters. In the 4th month, after the city was built, as Fabius writes, the adventure of stealing the women was attempted. And some say Romulus himself, being naturally a martial man, and predisposed too, perhaps, by certain oracles, to believe the fates had ordained the future growth and greatness of Rome should depend upon the benefit of war. Upon these accounts first offered violence to the Sabines, since he took away only 30 virgins, more to give an occasion of war than out of any want of women. But this is not very probable. It would seem rather that, observing his city to be filled by a confluence of foreigners, few of whom had wives, and that the multitude in general, consisting of a mixture of mean and obscure men, fell under contempt, and seemed to be of no long continuance together, and hoping farther, after the women were appeased, to make this injury in some measure an occasion of confederacy and mutual commerce with the Sabines, he took in hand this exploit after this manner. First, he gave it out as if he had found an altar of a certain god hid underground. The god they called consus, either the god of counsel, for they still call a consultation concilium, and their chief magistrates consuls, namely, counselors, or else the equestrian Neptune, for the altar is kept covered in the Circus Maximus at all other times, and only at horse races is exposed to public view. Others merely say that this god had his altar hid underground because counsel ought to be secret and concealed. Upon discovery of this altar, Romulus, by proclamation, appointed a day for a splendid sacrifice, and for public games and shows, to entertain all sorts of people. Many flocked thither, and he himself sat in front, amidst his nobles, clad in purple. Now the signal for their falling on was to be whenever he rose and gathered up his robe and threw it over his body. His men stood all ready armed, with their eyes intent upon him. And when the sign was given, drawing their swords and falling on with a great shout, they ravished away the daughters of the Sabines, they themselves flying without any let or hindrance. They say there were but 30 taken, and from them the curiae or fraternities were named. But Valerius Antias says 527, Juba, 683 virgins, which was indeed the greatest excuse Romulus could allege, namely, that they had taken no married woman, save one only, Hersilia by name, and her 2 unknowingly, which showed they did not commit this rape wantonly, but with a design purely of forming alliance with their neighbors by the greatest and surest bonds. This Hersilia some say Hostilius married, a most eminent man among the Romans, others Romulus himself, and that she bore 2 children to him, a daughter by reason of primogeniture called Prima, and one only son, whom, from the great concourse of citizens to him at that time, he called Ialius, but after ages Abilius. But Zenodotus the Trozenian, in giving this account, is contradicted by many. Among those who committed this rape upon the virgins, there were, they say, as it so then happened, some of the meaner sort of men who were carrying off a damsel, excelling all in beauty and comeliness of stature, whom when some of superior rank that met them attempted to take away, they cried out they were carrying her to Talasius, a young man, indeed, but brave and worthy. Hearing that, they commended and applauded them loudly, and also some, turning back, accompanied them with good will and pleasure, shouting out the name of Talasius. Hence the Romans to this very time, at their weddings, sing Talasius for their nuptial word, as the Greeks do Hymenaeus, because, they say, Talasius was very happy in his marriage. But Sextius Sylla, the Carthaginian, a man wanting neither learning nor ingenuity, told me Romulus gave this word as a sign when to begin the onset. Everybody, therefore, who made prize of a maiden, cried out, Talasius, and for that reason the custom continues so now at marriages. But most are of opinion, of whom Juba particularly is one, that this word was used to new married women by way of incitement to good housewifery and talasia, spinning, as we say in Greek words at that time not being as yet overpowered by Italian. But if this be the case, and if the Romans did at that time use the word talasia as we do, a man might fancy a more probable reason of the custom. For when the Sabines, after the war against the Romans, were reconciled, conditions were made concerning their women, that they should be obliged to do no other servile offices to their husbands but what concerned spinning. It was customary, therefore, ever after, at weddings, for those that gave the bride or escorted her or otherwise were present, sportingly to say Talasius, intimating that she was henceforth to serve in spinning and no more. It continues also a custom at this very day for the bride not of herself to pass her husband's threshold, but to be lifted over, in memory that the Sabine virgins were carried in by violence, and did not go in of their own will. Some say, too, the custom of parting the bride's hair with the head of a spear was in token their marriages began at first by war and acts of hostility, of which I have spoken more fully in my book of questions. This rape was committed on the 18th day of the month Sextiles, now called August, on which the solemnities of the Consualia are kept. The Sabines were a numerous and martial people, but lived in small unfortified villages, as it befitted, they thought, a colony of the Lacedaemonians to be bold and fearless. Nevertheless, seeing themselves bound by such hostages to their good behavior, and being solicitous for their daughters, they sent ambassadors to Romulus with fair and equitable requests, that he would return their young women and recall that act of violence, and afterwards, by persuasion and lawful means, seek friendly correspondence between both nations. Romulus would not part with the young women, yet proposed to the Sabines to enter into an alliance with them. Upon which point some consulted and demurred long. But Acron, king of the Senonenses, a man of high spirit and a good warrior, who had all along a jealousy of Romulus's bold attempts, and considering particularly from this exploit upon the women that he was growing formidable to all people, and indeed insufferable, were he not chastised, first rose up in arms, and with a powerful army advanced against him. Romulus likewise prepared to receive him. But when they came within sight and viewed each other, they made a challenge to fight a single duel, the armies standing by under arms, without participation. And Romulus, making a vow to Jupiter, if he should conquer, to carry himself and dedicate his adversary's armor to his honor, overcame him in combat, and, a battle ensuing, routed his army also, and then took his city. But did those he found in it no injury, only commanded them to demolish the place and attend him to Rome, there to be admitted to all the privileges of citizens. And indeed, there was nothing did more advance the greatness of Rome, than that she did always unite and incorporate those whom she conquered into herself. Romulus, that he might perform his vow in the most acceptable manner to Jupiter, and withal make the pomp of it delightful to the eye of the city, cut down a tall oak which he saw growing in the camp, which he trimmed to the shape of a trophy, and fastened on it Acron's whole suit of armor disposed in proper form. Then he himself, girding his clothes about him, and crowning his head with a laurel garland, his hair gracefully flowing, carried the trophy resting erect upon his right shoulder, and so marched on, singing songs of triumph, and his whole army following after, the citizens all receiving him with acclamations of joy and wonder. The procession of this day was the origin and model of all after triumphs. This trophy was styled an offering to Jupiter Feretrius, from ferere, which in Latin is to smite. For Romulus prayed he might smite and overthrow his enemy, and the spoils were called opima, or royal spoils, says Varro, from their richness, which the word op signifies, though one would more probably conjecture from opus, an act. For it is only to the general of an army who with his own hand kills his enemies, general that this honor is granted of offering the opima spolia. And 3 only of the Roman captains have had it conferred on them. First, Romulus upon killing Acron the Senenensian, next Cornelius Cassus for slaying Tolumnius the Tuscan, and lastly Claudius Marcellus upon his conquering Viridomarus, king of the Gauls. The two latter, Cassus and Marcellus, made their entries in triumphant chariots, bearing their trophies themselves. But that Romulus made use of a chariot, Dionysius is wrong in asserting. History says Tarquinius, Damaratus's son, was the first that brought triumphs to this great pomp and grandeur. Others, that Publicola was the first that rode in triumph. The statues of Romulus in triumph are, as may be seen in Rome, all on foot. After the overthrow of the Senenensians, the other Sabines still protracting the time in preparations, the people of Fidene, Crustumerium, and Antemna joined their forces against the Romans. They in like manner were defeated in battle, and surrendered up to Romulus their cities to be seized, their lands and territories to be divided, and themselves to be transplanted to Rome. All the lands which Romulus acquired, he distributed among the citizens, except only what the parents of the stolen virgins had. These he suffered to possess their own. The rest of the Sabines, enraged hereat, choosing Tatius their captain, marched straight against Rome. The city was almost inaccessible, having for its fortress that which is now the Capitol, where a strong guard was placed, and Tarpius their captain, not Tarpeia the virgin, as some say, who would make Romulus a fool. But Tarpeia, daughter to the captain, coveting the golden bracelets she saw them wear, betrayed the fort into the Sabines' hands, and asked, in reward of her treachery, the things they wore on their left arms. Tatius conditioning thus with her, in the night she opened one of the gates, and received the Sabines in. And truly Antigonus, it would seem, was not solitary in saying, he loved betrayers, but hated those who had betrayed. Nor Caesar, who told Rhymetaus's the Thracian, that he loved the treason, but hated the traitor. But it is the general feeling of all who have occasion for wicked men's service, as people have for the poison of venomous beasts. They are glad of them while they are of use, and abhor their baseness when it is over. And so then did Tatius behave towards Tarpeia, for he commanded the Sabines, in regard to their contract, not to refuse her the least part of what they wore on their left arms. And he himself first took his bracelet of his arm, and threw that, together with his buckler, at her. And all the rest following, she, being borne down and quite buried with the multitude of gold and their shields, died under the weight and pressure of them. Tarpeus also himself, being prosecuted by Romulus, was found guilty of treason, as Juba says Sulpicius Galba relates. Those who write otherwise concerning Tarpeia, as that she was the daughter of Tatius, the Sabine captain, and being forcibly detained by Romulus, acted and suffered thus by her father's contrivance, speak very absurdly, of whom Antigonus is one. And Similis, the poet who thinks Tarpeia betrayed the Capitol, not to the Sabines, but the Gauls, having fallen in love with their king, talks mere folly, saying thus: Tarpeia 'twas, who, dwelling close thereby, laid open Rome unto the enemy. She, for the love of the besieging Gaul, betrayed the city's strength, the Capitol. And a little after, speaking of her death, the numerous nations of the Celtic foe bore her not living to the banks of Po, their heavy shields upon the maid they threw, and with their splendid gifts entombed at once and slew. Tarpeia afterwards was buried there, and the hill from her was called Tarpeus, until the reign of King Tarquin, who dedicated the place to Jupiter, at which time her bones were removed, and so it lost her name, except only that part of the Capitol which they still call the Tarpeian Rock, from which they used to cast down malefactors. The Sabines being possessed of the hill, Romulus, in great fury, bade them battle, and Tatius was confident to accept it, perceiving, if they were overpowered, that they had behind them a secure retreat. The level in the middle, where they were to join battle, being surrounded with many little hills, seemed to enforce both parties to a sharp and desperate conflict, by reason of the difficulties of the place, which had but a few outlets, inconvenient either for refuge or pursuit. It happened, too, the river having overflowed not many days before, there was left behind in the plain, where now the forum stands, a deep blind mud and slime, which, though it did not appear much to the eye, and was not easily avoided, at bottom was deceitful and dangerous. Upon which the Sabines, being unwarily about to enter, met with a piece of good fortune. For Curtius, a gallant man, eager of honor and of aspiring thoughts, being mounted on horseback, was galloping on before the rest, and mired his horse here, and endeavoring for a while by whip and spur and voice to disentangle him, but finding it impossible, quitted him and saved himself. The place from him to this very time is called the Curtian Lake. The Sabines, having avoided this danger, began the fight very smartly, the fortune of the day being very dubious, though many were slain, amongst whom was Hostilius, who, they say, was husband to Hersilia, and grandfather to that Hostilius who reigned after Numa. There were many other brief conflicts, we may suppose, but the most memorable was the last, in which Romulus, having received a wound on his head by a stone, and being almost felled to the ground by it, and disabled, the Romans gave way, and being driven out of the level ground, fled towards the Palladium. Romulus, by this time recovering from his wound a little, turned about to renew the battle, and, facing the flyers, with a loud voice encouraged them to stand and fight. But being overborne with numbers, and nobody daring to face about, stretching out his hands to heaven, he prayed to Jupiter to stop the army, and not to neglect but maintain the Roman cause, now in extreme danger. The prayer was no sooner made than shame and respect for their king checked many. The fears of the fugitives changed suddenly into confidence. The place they first stood at was where now is the temple of Jupiter Stator, which may be translated the Stayer. There they rallied again into ranks and repulsed the Sabines to the place called now Regia and to the temple of Vesta, where both parties, preparing to begin a second battle, were prevented by a spectacle, strange to behold and defying description. For the daughters of the Sabines, who had been carried off, came running in great confusion, some on this side, some on that, with miserable cries and lamentations, like creatures possessed, in the midst of the army and among the dead bodies, to come at their husbands and their fathers, some with their young babes in their arms, others their hair loose about their ears, but all calling, now upon the Sabines, now upon the Romans, in the most tender and endearing words. Hereupon both melted into compassion and fell back to make room for them between the armies. The sight of the women carried sorrow and commiseration upon both sides into the hearts of all, but still more their words, which began with expostulation and upbraiding, and ended with entreaty and supplication. Wherein, say they, have we injured or offended you, as to deserve such sufferings, past and present? We were ravished away unjustly and violently by those whose now we are. That being done, we were so long neglected by our fathers, our brothers, and countrymen, that time, having now by the strictest bonds united us to those we once mortally hated, has made it impossible for us not to tremble at the danger and weep at the death of the very men who once used violence to us. You did not come to vindicate our honor, while we were virgins, against our assailants, but do come now to force away wives from their husbands and mothers from their children, a succor more grievous to its wretched objects than the former betrayal and neglect of them. Which shall we call the worst, their love-making or your compassion? If you were making war upon any other occasion, for our sakes you ought to withhold your hands from those to whom we have made you fathers-in-law and grandsires. If it be for our own cause, then take us, and with us your sons-in-law and grandchildren. Restore to us our parents and kindred, but do not rob us of our children and husbands. Make us not, we entreat you, twice captives. Hersilia having spoken many such words as these, and the others earnestly praying, a truce was made, and the chief officers came to a parley. The women, in the meantime, brought and presented their husbands and children to their fathers and brothers, gave those that wanted meat and drink, and carried the wounded home to be cured, and showed also how much they governed within doors, and how indulgent their husbands were to them, in demeaning themselves towards them with all kindness and respect imaginable. Upon this, conditions were agreed upon, that what women pleased might stay where they were, exempt, as aforesaid, from all drudgery and labor but spinning, that the Romans and Sabines should inhabit the city together, that the city should be called Rome, from Romulus, but the Romans, Quirites from the country of Tatius, and that they both should govern and command in common. The place of the ratification is still called Comidium, from quar, to meet. The city being thus doubled in number, 100 of the Sabines were elected senators, and the legions were increased to 6,000 foot and 600 horse. Then they divided the people into 3 tribes, the first from Romulus named Ramnenses, the second from Tatius Tascienses, the third Luceres from the Lucus or grove where the asylum stood, whither many fled for sanctuary and were received into the city. And that they were just 3, the very name of tribe and tribune seems to show. Each tribe contained 10 curiae or brotherhoods, which, some say, took their names from the Sabine women. But that seems to be false, because many had their names from various places. Though it is true, they then constituted many things in honor to the women, as to give them the way wherever they met them, to speak no ill word in their presence, not to appear naked before them, or else be liable to prosecution before the judges of homicide, that their children should wear an ornament about their necks called the bulla, because it was like a bubble, and the pretexta, a gown edged with purple. The princes did not immediately join in council together, but at first each met with his own 100. Afterwards all assembled together. Tatius dwelt where now the temple of Moneta stands, and Romulus, close by the steps, as they call them, of the fair shore, near the descent from the Mount Palatine to the Circus Maximus. There, they say, grew the holy cornel tree, of which they report that Romulus once, to try his strength, threw a dart from the Aventine Mount, the staff of which was made of cornel, which struck so deep into the ground that no one of many that tried could pluck it up. And the soil, being fertile, gave nourishment to the wood, which sent forth branches, and produced a cornel stalk of considerable bigness. This did posterity preserve and worship as one of the most sacred things, and therefore walled it about. And if to anyone it appeared not green nor flourishing, but inclining to pine and wither, he immediately made outcry to all he met. And they, like people hearing of a house on fire, with one accord would cry for water, and run from all parts with buckets full to the place. But when Caius Caesar, they say, was repairing the steps about it, some of the laborers digging too close, the roots were destroyed, and the tree withered. The Sabines adopted the Roman months, of which whatever is remarkable is mentioned in the life of Numa. Romulus, on the other hand, adopted their long shields, and changed his own armor and that of all the Romans, who before wore round targets of the Argive pattern. Feasts and sacrifices they partook of in common, not abolishing any which either nation observed before, and instituting several new ones, of which one was the Matronalia, instituted in honor of the women. For their extinction of the war, likewise the Carmentalia. This Carmenta some think a deity presiding over human birth, for which reason she is much honored by mothers. Others say she was the wife of Evander, the Arcadian, being a prophetess, and wont to deliver her oracles in verse, and from Carmen, a verse, was called Carmenta, her proper name being Nicostrata. Others more probably derive Carmenta from Charon's meant, or insane, in allusion to her prophetic frenzies. Of the feast of Palilia we have spoken before. The Lupercalia, by the time of its celebration, may seem to be a feast of purification, for it is solemnized on the dies nefasti, or non-court days, of the month February, which name signifies purification, and the very day of the feast was anciently called Februata. But its name is equivalent to the Greek Lycia, and it seems thus to be of great antiquity, and brought in by the Arcadians who came with Evander. Yet this is but dubious, for it may come as well from the wolf that nursed Romulus. And we see the Luperci, the priests, begin their course from the place where they say Romulus was exposed. But the ceremonies performed in it render the origin of the thing more difficult to be guessed at. For there are goats killed, then, 2 young noblemen's sons being brought. Some are to stain their foreheads with the bloody knife, others presently to wipe it off with wool dipped in milk. Then the young boys must laugh after their foreheads are wiped. That done, having cut the goats' skins into thongs, they run about naked, only with something about their middle, lashing all they meet. And the young wives do not avoid their strokes, fancying they will help conception and childbirth. Another thing peculiar to this feast is for the Luperci to sacrifice a dog. But as a certain poet who wrote fabulous explanations of Roman customs in elegiac verses says that Romulus and Remus, after the conquest of Amulius, ran joyfully to the place where the wolf gave them suck, and that in imitation of that, this feast was held, and 2 young noblemen ran. Striking it all, as when from Alba town, with sword in hand, the twins came hurrying down, and that the bloody knife applied to their foreheads was a sign of the danger and bloodshed of that day, the cleansing of them in milk, a remembrance of their food and nourishment. Caius Acilius writes that before the city was built, the cattle of Romulus and Remus one day going astray, they, praying to the god Faunus, ran out to seek them naked, wishing not to be troubled with sweat, and that this is why the Luperci run naked. If the sacrifice be by way of purification, a dog might very well be sacrificed. For the Greeks, in their lustrations, carry out young dogs, and frequently use this ceremony of parasilismus, as they call it. Or if again it is a sacrifice of gratitude to the wolf that nourished and preserved Romulus, there is good reason in killing a dog as being an enemy to wolves. Unless indeed, after all, the creature is punished for hindering the Luperci in their running. They say, too, Romulus was the first that consecrated holy fire and instituted holy virgins to keep it, called Vestals. Others ascribe it to Numa Pompilius. Agreeing, however, that Romulus was otherwise eminently religious and skilled in divination, and for that reason carried the lidus, a crooked rod with which soothsayers describe the quarters of the heavens when they sit to observe the flights of birds. This of his, being kept in the Palladium, was lost when the city was taken by the Gauls. And afterwards, that barbarous people being driven out, was found in the ruins, under a great heap of ashes, untouched by the fire, all things about it being consumed and burnt. He instituted also certain laws, one of which is somewhat severe, which suffers not a wife to leave her husband, but grants a husband power to turn off his wife, either upon poisoning her children, or counterfeiting his keys, or for adultery. But if the husband upon any other occasion put her away, he ordered one moiety of his estate to be given to the wife, the other to fall to the goddess Ceres, and whoever cast off his wife, to make an atonement by sacrifice to the gods of the dead. This, too, is observable as a singular thing in Romulus, that he appointed no punishment for real parricide, but called all murder so, thinking the one an accursed thing, but the other a thing impossible. And for a long time his judgment seemed to have been right. For in almost 600 years together, nobody committed the like in Rome, and Lucius Hostius, after the wars of Hannibal, is recorded to have been the first parricide. Let thus much suffice concerning these matters. In the 5th year of the reign of Tatius, some of his friends and kinsmen, meeting ambassadors coming from Laurentum to Rome, attempted on the road to take away their money by force, and, upon their resistance, killed them. So great a villainy having been committed, Romulus thought the malefactors ought at once to be punished, but Tatius shuffled off and deferred the execution of it, and this one thing was the beginning of open quarrel between them. In all other respects, they were very careful of their conduct, and administered affairs together with great unanimity. The relations of the slain, being debarred of lawful satisfaction by reason of Tatius, fell upon him as he was sacrificing with Romulus at Lavinium, and slew him, but escorted Romulus home, commending and extolling him for a just prince. Romulus took the body of Tatius, and buried it very splendidly in the Aventine Mount, near the place called Armilustrium, but altogether neglected revenging his murder. Some authors write, the city of Laurentum, fearing the consequence, delivered up the murderers of Tatius, but Romulus dismissed them, saying one murder was requited with another. This gave occasion of talk and jealousy, as if he were well pleased at the removal of his copartner in the government. Nothing of these things, however, raised any sort of feud or disturbance among the Sabines, but some out of love to him, others out of fear of his power. Some again reverencing him as a god, they all continued living peacefully in admiration and awe of him. Many foreign nations, too, showed respect to Romulus. The ancient Latins sent and entered into league and confederacy with him. Fidene he took, a neighboring city to Rome, by a party of horse, as some say, whom he sent before with commands to cut down the hinges of the gates, himself afterwards unexpectedly coming up. Others say they having first made the invasion, plundering and ravaging the country and suburbs, Romulus lay in ambush for them, and having killed many of their men took the city, but nevertheless did not raze or demolish it, but made it a Roman colony, and sent thither, on the Ides of April, 2,500 inhabitants. Soon after a plague broke out, causing sudden death without any previous sickness. It infected also the corn with unfruitfulness, and cattle with barrenness. There rained blood, too, in the city, so that, to their actual sufferings, fear of the wrath of the gods was added. But when the same mischiefs fell upon Laurentum, then everybody judged it was divine vengeance that fell upon both cities, for the neglect of executing justice upon the murder of Tatius and the ambassadors. But the murderers on both sides being delivered up and punished, the pestilence visibly abated, and Romulus purified the cities with lustrations, which, they say, even now are performed at the wood called Ferentina. But before the plague ceased, the Camertines invaded the Romans and overran the country, thinking them, by reason of the distemper, unable to resist. But Romulus at once made head against them and gained the victory with the slaughter of 6,000 men, then took their city and brought half of those he found there to Rome, sending from Rome to Camirium double the number he left there. This was done the 1st of August. So many citizens had he to spare, in 16 years' time from his first founding Rome. Among other spoils, he took a brazen 4-horse chariot from Camirium, which he placed in the temple of Vulcan, setting on it his own statue, with a figure of victory crowning him. The Roman cause thus daily gathering strength, their weaker neighbors shrunk away and were thankful to be left untouched. But the stronger, out of fear or envy, thought they ought not to give way to Romulus, but to curb and put a stop to his growing greatness. The first were the Veients, a people of Tuscany, who had large possessions and dwelt in a spacious city. They took occasion to commence a war by claiming Fidene as belonging to them. A thing not only very unreasonable, but very ridiculous, that they, who did not assist them in the greatest extremities, but permitted them to be slain, should challenge their lands and houses when in the hands of others. But being scornfully retorted upon by Romulus in his answers, they divided themselves into 2 bodies. With one they attacked the garrison of Fidene, the other marched against Romulus. That which went against Fidene got the victory and slew 2,000 Romans. The other was worsted by Romulus, with the loss of 8,000 men. A fresh battle was fought near Fidene, and here all men acknowledge the day's success to have been chiefly the work of Romulus himself, who showed the highest skill as well as courage, and seemed to manifest a strength and swiftness more than human. But what some write that, of 14,000 that fell that day, above half were slain by Romulus's own hand, verges too near to fable, and is, indeed, simply incredible, since even the Messenians are thought to go too far in saying that Aristomenes 3 times offered sacrifice for the death of 100 enemies, Lacedaemonians, slain by himself. The army being thus routed, Romulus, suffering those that were left to make their escape, led his forces against the city. They, having suffered such great losses, did not venture to oppose, but, humbly suing to him, made a league and friendship for 100 years. Surrendering also a large district of land called Septimpagum, that is, the 7 parts, as also their salt works upon the river, and 50 noblemen for hostages. He made his triumph for this on the Ides of October, leading among the rest of his many captives, the general of the Veients, an elderly man, but who had not, it seemed, acted with the prudence of age. Whence even now, in sacrifices for victories, they lead an old man through the marketplace to the Capitol, apparelled in purple with a bulla or child's toy tied to it, and the crier cries, Sardians to be sold. For the Tuscans are said to be a colony of the Sardians, and the Veients are a city of Tuscany. This was the last battle Romulus ever fought. Afterwards he, as most, nay all men, very few excepted do, who are raised by great and miraculous good haps of fortune to power and greatness. So, I say, did he. Relying upon his own great actions, and growing of an haughtier mind, he forsook his popular behavior for kingly arrogance, odious to the people, to whom in particular the state which he assumed was hateful. For he dressed in scarlet, with the purple-bordered robe over it. He gave audience on a couch of state, having always about him some young men called sellers, from their swiftness in doing commissions. There went before him others with staves, to make room, with leather thongs tied on their bodies, to bind on the moment whomever he commanded. The Latins formerly used ligare in the same sense as now alligare, to bind, whence the name lictors, for these officers, and bacula or staves for their rods, because staves were then used. It is probable, however, they were first called litters afterwards by putting in a c, lictors, or, in Greek, liturgy or people's officers, for latos is still Greek for the commons, and laos for the people in general. But when, after the death of his grandfather Numitor in Alba, the throne devolving upon Romulus, he, to court the people, put the government into their own hands, and appointed an annual magistrate over the Albans, this taught the great men of Rome to seek after a free and anti-monarchical state, wherein all might in turn be subjects and rulers. For neither were the patricians any longer admitted to state affairs, only had the name and title left them, convening in council rather for fashion's sake than advice, where they heard in silence the king's commands, and so departed, exceeding the commonalty only in hearing first what was done. These and the like were matters of small moment. But when he of his own accord parted among his soldiers what lands were acquired by war, and restored the vayants their hostages, the Senate neither consenting nor approving of it, then, indeed, he seemed to put a great affront upon them. So that, on his sudden and strange disappearance a short while after, the Senate fell under suspicion and calumny. He disappeared on the nones of July, as they now call the month which was then Quintiles, leaving nothing of certainty to be related of his death. Only the time, as just mentioned, for on that day many ceremonies are still performed in representation of what happened. Neither is this uncertainty to be thought strange, seeing the manner of the death of Scipio Africanus, who died at his own home after supper, has been found capable neither of proof or disproof. For some say he died a natural death, being of a sickly habit, others that he poisoned himself, others again that his enemies, breaking in upon him in the night, stifled him. Yet Scipio's dead body lay open to be seen of all, and anyone, from his own observation, might form his suspicions and conjectures, whereas Romulus, when he vanished, left neither the least part of his body, nor any remnant of his clothes to be seen. So that some fancied, the senators, having fallen upon him ill the temple of Vulcan, cut his body into pieces, and took each a part away in his bosom. Others think his disappearance was neither in the temple of Vulcan, nor with the senators only by, but that it came to pass that, as he was haranguing the people without the city, near a place called the Goat's Marsh, on a sudden strange and unaccountable disorders and alterations took place in the air. The face of the sun was darkened, and the day turned into night, and that, too, no quiet, peaceable night, but with terrible thunderings and boisterous winds from all quarters, during which the common people dispersed and fled, but the senators kept close together. The tempest being over and the light breaking out, when the people gathered again, they missed and inquired for their king. The senators suffered them not to search or busy themselves about the matter, but commanded them to honor and worship Romulus as one taken up to the gods, and about to be to them, in the place of a good prince, now a propitious god. The multitude, hearing this, went away believing and rejoicing in hopes of good things from him. But there were some who, canvassing the matter in a hostile temper, accused and aspersed the patricians, as men that persuaded the people to believe ridiculous tales, when they themselves were the murderers of the king. Things being in this disorder, one, they say, of the patricians, of noble family and approved good character, and a faithful and familiar friend of Romulus himself, having come with him from Alba, Julius Proculus by name, presented himself in the forum, and taking a most sacred oath, protested before them all, that, as he was traveling on the road, he had seen Romulus coming to meet him, looking taller and comelier than ever, dressed in shining and faming armor. And he, being affrighted at the apparition, said, "Why, O king, or for what purpose have you abandoned us to unjust and wicked surmises, and the whole city to bereavement and endless sorrow?" And that he made answer, "It pleased the gods, O Proculus, that we, who came from them, should remain so long a time amongst men as we did, and, having built a city to be the greatest in the world for empire and glory, should again return to heaven. But farewell, and tell the Romans that, by the exercise of temperance and fortitude, they shall attain the height of human power. We will be to you the propitious god Quirinus." This seemed credible to the Romans, upon the honesty and oath of the relator, and indeed, too, there mingled with it a certain divine passion, some preternatural influence similar to possession by a divinity. Nobody contradicted it, but laying aside all jealousies and attractions, they prayed to Quirinus and saluted him as a god. This is like some of the Greek fables of Aristeas the Proconnesian and Cleomenes the Astypalian, for they say Aristeas died in a fuller's workshop, and his friends, coming to look for him, found his body vanished, and that some presently after, coming from abroad, said they met him traveling towards Croton. And that Cleomenes, being an extraordinarily strong and gigantic man, but also wild and mad, committed many desperate freaks, and at last, in a schoolhouse, striking a pillar that sustained the roof with his fist, broke it in the middle, so that the house fell and destroyed the children in it. And being pursued, he fled into a great chest, and shutting to the lid, held it so fast that many men, with their united strength, could not force it open. Afterwards, breaking the chest to pieces, they found no man in it alive or dead, in astonishment at which they sent to consult the oracle at Delphi, to whom the prophetess made this answer: "Of all the heroes, Cleomenes is last." They say, too, the body of Alcmena, as they were carrying her to her grave, vanished, and a stone was found lying on the bier. And many such improbabilities do your fabulous writers relate, deifying creatures naturally mortal. For though altogether to disown a divine nature and human virtue were impious and base, so again to mix heaven with earth is ridiculous. Let us believe with Pindar that all human bodies yield to death's decree, the soul survives to all eternity. For that alone is derived from the gods, thence comes and thither returns, not with the body, but when most disengaged and separated from it, and when most entirely pure and clean and free from the flesh. For the most perfect soul, says Heraclitus, is a dry light, which flies out of the body as lightning breaks from a cloud. But that which is clogged and surfeited with body is like gross and humid incense, slow to kindle and ascend. We must not, therefore, contrary to nature, send the bodies, too, of good men to heaven. But we must really believe that, according to their divine nature and law, their virtue and their souls are translated out of men into heroes, out of heroes into demigods, out of demigods after passing, as in the rite of initiation, through a final cleansing and sanctification, and so freeing themselves from all that pertains to mortality and sense, are thus, not by human decree, but really and according to right reason, elevated into gods, admitted thus to the greatest and most blessed perfection. Romulus's surname Quirinus, some say, is equivalent to Mars. Others, that he was so called because the citizens were called Quirites. Others, because the ancients called a dart or spear Quiris. Thus, the statue of Juno resting on a spear is called Quiritis, and the dart in the Regia is addressed as Mars, and those that were distinguished in war were usually presented with a dart. That, therefore, Romulus, being a martial god or a god of darts, was called Quirinus. A temple is certainly built to his honor, on the mount called from him Quirinales. The day he vanished on is called the flight of the people, and the nuns of the goats, because they go then out of the city and sacrifice at the goats' marsh. And, as they go, they shout out some of the Roman names, as Marcus, Lucius, Caius, imitating the way in which they then fled and called upon one another in that fright and hurry. Some, however, say this was not an imitation of a flight, but of a quick and hasty onset, referring it to the following occasion. After the Gauls who had taken Rome were driven out by Camillus, and the city was scarcely as yet recovering her strength, many of the Latins, under the command of Livius Postumius, took this time to march against her. Postumius, halting not far from Rome, sent a herald, signifying that the Latins were desirous to renew their former alliance and affinity, that was now almost decayed, by contracting new marriages between both nations. If therefore they would send forth a good number of their virgins and widows, they should have peace and friendship, such as the Sabines had formerly had on the like conditions. The Romans, hearing this, dreaded a war, yet thought a surrender of their women little better than mere captivity. Being in this doubt, a servant maid called Philodes, or, as some say, Tutola, advised them to do neither, but, by a stratagem, avoid both fighting and the giving up of such pledges. The stratagem was this, that they should send herself, with other well-looking servant maids, to the enemy in the dress of free-born virgins, and she should in the night light up a fire signal, at which the Romans should come armed and surprise them asleep. The Latins were thus deceived, and accordingly Philodes set up a torch in a wild fig tree, screening it behind with curtains and coverlets from the sight of the enemy, while visible to the Romans. They, when they saw it, eagerly ran out of the gates, calling in their haste to each other as they went out, and so, falling in unexpectedly upon the enemy, they defeated them, and upon that made a feast of triumph, called the Nones of the Goats, because of the wild fig tree, called by the Romans Caprificus, or the goat fig. They feast the women without the city in arbors made of fig tree boughs, and the maidservants gather together, and run about playing. Afterwards they fight in sport, and throw stones one at another, in memory that they then aided and assisted the Roman men in fight. This only a few authors admit for true, for the calling upon one another's names by day and the going out to the goats' marsh to do sacrifice seem to agree more with the former story. Unless, indeed, we shall say that both the actions might have happened on the same day in different years. It was in the 54th year of his age and the 38th of his reign that Romulus, they tell us, left the world. Comparison of Romulus with Theseus. This is what I have learnt of Romulus and Theseus, worthy of memory. It seems, first of all, that Theseus, out of his own free will without any compulsion, when he might have reigned in security at Troezen in the enjoyment of no inglorious empire. Of his own motion effected great actions, whereas the other, to escape present servitude and a punishment that threatened him. According to Plato's phrase, grew valiant purely out of fear, and dreading the extremest inflictions, attempted great enterprises out of mere necessity. Again, his greatest action was only the killing of one king of Alba, while, as mere by adventures and preludes, the other can name Cyrne, Cines, Procrustes, and Corynetes, by reducing and killing of whom he rid Greece of terrible oppressors, before any of them that were relieved knew who did it. Moreover, he might without any trouble as well have gone to Athens by sea, considering he himself never was in the least injured by those robbers, whereas Romulus could not but be in trouble whilst Amulius lived. Add to this the fact that Theseus, for no wrong done to himself, but for the sake of others, fell upon these villains. But Romulus and Remus, as long as they themselves suffered no ill by the tyrant, permitted him to oppress all others. And if it be a great thing to have been wounded in battle by the Sabines, to have killed King Acron, and to have conquered many enemies, we may oppose to these actions the battle with the centaurs and the feats done against the Amazons. But what Theseus adventured, in offering himself voluntarily with young boys and virgins, as part of the tribute unto Crete, either to be a prey to a monster or a victim upon the tomb of Androgeus, or, according to the mildest form of the story, to live vilely and dishonorably in slavery to insulting and cruel men. It is not to be expressed what an act of courage, magnanimity, or justice to the public, or of love for honor and bravery, that was. So that methinks the philosophers did not ill define love to be the provision of the gods for the care and preservation of the young, for the love of Ariadne, above all, seems to have been the proper work and design of some god in order to preserve Theseus. And, indeed, we ought not to blame her for loving him, but rather wonder all men and women were not alike affected towards him, and if she alone were so. Truly I dare pronounce her worthy of the love of a god, who was herself so great a lover of virtue and goodness, and the bravest man. Both Theseus and Romulus were by nature meant for governors, yet neither lived up to the true character of a king, but fell off, and ran, the one into popularity, the other into tyranny, falling both into the same fault out of different passions. For a ruler's first end is to maintain his office, which is done no less by avoiding what is unfit than by observing what is suitable. Whoever is either too remiss or too strict is no more a king or a governor, but either a demagogue or a despot, and so becomes either odious or contemptible to his subjects. Though certainly the one seems to be the fault of easiness and good nature, the other of pride and severity. If men's calamities, again, are not to be wholly imputed to fortune, but refer themselves to differences of character, who will acquit either Theseus of rash and unreasonable anger against his son, or Romulus against his brother? Looking at motives, we more easily excuse the anger which a stronger cause, like a severe blow, provoked. Romulus, having disagreed with his brother advisedly and deliberately on public matters, one would think could not on a sudden have been put into so great a passion. But love and jealousy, and the complaints of his wife, which few men can avoid being moved by, seduced Theseus to commit that outrage upon his son. And what is more, Romulus, in his anger, committed an action of unfortunate consequence, but that of Theseus ended only in words, some evil speaking, and an old man's curse. The rest of the youth's disasters seem to have proceeded from fortune, so that, so far, a man would give his vote on Theseus's part. But Romulus has, first of all, one great plea, that his performances proceeded from very small beginnings. For both the brothers being thought servants, and the sons of swineherds, before becoming freemen themselves, gave liberty to almost all the Latins, obtaining at once all the most honorable titles, as destroyers of their country's enemies, preservers of their friends and kindred, princes of the people, founders of cities, not removers, like Theseus, who raised and compiled only one house out of many, demolishing many cities bearing the names of ancient kings and heroes. Romulus, indeed, did the same afterwards, forcing his enemies to deface and ruin their own dwellings and to sojourn with their conquerors. But at first, not by removal or increase of an existing city, but by foundation of a new one, he obtained himself lands, a country, a kingdom, wives, children, and relations. And in so doing, he killed or destroyed nobody, but benefited those that wanted houses and homes and were willing to be of a society and become citizens. Robbers and malefactors he slew not, but he subdued nations, he overthrew cities, he triumphed over kings and commanders. As to Remus, it is doubtful by whose hand he fell. It is generally imputed to others. His mother he clearly retrieved from death, and placed his grandfather, who was brought under base and dishonorable vassalage, on the ancient throne of Aeneas, to whom he did voluntarily many good offices, but never did him harm even inadvertently. But Theseus, in his forgetfulness and neglect of the command concerning the flag, can scarcely, methinks, by any excuses or before the most indulgent judges avoid the imputation of parricide. And indeed, one of the Attic writers, perceiving it to be very hard to make an excuse for this, feigns that Aegeus, at the approach of the ship, running hastily to the Acropolis to see what news, slipped and fell down, as if he had no servants, or none would attend him on his way to the shore. And indeed, the faults committed in the rapes of women admit of no plausible excuse in Theseus. First, because of the often repetition of the crime, for he stole Ariadne, Antiope, Anaxo the Trozenian at last Helen, when he was an old man, and she not marriageable, she a child, and he at an age past even lawful wedlock. Then, on account of the cause, for the Trozenian, Lacedaemonian, and Amazonian virgins, beside that they were not betrothed to him, were not worthier to raise children by than the Athenian women, derived from Erechtheus and Cecrops. But it is to be suspected these things were done out of wantonness and lust. Romulus, when he had taken near 800 women, chose not all, but only Hersilia, as they say, for himself. The rest he divided among the chief of the city. And afterwards, by the respect and tenderness and justice shown towards them, he made it clear that this violence and injury was a commendable and politic exploit to establish a society, by which he intermixed and united both nations, and made it the fountain of after friendship and public stability. And to the reverence and love and constancy he established in matrimony, time can witness. For in 230 years, neither any husband deserted his wife, nor any wife her husband. But, as the curious among the Greeks can name the first case of parricide or matricide, so the Romans all well know that Spurius Carvilius was the first who put away his wife, accusing her of barrenness. The immediate results were similar, for upon those marriages the two princes shared in the dominion, and both nations fell under the same government. But from the marriages of Theseus proceeded nothing of friendship or correspondence for the advantage of commerce, but enmities and wars and the slaughter of citizens, and at last the loss of the city Aphidne, when only out of the compassion of the enemy, whom they entreated and caressed like gods, they escaped suffering what Troy did by Paris. Theseus's mother, however, was not only in danger, but suffered actually what Hecuba did, deserted and neglected by her son, unless her captivity be not a fiction, as I could wish both that and other things were. The circumstances of the divine intervention, said to have preceded or accompanied their births, are also in contrast, for Romulus was preserved by the special favor of the gods, but the oracle given to Aegeus, commanding him to abstain, seems to demonstrate that the birth of Theseus was not agreeable to the will of the gods. Lycurgus. There is so much uncertainty in the accounts which historians have left us of Lycurgus, the lawgiver of Sparta, that scarcely anything is asserted by one of them which is not called into question or contradicted by the rest. Their sentiments are quite different as to the family he came of, the voyages he undertook, the place and manner of his death, but most of all when they speak of the laws he made and the commonwealth which he founded. They cannot, by any means, be brought to an agreement as to the very age in which he lived. For some of them say that he flourished in the time of Iphidus, and that they two jointly contrived the ordinance for the cessation of arms during the solemnity of the Olympic Games. Of this opinion was Aristotle, and for confirmation of it, he alleges an inscription upon one of the copper quoits used in those sports, upon which the name of Lycurgus continued uneffaced to his time. But Eratosthenes and Apollodorus and other chronologers, computing the time by the successions of the Spartan kings, pretend to demonstrate that he was much more ancient than the institution of the Olympic Games. Timaeus conjectures that there were two of this name, and in diverse times, but that the one of them being much more famous than the other, men gave to him the glory of the exploits of both. The elder of the two, according to him, was not long after Homer, and some are so particular as to say that he had seen him. but that he was of great antiquity may be gathered from a passage in Xenophon, where he makes him contemporary with the Heraclidi. By descent, indeed, the very last kings of Sparta were Heraclidi too, but he seems in that place to speak of the first and more immediate successors of Hercules. But notwithstanding this confusion and obscurity, we shall endeavor to compose the history of his life, adhering to those statements which are least contradicted, and depending upon those authors who are most worthy of credit. The poet Simonides will have it that Lycurgus was the son of Prytanes, and not of Eunomus. But in this opinion he is singular, for all the rest deduce the genealogy of them both as follows. Aristodmus Patrocles sues Europon Eunomus Polydex, by his first wife Lycurgus, by Dionysa his second. Diachides says he was the 6th from Patrocles, and the 11th from Hercules. Be this as it will, Zeus certainly was the most renowned of all his ancestors, under whose conduct the Spartans made slaves of the Helots, and added to their dominions, by conquest, a good part of Arcadia. There goes a story of this king Zeus, that, being besieged by the Clitorians in a dry and stony place, so that he could come at no water, he was at last constrained to agree with them upon these terms, that he would restore to them all his conquests, provided that himself and all his men should drink of the nearest spring. After the usual oaths and ratifications, he called his soldiers together, and offered to him that would forbear drinking his kingdom for a reward. And when not a man of them was able to forbear, in short, when they had all drunk their fill, at last comes King Zeus himself to the spring, and having sprinkled his face only, without swallowing one drop, marches off in the face of his enemies, refusing to yield up his conquests, because himself and all his men had not, according to the articles, drunk of their water. Although he was justly had in admiration on this account, yet his family was not surnamed from him, but from his son Europon, of whom they were called Eurypontids. The reason of which was that Europon relaxed the rigor of the monarchy, seeking favor and popularity with the many. They, after this first step, grew bolder, and the succeeding kings partly incurred hatred with their people by trying to use force, or, for popularity's sake and through weakness, gave way. And anarchy and confusion long prevailed in Sparta, causing, moreover, the death of the father of Lycurgus. For as he was endeavoring to quell a riot, he was stabbed with a butcher's knife, and left the title of king to his eldest son Polydex. He, too, dying soon after, the right of succession, as everyone thought, rested in Lycurgus, and reign he did, until it was found that the queen, his sister-in-law, was with child. Upon which he immediately declared that the kingdom belonged to her issue, provided it were male, and that he himself exercised the regal jurisdiction only as his guardian, the Spartan name for which office is Prodicus. Soon after, an overture was made to him by the queen that she would herself in some way destroy the infant, upon condition that he would marry her when he came to the crown. Abhorring the woman's wickedness, he nevertheless did not reject her proposal, but, making show of closing with her, dispatched the messenger with thanks and expressions of joy, but dissuaded her earnestly from procuring herself to miscarry, which would impair her health if not endanger her life. He himself, he said, would see to it that the child, as soon as born, should be taken out of the way. By such artifices having drawn on the woman to the time of her lying in, as soon as he heard that she was in labor, he sent persons to be by and observe all that passed, with orders that if it were a girl they should deliver it to the women, but if a boy, should bring it to him wheresoever he were, and whatsoever doing. It so fell out that when he was at supper with the principal magistrates, the queen was brought to bed of a boy, who was soon after presented to him as he was at the table. He, taking him into his arms, said to those about him, "Men of Sparta, here is a king born unto us." This said, he laid him down in the king's place, and named him Charalaus, that is, the joy of the people, because that all were transported with joy and with wonder at his noble and just spirit. His reign had lasted only 8 months, but he was honored on other accounts by the citizens, and there were more who obeyed him because of his eminent virtues, than because he was regent to the king and had the royal power in his hands. Some, however, envied and sought to impede his growing influence while he was still young, chiefly the kindred and friends of the queen mother, who pretended to have been dealt with injuriously. Her brother Leonidas, in a warm debate which fell out betwixt him and Lycurgus, went so far as to tell him to his face that he was well assured that ere long he should see him king, suggesting suspicions and preparing the way for an accusation of him, as though he had made away with his nephew, if the child should chance to fail though by a natural death. Words of the like import were designedly cast abroad by the Queen Mother and her adherents. Troubled at this, and not knowing what it might come to, he thought it his wisest course to avoid their envy by a voluntary exile, and to travel from place to place until his nephew came to marriageable years, and, by having a son, had secured the succession. Setting sail, therefore, with this resolution, he first arrived at Crete, where, having considered their several forms of government, and got an acquaintance with the principal men amongst them, some of their laws he very much approved of, and resolved to make use of them in his own country. A good part he rejected as useless. Amongst the persons there, the most renowned for their learning all their wisdom in state matters was one Thales, whom Lycurgus, by importunities and assurances of friendship, persuaded to go over to Lacedaemon, where, though by his outward appearance and his own profession he seemed to be no other than a lyric poet, in reality he performed the part of one of the ablest logivers in the world. The very songs which he composed were exhortations to obedience and concord, and the very measure and cadence of the verse, conveying impressions of order and tranquility, had so great an influence on the minds of the listeners that they were insensibly softened and civilized, insomuch that they renounced their private feuds and animosities, and were reunited in a common admiration of virtue. So that it may truly be said that Thales prepared the way for the discipline introduced by Lycurgus. From Crete he sailed to Asia, with design, as is said, to examine the difference betwixt the manners and rules of life of the Cretans, which were very sober and temperate, and those of the Ionians, a people of sumptuous and delicate habits, and so to form a judgment, just as physicians do by comparing healthy and diseased bodies. Here he had the first sight of Homer's works, in the hands, we may suppose, of the posterity of Creophilus, and, having observed that the few loose expressions and actions of ill example which are to be found in his poems were much outweighed by serious lessons of state and rules of morality, he set himself eagerly to transcribe and digest them into order, as thinking they would be of good use in his own country. They had, indeed, already obtained some slight repute amongst the Greeks, and scattered portions, as chance conveyed them, were in the hands of individuals. But Lycurgus first made them really known. The Egyptians say that he took a voyage into Egypt, and that, being much taken with their way of separating the soldiery from the rest of the nation, he transferred it from them to Sparta, a removal from contact with those employed in low and mechanical occupations, giving high refinement and beauty to the state. Some Greek writers also record this. But as for his voyages into Spain, Africa, and the Indies, and his conferences there with the gymnosophists, the whole relation, as far as I can find, rests on the single credit of the Spartan aristocrats, the son of Hipparchus. Lycurgus was much missed at Sparta and often sent for kings indeed we have, they said, who wear the marks and assume the titles of royalty, but as for the qualities of their minds, they have nothing by which they are to be distinguished from their subjects. Adding that in him alone was the true foundation of sovereignty to be seen, a nature made to rule, and a genius to gain obedience. Nor were the kings themselves averse to see him back, for they looked upon his presence as a bulwark against the insolencies of the people. Things being in this posture at his return, he applied himself, without loss of time, to a thorough reformation and resolved to change the whole face of the commonwealth. For what could a few particular laws and a partial alteration avail? He must act as wise physicians do, in the case of one who labors under a complication of diseases, by force of medicines reduce and exhaust him, change his whole temperament, and then set him upon a totally new regimen of diet. Having thus projected things, away he goes to Delphi to consult Apollo there, which having done and offered his sacrifice, he returned with that renowned oracle, in which he is called beloved of God, and rather God than man, that his prayers were heard, that his laws should be the best, and the commonwealth which observed them the most famous in the world. Encouraged by these things, he set himself to bring over to his side the leading men of Sparta, exhorting them to give him a helping hand in his great undertaking. He broke it first to his particular friends, and then by degrees gained others, and animated them all to put his design in execution. When things were ripe for action, He gave order to 30 of the principal men of Sparta to be ready armed at the marketplace by break of day, to the end that he might strike a terror into the opposite party. Hermippus hath set down the names of 20 of the most eminent of them, but the name of him whom Lycurgus most confided in, and who was of most use to him, both in making his laws and putting them in execution, was Arithmiades. Things growing to a tumult, King Charolaus, apprehending that it was a conspiracy against his person, took sanctuary in the temple of Minerva of the Brazen House. But being soon after undeceived, and having taken an oath of them that they had no designs against him, he quitted his refuge, and himself also entered into the confederacy with them. Of so gentle and flexible a disposition he was, to which Archelaus, his brother king, alluded, when, hearing him extolled for his goodness, he said, "Who can say he is anything but good? He is so even to the bad." Amongst the many changes and alterations which Lycurgus made, the first and of greatest importance was the establishment of the Senate, which, having a power equal to the king's, in matters of great consequence, and, as Plato expresses it, allaying and qualifying the fiery genius of the royal office, gave steadiness and safety to the commonwealth. For the state, which before had no firm basis to stand upon, but leaned one while towards an absolute monarchy, when the kings had the upper hand, and another while towards a pure democracy, when the people had the better, found in this establishment of the Senate a central weight, like ballast in a ship, which always kept things in a just equilibrium. The 28 always adhering to the kings so far as to resist democracy, and, on the other hand, supporting the people against the establishment of absolute monarchy. As for the determinate number of 28, Aristotle states that it so fell out because 2 of the original associates, for want of courage, fell off from the enterprise. But Sphärus assures us that there were but 28 of the confederates at first. Perhaps there is some mystery in the number, which consists of 7 multiplied by 4, and is the first of perfect numbers after 6, being, as that is, equal to all its parts. For my part, I believe Lycurgus fixed upon the number of 28, that, the 2 kings being reckoned amongst them, they might be 30 in all. So eagerly set was he upon this establishment, that he took the trouble to obtain an oracle about it from Delphi, the Rhetra, which runs thus. After that you have built a temple to Jupiter Hellenius, and to Minerva Hellenia, and after that you have filed the people files, and obed them into obes, you shall establish a council of 30 elders, the leaders included, and shall, from time to time, apelazing the people betwixt Baebica and Cynatian, there propound and put to the vote. The commons have the final voice and decision. By files and obes are meant the divisions of the people, by the leaders, the 2 kings. Apelazine, referring to the Pythian Apollo, signifies to assemble. Baebica and Cynatian they now call onus. Aristotle says Cynatian is a river, and Baebica a bridge. Betwixt this Baebica and Cynatian, their assemblies were held, for they had no council house or building to meet in. Lycurgus was of opinion that ornaments were so far from advantaging them in their councils, that they were rather an hindrance, by diverting their attention from the business before them to statues and pictures, and roofs curiously fretted, the usual embellishments of such places amongst the other Greeks. The people then being thus assembled in the open air, it was not allowed to any one of their order to give his advice, but only either to ratify or reject what should be propounded to them by the king or senate. But because it fell out afterwards that the people, by adding or omitting words, distorted and perverted the sense of propositions, Kings Polydorus and Theopompus inserted into the Rhetra, or Grand Covenant, the following clause: that if the people decide crookedly, it should be lawful for the elders and leaders to dissolve. That is to say, refuse ratification and dismiss the people as depravers and perverters of their counsel. It passed among the people, by their management, as being equally authentic with the rest of the Rhetra, as appears by these verses of Titius. These oracles they from Apollo heard, and brought from Pytho home the perfect word: the heaven-appointed kings, who love the land, shall foremost in the nation's council stand, the elders next to them. The commons last, let a straight Rhetra among all be passed. Although Lycurgus had, in this manner, used all the qualifications possible in the constitution of his commonwealth, yet those who succeeded him found the oligarchical element still too strong and dominant, and, to check its high temper and its violence, put, as Plato says, a bit in its mouth, which was the power of the ephori, established 130 years after the death of Lycurgus. Elatus and his colleagues were the first who had this dignity conferred upon them in the reign of King Theopompus, who, when his queen upbraided him one day that he would leave the regal power to his children less than he had received it from his ancestors, said, in answer, "No, greater, for it will last longer." For indeed, their prerogative being thus reduced within reasonable bounds, the Spartan kings were at once freed from all further jealousies and consequent danger, and never experienced the calamities of their neighbors at Messene and Argos, who, by maintaining their prerogative too strictly, for want of yielding a little to the populace, lost it all. Indeed, whosoever shall look at the sedition and misgovernment which befell these bordering nations, to whom they were as near related in blood as situation, will find in them the best reason to admire the wisdom and foresight of Lycurgus. For these three states in their first rise were equal, or, if there were any odds, they lay on the side of the Messenians and Argives, who, in the first allotment, were thought to have been luckier than the Spartans. Yet was their happiness but of small continuance, partly the tyrannical temper of their kings, and partly the ungovernableness of the people quickly bringing upon them such disorders, and so complete an overthrow of all existing institutions, as clearly to show how truly divine a blessing the Spartans had had in that wise lawgiver who gave their government its happy balance and temper. But of this I shall say more in its due place. After the creation of the 30 senators, his next task, and indeed, the most hazardous he ever undertook, was the making a new division of their lands. For there was an extreme inequality amongst them, and their state was overloaded with a multitude of indigent and necessitous persons, while its whole wealth had centered upon a very few. To the end, therefore, that he might expel from the state arrogance and envy, luxury and crime, and those yet more inveterate diseases of want and superfluity, he obtained of them to renounce their properties, and to consent to a new division of the land, and that they should live all together on an equal footing, merit to be their only road to eminence, and the disgrace of evil and credit of worthy acts their one measure of difference between man and man. Upon their consent to these proposals, proceeding at once to put them into execution, he divided the country of Laconia in general into 30,000 equal shares, and the part attached to the city of Sparta into 9,000. These he distributed among the Spartans, as he did the others to the country citizens. Some authors say that he made but 6,000 lots for the citizens of Sparta, and that King Polydorus added 3,000 more. Others say that Polydorus doubled the number Lycurgus had made, which, according to them, was but 4,500. A lot was so much as to yield, 1 year with another, about 70 bushels of grain for the master of the family, and 12 for his wife, with a suitable proportion of oil and wine. And this he thought sufficient to keep their bodies in good health and strength, superfluities they were better without. It is reported that, as he returned from a journey shortly after the division of the lands, in harvest time, the ground being newly reaped, seeing the stacks all standing equal and alike, he smiled, and said to those about him, "Methinks all Laconia looks like one family estate just divided among a number of brothers." Not contented with this, he resolved to make a division of their movables too, that there might be no odious distinction or inequality left amongst them. But finding that it would be very dangerous to go about it openly, he took another course, and defeated their avarice by the following stratagem. He commanded that all gold and silver coins should be called in, and that only a sort of money made of iron should be current, a great weight and quantity of which was but very little worth. So that to lay up 20 or 30 pounds there was required a pretty large closet, and to remove it nothing less than a yoke of oxen. With the diffusion of this money, at once a number of vices were banished from Lacedaemon, for who would rob another of such a coin? Who would unjustly detain or take by force, or accept as a bribe, a thing which it was not easy to hide, nor a credit to have, nor indeed of any use to cut in pieces? For when it was just red hot, they quenched it in vinegar, and by that means spoilt it, and made it almost incapable of being worked. In the next place, he declared an outlawry of all needless and superfluous arts. But here he might almost have spared his proclamation, for they of themselves would have gone after the gold and silver, the money which remained being not so proper payment for curious work. For being of iron, it was scarcely portable, neither, if they should take the pains to export it, would it pass amongst the other Greeks, who ridiculed it. So there was now no more means of purchasing foreign goods and small wares. Merchants sent no shiploads into Laconian ports, no rhetoric master, no itinerant fortune-teller, no harlot-monger or gold or silversmith, engraver or jeweler, set foot in a country which had no money. So that luxury, deprived little by little of that which fed and fomented it, wasted to nothing, and died away of itself. For the rich had no advantage here over the poor, as their wealth and abundance had no road to come abroad by, but were shut up at home doing nothing. And in this way they became excellent artists in common, necessary things. Bedsteads, chairs, and tables, and such like staple utensils in a family, were admirably well made there. Their cup, particularly, was very much in fashion, and eagerly bought up by soldiers, as Critias reports. For its color was such as to prevent water, drunk upon necessity and disagreeable to look at, from being noticed. And the shape of it was such that the mud stuck to the sides, so that only the purer part came to the drinker's mouth. For this, also, they had to thank their lawgiver, who, by relieving the artisans of the trouble of making useless things, set them to show their skill in giving beauty to those of daily and indispensable use. The third and most masterly stroke of this great lawgiver, by which he struck a yet more effectual blow against luxury and the desire of riches, was the ordinance he made, that they should all eat in common of the same bread and same meat, and of kinds that were specified, and should not spend their lives at home, laid on costly couches at splendid tables, delivering themselves up into the hands of their tradesmen and cooks, to fatten them in corners like greedy brutes, and to ruin not their minds only but their very bodies, which, enfeebled by indulgence and excess, would stand in need of long sleep, warm bathing, freedom from work, and, in a word, of as much care and attendance as if they were continually sick. It was certainly an extraordinary thing to have brought about such a result as this, but a greater yet to have taken away from wealth, as Theophrastus observes, not merely the property of being coveted, but its very nature of being wealth. For the rich, being obliged to go to the same table with the poor, could not make use of or enjoy their abundance, nor so much as please their vanity by looking at or displaying it. So that the common proverb, that Plutus, the god of riches, is blind, was nowhere in all the world literally verified but in Sparta. There, indeed, he was not only blind, but like a picture, without either life or motion. Nor were they allowed to take food at home first, and then attend the public tables. For every one had an eye upon those who did not eat and drink like the rest, and reproached them with being dainty and effeminate. This last ordinance in particular exasperated the wealthier men. They collected in a body against Lycurgus, and from ill words came to throwing stones, so that at length he was forced to run out of the marketplace and make to sanctuary to save his life. By good hap he outran all excepting one Alcander, a young man otherwise not ill accomplished, but hasty and violent, who came up so close to him, that when he turned to see who was near him, he struck him upon the face with his stick, and put out one of his eyes. Lycurgus, so far from being daunted and discouraged by this accident, stopped short, and showed his disfigured face and eye beat out to his countrymen. They, dismayed and ashamed at the sight, delivered Alcander into his hands to be punished, and escorted him home, with expressions of great concern for his ill usage. Lycurgus, having thanked them for their care of his person, dismissed them all, excepting only Alcander, and, taking him with him into his house, neither did nor said anything severely to him, but, dismissing those whose place it was bade Alcander to wait upon him at table. The young man, who was of an ingenuous temper, without murmuring did as he was commanded. And being thus admitted to live with Lycurgus, he had an opportunity to observe in him, besides his gentleness and calmness of temper, an extraordinary sobriety and an indefatigable industry, and so, from an enemy, became one of his most zealous admirers, and told his friends and relations that Lycurgus was not that morose and ill-natured man they had formerly taken him for, but the one mild and gentle character of the world. And thus did Lycurgus, for chastisement of his fault, make of a wild and passionate young man one of the discreetest citizens of Sparta. In memory of this accident, Lycurgus built a temple to Minerva, surnamed Optaltes, Optalis being the Doric of these parts for ophthalmos, the eye. Some authors, however, of whom Dioscorides is one, who wrote a treatise on the commonwealth of Sparta, say that he was wounded indeed, but did not lose his eye with the blow, and that he built the temple in gratitude for the cure. Be this as it will, certain it is that, after this misadventure, the Lacedaemonians made it a rule never to carry so much as a staff into their public assemblies. But to return to their public repasts, these had several names in Greek. The Cretans called them Andria, because the men only came to them. The Lacedaemonians called them Phyticia, that is, by changing L into D, the same as Philiscia, love feasts, because that, by eating and drinking together, they had opportunity of making friends. Or perhaps from Phydo, parsimony, because they were so many schools of sobriety. Or perhaps the first letter is an addition, and the word at first was adidia, from edode, eating. They met by companies of 15, more or less, and each of them stood bound to bring in monthly a bushel of meal, 8 gallons of wine, 5 pounds of cheese, 2 pounds and a half of figs, and some very small sum of money to buy flesh or fish with. Besides this, when any of them made sacrifice to the gods, they always sent a dole to the common hall. And likewise, when any of them had been hunting, he sent thither a part of the venison he had killed. For these 2 occasions were the only excuses allowed for supping at home. The custom of eating together was observed strictly for a great while afterwards, insomuch that King Augus himself, after having vanquished the Athenians, sending for his commons at his return home, because he desired to eat privately with his queen, was refused them by the polemarchs, which refusal when he resented so much as to omit next day the sacrifice due for a war happily ended, they made him pay a fine. They used to send their children to these tables as to schools of temperance. Here they were instructed in state affairs by listening to experienced statesmen. Here they learnt to converse with pleasantry, to make jests without scurrility, and take them without ill humor. In this point of good breeding, the Lacedaemonians excelled particularly, but if any man were uneasy under it, upon the least hint given there was no more to be said to him. It was customary also for the eldest man in the company to say to each of them, as they came in, "Through this," pointing to the door, "no words go out." When anyone had a desire to be admitted into any of these little societies, he was to go through the following probation. Each man in the company took a little ball of soft bread, which they were to throw into a deep basin, which a waiter carried round upon his head. Those that liked the person to be chosen dropped their ball into the basin without altering its figure, and those who disliked him pressed it between their fingers and made it flat, and this signified as much as a negative voice. And if there were but one of these pieces in the basin, the suitor was rejected, so desirous were they that all the members of the company should be agreeable to each other. The basin was called catechis, and the rejected candidate had a name thence derived. Their most famous dish was the black broth, which was so much valued that the elderly men fed only upon that, leaving what flesh there was to the younger. They say that a certain king of Pontus, having heard much of this black broth of theirs, sent for a Lacedaemonian cook on purpose to make him some, but had no sooner tasted it than he found it extremely bad, which the cook observing, told him, "Sir, to make this broth relish, you should have bathed yourself first in the river Eurotas." After drinking moderately, every man went to his home without lights, for the use of them was, on all occasions, forbid, to the end that they might accustom themselves to march boldly in the dark. Such was the common fashion of their meals. Lycurgus would never reduce his laws into writing. Nay, there is a retra expressly to forbid it. For he thought that the most material points, and such as most directly tended to the public welfare, being imprinted on the hearts of their youth by a good discipline, would be sure to remain, and would find a stronger security than any compulsion would be in the principles of action formed in them by their best lawgiver, education. And as for things of lesser importance, as pecuniary contracts, and such like, the forms of which have to be changed as occasion requires, he thought it the best way to prescribe no positive rule or inviolable usage in such cases, willing that their manner and form should be altered according to the circumstances of time, and determinations of men of sound judgment. Every end and object of law and enactment it was his design education should effect. One, then, of the retras was, that their laws should not be written. Another is particularly leveled against luxury and expensiveness, for by it was ordained that the ceilings of their houses should only be wrought by the axe, and their gates and doors smoothed only by the saw. Epaminondas's famous dictum about his own table, that treason and a dinner like this do not keep company together, may be said to have been anticipated by Lycurgus. Luxury and a house of this kind could not well be companions. For a man must have a less than ordinary share of sense that would furnish such plain and common rooms with silver-footed couches and purple coverlets and gold and silver plate. Doubtless, he had good reason to think that they would proportion their beds to their houses, and their coverlets to their beds, and the rest of their goods and furniture to these. It is reported that King Leotychides, the first of that name, was so little used to the sight of any other kind of work, that, being entertained at Corinth in a stately room, he was much surprised to see the timber and ceiling so finely carved and paneled, and asked his host whether the trees grew so in his country. A third ordinance or retra was that they should not make war often, or long, with the same enemy, lest that they should train and instruct them in war, by habituating them to defend themselves. And this is what Agesilaus was much blamed for, a long time after, it being thought that by his continual incursions into Boeotia, he made the Thebans a match for the Lacedaemonians. And therefore Antalcidas, seeing him wounded one day, said to him that he was very well paid for taking such pains to make the Thebans good soldiers, whether they would or no. These laws were called the retras, to intimate that they were divine sanctions and revelations. In order to the good education of their youth, which, as I said before, he thought the most important and noblest work of a lawgiver, he went so far back as to take into consideration their very conception and birth, by regulating their marriages. For Aristotle is wrong in saying that, after he had tried all ways to reduce the women to more modesty and sobriety, he was at last forced to leave them as they were, because that, in the absence of their husbands, who spent the best part of their lives in the wars, their wives, whom they were obliged to leave absolute mistresses at home, took great liberties and assumed the superiority, and were treated with overmuch respect and called by the title of lady or queen. The truth is, he took in their case, also, all the care that was possible. He ordered the maidens to exercise themselves with wrestling, running, throwing the quoit, and casting the dart, to the end that the fruit they conceived might, in strong and healthy bodies, take firmer root and find better growth. And withal that they, with this greater vigor, might be the more able to undergo the pains of childbearing. And to the end he might take away their over-great tenderness and fear of exposure to the air, and all acquired womanishness. He ordered that the young women should go naked in the processions, as well as the young men, and dance, too, in that condition, at certain solemn feasts, singing certain songs, whilst the young men stood around, seeing and hearing them. On these occasions, they now and then made, by jests, a befitting reflection upon those who had misbehaved themselves in the wars, and again sang encomiums upon those who had done any gallant action, and by these means inspired the younger sort with an emulation of their glory. Those that were thus commended went away proud, elated, and gratified with their honor among the maidens, and those who were rallied were as sensibly touched with it as if they had been formally reprimanded, and so much the more, because the kings and the elders, as well as the rest of the city, saw and heard all that passed. Nor was there anything shameful in this nakedness of the young women. Modesty attended them, and all wantonness was excluded. It taught them simplicity and a care for good health, and gave them some taste of higher feelings, admitted as they thus were to the field of noble action and glory. Hence it was natural for them to think and speak as Gorgo, for example, the wife of Leonidas, is said to have done, when some foreign lady, as it would seem, told her that the women of Lacedaemon were the only women of the world who could rule men. With good reason, she said, for we are the only women who bring forth men. These public processions of the maidens, and their appearing naked in their exercises and dancings, were incitements to marriage, operating upon the young with the rigor and certainty, as Plato says, of love, if not of mathematics. But besides all this, to promote it yet more effectually, those who continued bachelors were in a degree disfranchised by law, for they were excluded from the sight of those public processions in which the young men and maidens danced naked, and, in winter-time, the officers compelled them to march naked themselves round the marketplace, singing, as they went a certain song to their own disgrace, that they justly suffered this punishment for disobeying the laws. Moreover, they were denied that respect and observance which the younger men paid their elders, and no man, for example, found fault with what was said to Dercyllidas, though so eminent a commander. A upon whose approach one day, a young man, instead of rising, retained his seat, remarking, "No child of yours will make room for me." In their marriages, the husband carried off his bride by a sort of force. Nor were their brides ever small and of tender years, but in their full bloom and ripeness. After this, she who superintended the wedding comes and clips the hair of the bride close round her head, dresses her up in man's clothes, and leaves her upon a mattress in the dark. Afterwards comes the bridegroom, in his everyday clothes, sober and composed, as having supped at the common table, and, entering privately into the room where the bride lies, unties her virgin zone, and takes her to himself. And after staying some time together, he returns composedly to his own apartment, to sleep as usual with the other young men. And so he continues to do, spending his days, and indeed his nights with them, visiting his bride in fear and shame, and with circumspection when he thought he should not be observed. She also, on her part, using her wit to help and find favorable opportunities for their meeting, when company was out of the way. In this manner they lived a long time, insomuch that they sometimes had children by their wives before ever they saw their faces by daylight. Their interviews, being thus difficult and rare, served not only for continual exercise of their self-control, but brought them together with their bodies healthy and vigorous, and their affections fresh and lively, unsated and undulled by easy access and long continuance with each other, while their partings were always early enough to leave behind unextinguished in each of them some remainder fire of longing and mutual delight. After guarding marriage with this modesty and reserve, he was equally careful to banish empty and womanish jealousy. For this object, excluding all licentious disorders, he made it, nevertheless, honorable for men to give the use of their wives to those whom they should think fit, that so they might have children by them, ridiculing those in whose opinion such favors are so unfit for participation as to fight and shed blood and go to war about it. Lycurgus allowed a man who was advanced in years and had a young wife to recommend some virtuous and approved young man, that she might have a child by him, who might inherit the good qualities of the father and be a son to himself. On the other side, an honest man who had love for a married woman upon account of her modesty and the well-favoredness of her children might, without formality, beg her company of her husband, that he might raise, as it were, from this plot of good ground, worthy and well-allied children for himself. And, indeed, Lycurgus was of a persuasion that children were not so much the property of their parents as of the whole commonwealth, and therefore would not have his citizens begot by the first comers, but by the best men that could be found. The laws of other nations seemed to him very absurd and inconsistent, where people would be so solicitous for their dogs and horses as to exert interest and pay money to procure fine breeding, and yet kept their wives shut up, to be made mothers only by themselves, who might be foolish, infirm, or diseased, as if it were not apparent that children of a bad breed would prove their bad qualities first upon those who kept and were rearing them, and well-born children, in like manner, their good qualities. These regulations, founded on natural and social grounds, were certainly so far from that scandalous liberty which was afterwards charged upon their women, that they knew not what adultery meant. It is told, for instance, of Geratas, a very ancient Spartan, that, being asked by a stranger what punishment their law had appointed for adulterers, he answered, "There are no adulterers in our country." "But," replied the stranger, "suppose there were." "Then," answered he, "the offender would have to give the plaintiff a bull with a neck so long as that he might drink from the top of Taygetus of the Eurotas river below it." The man, surprised at this, said, "Why, 'tis impossible to find such a bull." Geratas smilingly replied, "'Tis as possible as to find an adulterer in Sparta." So much I had to say of their marriages. Nor was it in the power of the father to dispose of the child as he thought fit. He was obliged to carry it before certain triers at a place called Lesh. These were some of the elders of the tribe to which the child belonged. Their business it was carefully to view the infant, and if they found it stout and well made, they gave order for its rearing, and allotted to it one of the 9,000 shares of land above mentioned for its maintenance. But, if they found it puny and ill-shaped, ordered it to be taken to what was called the apotheke, a sort of chasm under Taygetus, as thinking it neither for the good of the child itself, nor for the public interest, that it should be brought up, if it did not, from the very outset, appear made to be healthy and vigorous. Upon the same account, The women did not bathe the newborn children with water, as is the custom in all other countries, but with wine, to prove the temper and complexion of their bodies. From a notion they had that epileptic and weakly children faint and waste away upon their being thus bathed, while, on the contrary, those of a strong and vigorous habit acquire firmness and get a temper by it, like steel. There was much care and art, too, used by the nurses. They had no swaddling bands. The children grew up free and unconstrained in limb and form, and not dainty and fanciful about their food, not afraid in the dark, or of being left alone, without any peevishness or ill humor or crying. Upon this account, Spartan nurses were often bought up, or hired by people of other countries, and it is recorded that she who suckled Alcibiades was a Spartan, who, however, if fortunate in his nurse, was not so in his preceptor. His guardian, Pericles, as Plato tells us, chose a servant for that office called Zopyrus, no better than any common slave. Lycurgus was of another mind. He would not have masters bought out of the market for his young Spartans, nor such as should sell their pains, nor was it lawful, indeed, for the father himself to breed up the children after his own fancy. But as soon as they were 7 years old, they were to be enrolled in certain companies and classes, where they all lived under the same order and discipline, doing their exercises and taking their play together. Of these, he who showed the most conduct and courage was made captain. They had their eyes always upon him, obeyed his orders, and underwent patiently whatsoever punishment he inflicted, so that the whole course of their education was one continued exercise of a ready and perfect obedience. The old men, too, were spectators of their performances, and often raised quarrels and disputes among them, to have a good opportunity of finding out their different characters, and of seeing which would be valiant, which a coward, when they should come to more dangerous encounters. Reading and writing they gave them, just enough to serve their turn. Their chief care was to make them good subjects, and to teach them to endure pain and conquer in battle. To this end, as they grew in years, their discipline was proportionably increased. Their heads were close-clipped, they were accustomed to go barefoot, and for the most part to play naked. After they were 12 years old, they were no longer allowed to wear any undergarment. They had one coat to serve them a year. Their bodies were hard and dry, with but little acquaintance of baths and unguents. These human indulgences they were allowed only on some few particular days in the year. They lodged together in little bands upon beds made of the rushes which grew by the banks of the river Eurotas, which they were to break off with their hands without a knife. If it were winter, they mingled some thistledown with their rushes, which it was thought had the property of giving warmth. By the time they were come to this age, there was not any of the more hopeful boys who had not a lover to bear him company. The old men, too, had an eye upon them, coming often to the grounds to hear and see them contend either in wit or strength with one another, and this as seriously and with as much concern as if they were their fathers, their tutors, or their magistrates, so that there scarcely was any time or place without someone present to put them in mind of their duty, and punish them if they had neglected it. Besides all this, there was always one of the best and honestest men in the city appointed to undertake the charge and governance of them. He again arranged them into their several bands, and set over each of them for their captain the most temperate and boldest of those they called irons, who were usually 20 years old, 2 years out of the boys. And the eldest of the boys, again, were melirons, as much as to say, who would shortly be men. This young man, therefore, was their captain when they fought, and their master at home, using them for the offices of his house, sending the oldest of them to fetch wood, and the weaker and less able to gather salads and herbs, and these they must either go without or steal, which they did by creeping into the gardens, or conveying themselves cunningly and closely into the eating houses. If they were taken in the fact, they were whipped without mercy, for thieving so ill and awkwardly. They stole, too, all other meat they could lay their hands on, looking out and watching all opportunities, when people were asleep or more careless than usual. If they were caught, they were not only punished with whipping, but hunger, too, being reduced to their ordinary allowance, which was but very slender, and so contrived on purpose that they might set about to help themselves, and be forced to exercise their energy and address. This was the principal design of their hard fare. There was another not inconsiderable, that they might grow taller. For the vital spirits, not being overburdened and oppressed by too great a quantity of nourishment, which necessarily discharges itself into thickness and breadth due, by their natural lightness, rise, and the body, giving and yielding because it is pliant, grows in height. The same thing seems, also, to conduce to beauty of shape. A dry and lean habit is a better subject for nature's configuration, which the gross and overfed are too heavy to submit to properly. Just as we find that women who take physic whilst they are with child bear leaner and smaller, but better shaped and prettier children, the material they come of having been more pliable and easily molded. The reason, however, I leave others to determine. To return from whence we have digressed. So seriously did the Lacedaemonian children go about their stealing, that a youth, having stolen a young fox and hid it under his coat, suffered it to tear out his very bowels with its teeth and claws, and died upon the place, rather than let it be seen. What is practiced to this very day in Lacedaemon is enough to gain credit to this story, for I myself have seen several of the youths endure whipping to death at the foot of the altar of Diana surnamed Orthia. The iron, or undermaster, used to stay a little with them after supper, and one of them he bade to sing a song, to another he put a question which required an advised and deliberate answer. For example, who was the best man in the city? What he thought of such an action of such a man? They used them thus early to pass a right judgment upon persons and things, and to inform themselves of the abilities or defects of their countrymen. If they had not an answer ready to the question who was a good or who an ill-reputed citizen, they were looked upon as of a dull and careless disposition, and to have little or no sense of virtue and honor. Besides this, they were to give a good reason for what they said, and in as few words and as comprehensive as might be. He that failed of this, or answered not to the purpose, had his thumb bit by his master. Sometimes the iron did this in the presence of the old men and magistrates, that they might see whether he punished them justly and in due measure or not. And when he did amiss, they would not reprove him before the boys, but when they were gone, he was called to an account and underwent correction, if he had run far into either of the extremes of indulgence or severity. Their lovers and favorers, too, had a share in the young boy's honor or disgrace. And there goes a story that one of them was fined by the magistrates, because the lad whom he loved cried out effeminately as he was fighting. And though this sort of love was so approved among them, that the most virtuous matrons would make professions of it to young girls, yet rivalry did not exist, and if several men's fancies met in one person, it was rather the beginning of an intimate friendship, whilst they all jointly conspired to render the object of their affection as accomplished as possible. They taught them also to speak with a natural and graceful raillery, and to comprehend much matter of thought in few words. For Lycurgus, who ordered, as we saw, that a great piece of money should be, but of an inconsiderable value, on the contrary would allow no discourse to be current which did not contain in few words a great deal of useful and curious sense. Children in Sparta, by a habit of long silence, came to give just and sententious answers. For, indeed, as loose and incontinent livers are seldom fathers of many children, so loose and incontinent talkers seldom originate many sensible words. King Agis, when some Athenian laughed at their short swords and said that the jugglers on the stage swallowed them with ease, answered him, "We find them long enough to reach our enemies with." And as their swords were short and sharp, so, it seems to me, were their sayings. They reach the point and arrest the attention of the hearers better than any. Lycurgus himself seems to have been short and sententious, if we may trust the anecdotes of him, as appears by his answer to one who by all means would set up democracy in Lacedaemon. "Begin, friend," said he, "and set it up in your family." Another asked him why he allowed of such mean and trivial sacrifices to the gods. He replied, that we may always have something to offer to them. Being asked what sort of martial exercises or combats he approved of, he answered, "All sorts, except that in which you stretch out your hands." Similar answers, addressed to his countrymen by letter, are ascribed to him, as, being consulted how they might best oppose an invasion of their enemies, he returned this answer, by continuing poor and not coveting each man to be greater than his fellow. Being consulted again, whether it were requisite to enclose the city with a wall, he sent them word, "The city is well fortified which hath a wall of men instead of brick." But whether these letters are counterfeit or not is not easy to determine. Of their dislike to talkativeness, the following apothegms are evidence. King Leonidas said to one who held him in discourse upon some useful matter, but not in due time and place, "Much to the purpose, sir, elsewhere." King Charalaus, the nephew of Lycurgus, being asked why his uncle had made so few laws, answered, "Men of few words require but few laws." When one blamed Hecataeus the sophist because that, being invited to the public table, he had not spoken one word all supper time, Archidamidas answered in his vindication, "He who knows how to speak knows also when." The sharp and yet not ungraceful retorts which I mentioned may be instanced as follows. Demaratus, being asked in a troublesome manner by an importunate fellow who was the best man in Lacedaemon, answered at last, "He, sir, that is the least like you." Some, in company where Agis was, much extolled the Eleans for their just and honorable management of the Olympic tames. "Indeed," said Agis, "they are highly to be commended if they can do justice one day in 5 years." Theopompus answered a stranger who talked much of his affection to the Lacedaemonians, and said that his countrymen called him Philolacon, a lover of the Lacedaemonians, that it had been more for his honor if they had called him Philopolites, a lover of his own countrymen. And Plistonax, the son of Pausanias, when an orator of Athens said the Lacedaemonians had no learning, told him, "You say true, sir. We alone of all the Greeks have learned none of your bad qualities." When asked Archidamidas what number there might be of the Spartans, he answered, "Enough, sir, to keep out wicked men." We may see their character, too, in their very jests. For they did not throw them out at random, but the very wit of them was grounded upon something or other worth thinking about. For instance, one, being asked to go hear a man who exactly counterfeited the voice of a nightingale, answered, "Sir, I have heard the nightingale itself." Another, having read the following inscription upon a tomb: "Seeking to quench a cruel tyranny, they at Selinus did in battle die," said it served them right, for instead of trying to quench the tyranny they should have let it burn out. A lad, being offered some game cocks that would die upon the spot, said that he cared not for cocks that would die, but for such that would live and kill others. Another, seeing people easing themselves on seats, said, "God forbid I should sit where I could not get up to salute my elders." In short, their answers were so sententious and pertinent that one said well that intellectual much more truly than athletic exercise was the Spartan characteristic. Nor was their instruction in music and verse less carefully attended to than their habits of grace and good breeding in conversation. And their very songs had a life and spirit in them that inflamed and possessed men's minds with an enthusiasm and ardor for action. The style of them was plain and without affectation, the subject always serious and moral. Most usually, it was in praise of such men as had died in defense of their country, or in derision of those that had been cowards. The former they declared happy and glorified. The life of the latter they described as most miserable and abject. There were also vaunts of what they would do, and boasts of what they had done, varying with the various ages. As, for example, they had 3 choirs in their solemn festivals, the first of the old men, the second of the young men, and the last of the children. The old men began thus: "We once were young, and brave and strong." The young men answered them, singing, "And we're so now, come on and try." The children came last and said, "But we'll be strongest by and by." Indeed, if we will take the pains to consider their compositions, some of which were still extant in our days, and the airs on the flute to which they marched when going to battle, we shall find that Terpander and Pindar had reason to say that music and valor were allied. The first says of Lacedaemon, "The spear and song in her do meet, and justice walks about her street." And Pindar, "Counsels of wise elders here, and the young men's conquering spear, and dance, and song, and joy appear." Both describing the Spartans as no less musical than warlike, in the words of one of their own poets, "With the iron stern and sharp comes the playing on the harp." For, indeed, before they engaged in battle, the king first did sacrifice to the Muses, in all likelihood to put them in mind of the manner of their education, and of the judgment that would be passed upon their actions, and thereby to animate them to the performance of exploits that should deserve a record. At such times, too, the Lacedaemonians abated a little the severity of their manners in favor of their young men, suffering them to curl and adorn their hair, and to have costly arms and fine clothes, and were well pleased to see them, like proud horses, neighing and pressing to the course. And therefore, as soon as they came to be well grown, they took a great deal of care of their hair, to have it parted and trimmed, especially against a day of battle, pursuant to a saying recorded of their lawgiver, that a large head of hair added beauty to a good face, and terror to an ugly one. When they were in the field, their exercises were generally more moderate, their fare not so hard, nor so strict a hand held over them by their officers, so that they were the only people in the world to whom war gave repose. When their army was drawn up in battle array, and the enemy near, the king sacrificed a goat, commanded the soldiers to set their garlands upon their heads, and the pipers to play the tune of the hymn to Castor, and himself began the paean of advance. It was at once a magnificent and a terrible sight to see them march on to the tune of their flutes, without any disorder in their ranks, any discomposure in their minds, or change in their countenance, calmly and cheerfully moving with the music to the deadly fight. Men, in this temper, were not likely to be possessed with fear or any transport of fury, but with the deliberate valor of hope and assurance, as if some divinity were attending and conducting them. The king had always about his person someone who had been crowned in the Olympic Games, and upon this account a Lacedaemonian is said to have refused a considerable present, which was offered to him upon condition that he would not come into the lists. And when he had with much to do thrown his antagonist, some of the spectators saying to him, "And now, Sir Lacedaemonian, what are you the better for your victory?" He answered, smiling, "I shall fight next the king." After they had routed an enemy, they pursued him till they were well assured of the victory, and then they sounded a retreat, thinking it base and unworthy of a Grecian people to cut men in pieces, who had given up and abandoned all resistance. This manner of dealing with their enemies did not only show magnanimity, but was politic too, for, knowing that they killed only those who made resistance and gave quarter to the rest, men generally thought it their best way to consult their safety by flight. Hippias the sophist says that Lycurgus himself was a great soldier and an experienced commander. Philostephanus attributes to him the first division of the cavalry into troops of 50s in a square body, but Demetrius the Phalerean says quite the contrary, and that he made all his laws in a continued peace. And indeed, the Olympic holy truce, or cessation of arms, that was procured by his means and management, inclines me to think him a kind-natured man, and one that loved quietness and peace. Notwithstanding all this, Hermippus tells us that he had no hand in the ordinance, that Iphitus made it, and Lycurgus came only as a spectator, and that by mere accident too. Being there, he heard as it were a man's voice behind him, blaming and wondering at him that he did not encourage his countrymen to resort to the assembly, and turning about and seeing no man, concluded that it was a voice from heaven, and upon this immediately went to Iphitus, and assisted him in ordering the ceremonies of that feast, which, by his means, were better established, and with more repute than before. To return to the Lacedaemonians, their discipline continued still after they were full-grown men. No one was allowed to live after his own fancy, but the city was a sort of camp, in which every man had his share of provisions and business set out, and looked upon himself not so much born to serve his own ends as the interest of his country. Therefore, if they were commanded nothing else, they went to see the boys perform their exercises, to teach them something useful, or to learn it themselves of those who knew better. And, indeed, one of the greatest and highest blessings Lycurgus procured his people was the abundance of leisure, which proceeded from his forbidding to them the exercise of any mean and mechanical trade. Of the money-making that depends on troublesome going about and seeing people and doing business, they had no need at all in a state where wealth obtained no honor or respect. The Helots tilled their ground for them, and paid them yearly in kind the appointed quantity, without any trouble of theirs. To this purpose, there goes a story of a Lacedaemonian, who, happening to be at Athens when the courts were sitting, was told of a citizen that had been fined for living an idle life, and was being escorted home in much distress of mind by his condoling friends. The Lacedaemonian was much surprised at it, and desired his friend to show him the man who was condemned for living like a freeman. So much beneath them did they esteem the frivolous devotion of time and attention to the mechanical arts and to money-making. It need not be said that upon the prohibition of gold and silver, all lawsuits immediately ceased, for there was now neither avarice nor poverty amongst them, but equality, where everyone's wants were supplied, and independence because those wants were so small. All their time, except when they were in the field, was taken up by the choral dances and the festivals, in hunting, and in attendance on the exercise grounds and the places of public conversation. Those who were under 30 years of age were not allowed to go into the marketplace, but had the necessaries of their family supplied by the care of their relations and lovers, nor was it for the credit of elderly men to be seen too often in the marketplace. It was esteemed more suitable for them to frequent the exercise grounds and places of conversation, where they spent their leisure rationally in conversation, not on money-making and market prices, but for the most part in passing judgment on some action worth considering, extolling the good and censuring those who were otherwise, and that in a light and sportive manner, conveying, without too much gravity, lessons of advice and improvement. Nor was Lycurgus himself unduly austere. It was he who dedicated, says Sozobius, the little statue of laughter. Mirth, introduced seasonably at their suppers and places of common entertainment, was to serve as a sort of sweetmeat to accompany their strict and hard life. To conclude, he bred up his citizens in such a way that they neither would nor could live by themselves. They were to make themselves one with the public good, and, clustering like bees around their commander, be by their zeal and public spirit carried all but out of themselves, and devoted wholly to their country. What their sentiments were will better appear by a few of their sayings. Peteretus, not being admitted into the list of the 300, returned home with a joyful face, well pleased to find that there were in Sparta 300 better men than himself. And Polycratidas, being sent with some others ambassador to the lieutenants of the king of Persia, being asked by them whether they came in a private or in a public character, answered, "In a public, if we succeed; if not, in a private character." Argelianus, asking some who came from Amphipolis if her son Brasidas died courageously, and as became a Spartan, on their beginning to praise him to a high degree, and saying there was not such another left in Sparta, answered, "Do not say so. Brasidas was a good and brave man, but there are in Sparta many better than he." The Senate, as I said before, consisted of those who were Lycurgus's chief aiders and assistants in his plans. The vacancies he ordered to be supplied out of the best and most deserving men past 60 years old, and we need not wonder if there was much striving for it. For what more glorious competition could there be amongst men than one in which it was not contested who was swiftest among the swift or strongest of the strong, but who of many wise and good was wisest and best, and fittest to be entrusted for ever after, as the reward of his merits, with the supreme authority of the commonwealth, and with power over the lives, franchises, and highest interests of all his countrymen. The manner of their election was as follows. The people being called together, some selected persons were locked up in a room near the place of election, so contrived that they could neither see nor be seen, but could only hear the noise of the assembly without. For they decided this, as most other affairs of moment, by the shouts of the people. This done, the competitors were not brought in and presented all together, but one after another by lot, and passed in order through the assembly without speaking a word. Those who were locked up had writing tables with them, in which they recorded and marked each shout by its loudness, without knowing in favor of which candidate each of them was made, but merely that they came first, second, third, and so forth. He who was found to have the most and loudest acclamations was declared senator duly elected. Upon this he had a garland set upon his head, and went in procession to all the temples to give thanks to the gods. A great number of young men followed him with applauses, and women, also, singing verses in his honor, and extolling the virtue and happiness of his life. As he went round the city in this manner, each of his relations and friends set a table before him, saying, "The city honors you with this banquet." But he, instead of accepting, passed round to the common table where he formerly used to eat, and was served as before, excepting that now he had a second allowance, which he took and put by. By the time supper was ended, the women who were of kin to him had come about the door, and he, beckoning to her whom he most esteemed, presented to her the portion he had saved, saying that it had been a mark of esteem to him, and was so now to her, upon which she was triumphantly waited upon home by the women. Touching burials, Lycurgus made very wise regulations. For, first of all, to cut of all superstition, he allowed them to bury their dead within the city, and even round about their temples, to the end that their youth might be accustomed to such spectacles, and not be afraid to see a dead body, or imagine that to touch a corpse or to tread upon a grave would defile a man. In the next place, he commanded them to put nothing into the ground with them, except, if they pleased, a few olive leaves and the scarlet cloth that they were wrapped in. He would not suffer the names to be inscribed, except only of men who fell in the wars or women who died in a sacred office. The time, too, appointed for mourning was very short, 11 days. On the 12th, they were to do sacrifice to Ceres and leave it off, so that we may see that as he cut off all superfluity, so in things necessary there was nothing so small and trivial which did not express some homage of virtue or scorn of vice. He filled Lacedaemon all through with proofs and examples of good conduct, with the constant sight of which from their youth up, the people would hardly fail to be gradually formed and advanced in virtue. And this was the reason why he forbade them to travel abroad, and go about acquainting themselves with foreign rules of morality, the habits of ill-educated people, and different views of government. Withal he banished from Lacedaemon all strangers who could not give a very good reason for their coming thither, not because he was afraid lest they should inform themselves of and imitate his manner of government, as Thucydides says, or learn anything to their good, but rather lest they should introduce something contrary to good manners. With strange people, strange words must be admitted. These novelties produce novelties in thought, and on these follow views and feelings whose discordant character destroys the harmony of the state. He was as careful to save his city from the infection of foreign bad habits as men usually are to prevent the introduction of a pestilence. Hitherto I, for my part, see no sign of injustice or want of equity in the laws of Lycurgus, though some who admit them to be well contrived to make good soldiers pronounce them defective in point of justice. The Cryptia, perhaps, if it were one of Lycurgus's ordinances, as Aristotle says it was, gave both him and Plato, too, this opinion alike of the lawgiver and his government. By this ordinance, the magistrates dispatched privately some of the ablest of the young men into the country, from time to time, armed only with their daggers, and taking a little necessary provision with them. In the daytime, they hid themselves in out-of-the-way places, and there lay close, but in the night issued out into the highways, and killed all the helots they could light upon. Sometimes they set upon them by day, as they were at work in the fields, and murdered them. As also, Thucydides in his History of the Peloponnesian War tells us that a good number of them, after being singled out for their bravery by the Spartans, garlanded, as enfranchised persons, and led about to all the temples in token of honors, shortly after disappeared all of a sudden, being about the number of 2,000, and no man either then or since could give an account how they came by their deaths. And Aristotle, in particular, adds that the ephori, so soon as they were entered into their office, used to declare war against them, that they might be massacred without a breach of religion. It is confessed, on all hands, that the Spartans dealt with them very hardly, for it was a common thing to force them to drink to excess, and to lead them in that condition into their public halls, that the children might see what a sight a drunken man is. They made them to dance low dances and sing ridiculous songs, forbidding them expressly to meddle with any of a better kind. And accordingly, when the Thebans made their invasion into Laconia and took a great number of the helots, they could by no means persuade them to sing the verses of Terpander, Alcman, or Spendon, for, said they, the masters do not like it. So that it was truly observed by one, that in Sparta he who was free was most so, and he that was a slave there, the greatest slave in the world. For my part, I am of opinion that these outrages and cruelties began to be exercised in Sparta at a later time, especially after the great earthquake, when the Helots made a general insurrection, and, joining with the Messenians, laid the country waste, and brought the greatest danger upon the city. For I cannot persuade myself to ascribe to Lycurgus so wicked and barbarous a course, judging of him from the gentleness of his disposition and justice upon all other occasions, to which the oracle also testified. When he perceived that his more important institutions had taken root in the minds of his countrymen, that custom had rendered them familiar and easy, that his commonwealth was now grown up and able to go alone, then, as Plato somewhere tells us, the maker of the world, when first he saw it existing and beginning its motion, felt joy, even so Lycurgus, viewing with joy and satisfaction the greatness and beauty of his political structure, now fairly at work and in motion, conceived the thought to make it immortal too, and, as far as human forecast could reach, to deliver it down unchangeable to posterity. He called an extraordinary assembly of all the people, and told them that he now thought everything reasonably well established, both for the happiness and the virtue of the state, but that there was one thing still behind, of the greatest importance, which he thought not fit to impart until he had consulted the oracle. In the meantime, his desire was that they would observe the laws without any the least alteration until his return, and then he would do as the god should direct him. They all consented readily, and bade him hasten his journey. But before he departed, he administered an oath to the 2 kings, the Senate, and the whole commons, to abide by and maintain the established form of polity until Lycurgus should be come back. This done, he set out for Delphi, and having sacrificed to Apollo, asked him whether the laws he had established were good and sufficient for a people's happiness and virtue. The oracle answered that the laws were excellent, and that the people, while it observed them, should live in the height of renown. Lycurgus took the oracle in writing, and sent it over to Sparta, and having sacrificed the 2nd time to Apollo and taken leave of his friends and his son, he resolved that the Spartans should not be released from the oath they had taken, and that he would, of his own act, close his life where he was. He was now about that age in which life was still tolerable, and yet might be quitted without regret. Everything, moreover, about him was in a sufficiently prosperous condition. He, therefore, made an end of himself by a total abstinence from food, thinking it a statesman's duty to make his very death, if possible, an act of service to the state, and even in the end of his life to give some example of virtue and effect some useful purpose. He would, on the one hand, crown and consummate his own happiness by a death suitable to so honorable a life, and on the other, would secure to his countrymen the enjoyment of the advantages he had spent his life in obtaining for them, since they had solemnly sworn the maintenance of his institutions until his return. Nor was he deceived in his expectations, for the city of Lacedaemon continued the chief city of all Greece for the space of 500 years, in strict observance of Lycurgus's laws, in all which time there was no manner of alteration made, during the reign of 14 kings, down to the time of Augus, the son of Archidamus. For the new creation of the ephori, though thought to be in favor of the people, was so far from diminishing that it very much heightened the aristocratical character of the government. In the time of Augus, gold and silver first flowed into Sparta, and with them all those mischiefs which attend the immoderate desire of riches. Lysander promoted this disorder, for by bringing in rich spoils from the wars, although himself incorrupt, he yet by this means filled his country with avarice and luxury, and subverted the laws and ordinances of Lycurgus. So long as which were in force, the aspect presented by Sparta was rather that of a rule of life followed by one wise and temperate man, than of the political government of a nation. And as the poets feign of Hercules, that, with his lion's skin and his club, he went over the world, punishing lawless and cruel tyrants, so may it be said of the Lacedaemonians, that, with a common staff and a coarse coat, they gained the willing and joyful obedience of Greece, through whose whole extent they suppressed unjust usurpations and despotisms, arbitrated in war, and composed civil dissensions. And this often without so much as taking down one buckler, but barely by sending someone single deputy, to whose direction all at once submitted, like bees swarming and taking their places around their prince. Such a fund of order and equity, enough and to spare for others, existed in their state. And therefore I cannot but wonder at those who say that the Spartans were good subjects, but bad governors, and for proof of it allege a saying of King Theopompus, who, when one said that Sparta held up so long because their kings could command so well, replied, "Nay, rather because the people know so well how to obey. For people do not obey, unless rulers know how to command. Obedience is a lesson taught by commanders." A true leader himself creates the obedience of his own followers, as it is the last attainment in the art of riding to make a horse gentle and tractable, so is it of the science of government to inspire men with a willingness to obey. The Lacedaemonians inspired men not with a mere willingness, but with an absolute desire to be their subjects. For they did not send petitions to them for ships or money, or a supply of armed men, but only for a Spartan commander, and, having obtained one, used him with honor and reverence. So the Sicilians behaved to Gylippus, the Chalcidians to Brasidas, and all the Greeks in Asia to Lysander, Callicratidas, and Agesilaus. They styled them the composers and chasteners of each people or prince they were sent to, and had their eyes always fixed upon the city of Sparta itself, as the perfect model of good manners and wise government. The rest seemed as scholars, they the masters of Greece. And to this Stratonicus pleasantly alluded, when in jest he pretended to make a law that the Athenians should conduct religious processions and the mysteries, the Eleans should preside at the Olympic Games, and if either did amiss, the Lacedaemonians be beat. Demosthenes, too, one of the scholars of Socrates, said, in earnest, of the Thebans, when they were elated by their victory at Leuctra, that they looked like schoolboys who had beaten their master. However, it was not the design of Lycurgus that his city should govern a great many others. He thought rather that the happiness of a state, as of a private man, consisted chiefly in the exercise of virtue, and in the concord of the inhabitants. His aim, therefore, in all his arrangements, was to make and keep them free-minded, self-dependent, and temperate. And therefore all those who have written well on politics, as Plato, Diogenes, and Zeno, have taken Lycurgus for their model, leaving behind them, however, mere projects and words. Whereas Lycurgus was the author, not in writing but in reality, of a government which none else could so much as copy. And while men in general have treated the individual philosophically character as unattainable, he, by the example of a complete philosophically state, raised himself high above all other lawgivers of Greece. And so Aristotle says they did him less honor at Lacedaemon after his death than he deserved, although he has a temple there, and they offer sacrifices yearly to him as to a god. It is reported that when his bones were brought home to Sparta, his tomb was struck with lightning, an accident which befell no eminent person but himself, and Euripides, who was buried at Arethusa in Macedonia. And it may serve that poet's admirers as a testimony in his favor, that he had in this the same fate with that holy man and favorite of the gods. Some say Lycurgus died in Sura. Apollothemus says, after he had come to Elis, Timaeus and Aristoxenus, that he ended his life in Crete. Aristoxenus adds that his tomb is shown by the Cretans in the district of Pergamus, near the Strangers' Road. He left an only son, Antiorus, on whose death without issue, his family became extinct. But his relations and friends kept up an annual commemoration of him down to a long time after, and the days of the meeting were called Lycurgides. Aristocrates, the son of Hipparchus, says that he died in Crete, and that his Cretan friends, in accordance with his own request, when they had burned his body, scattered the ashes into the sea. For fear lest, if his relics should be transported to Lacedaemon, the people might pretend to be released from their oaths, and make innovations in the government. Thus much may suffice for the life and actions of Lycurgus. Numa Pompilius. Though the pedigrees of noble families of Rome go back in exact form as far as Numa Pompilius, yet there is great diversity amongst historians concerning the time in which he reigned. A certain writer called Clodius, in a book of his entitled Strictures on Chronology, avers that the ancient registers of Rome were lost when the city was sacked by the Gauls, and that those which are now extant were counterfeited, to flatter and serve the humor of some men who wish to have themselves derived from some ancient and noble lineage, though in reality with no claim to it. And though it be commonly reported that Numa was a scholar and a familiar acquaintance of Pythagoras, yet it is again contradicted by others, who affirm that he was acquainted with neither the Greek language nor learning, and that he was a person of that natural talent and ability as of himself to attain to virtue, or else that he found some barbarian instructor superior to Pythagoras. Some affirm also that Pythagoras was not contemporary with Numa, but lived at least 5 generations after him, and that some other Pythagoras, a native of Sparta, who, in the 16th Olympiad, in the 3rd year of which Numa became king, won a prize at the Olympic race, might, in his travel through Italy, have gained acquaintance with Numa, and assisted him in the constitution of his kingdom, whence it comes that many Laconian laws and customs appear amongst the Roman institutions. Yet in any case, Numa was descended of the Sabines, who declare themselves to be a colony of the Lacedaemonians, and chronology, in general, is uncertain, especially when fixed by the lists of victors in the Olympic Games, which were published at a late period by Hippias the Elean and rest on no positive authority. Commencing, however, at a convenient point, we will proceed to give the most noticeable events that are recorded of the life of Numa. It was the 37th year, counted from the foundation of Rome, when Romulus, then reigning, did, on the 5th day of the month of July, called the Capertine Nones, offer a public sacrifice at the Goat's Marsh, in presence of the Senate and people of Rome. Suddenly the sky was darkened. A thick cloud of storm and rain settled on the earth. The common people fled in affright and were dispersed, and in this whirlwind Romulus disappeared, his body being never found either living or dead. A foul suspicion presently attached to the patricians, and rumors were current among the people as if that they, weary of kingly government, and exasperated of late by the imperious deportment of Romulus towards them, had plotted against his life and made him away, that so they might assume the authority and government into their own hands. This suspicion they sought to turn aside by decreeing divine honors to Romulus, as to one not dead but translated to a higher condition. And Proculus, a man of note, took oath that he saw Romulus caught up into heaven in his arms and vestments, and heard him, as he ascended, cry out that they should hereafter style him by the name of Quirinus. This trouble, being appeased, was followed by another, about the election of a new king. For the minds of the original Romans and the new inhabitants were not as yet grown into that perfect unity of temper, but that there were diversities of factions amongst the commonalty, and jealousies and emulations amongst the senators. For though all agreed that it was necessary to have a king, yet what person, or of which nation, was matter of dispute. For those who had been builders of the city with Romulus, and had already yielded a share of their lands and dwellings to the Sabines, were indignant at any pretension on their part to rule over their benefactors. On the other side, the Sabines could plausibly allege that, at their king Tatius's decease, they had peaceably submitted to the sole command of Romulus. So now their turn was come to have a king chosen out of their own nation. Nor did they esteem themselves to have combined with the Romans as inferiors, nor to have contributed less than they to the increase of Rome, which, without their numbers and association, could scarcely have merited the name of a city. Thus did both parties argue and dispute their cause, but lest meanwhile discord, in the absence of all command, should occasion general confusion, it was agreed that the 150 senators should interchangeably execute the office of supreme magistrate, and each in succession, with the ensigns of royalty, should offer the solemn sacrifices and dispatch public business for the space of 6 hours by day and 6 by night. Which vicissitude and equal distribution of power would preclude all rivalry amongst the senators and envy from the people, when they should behold one, elevated to the degree of a king, leveled within the space of a day to the condition of a private citizen. This form of government is termed, by the Romans, interregnum. Nor yet could they, by this plausible and modest way of rule, escape suspicion and clamor of the vulgar, as though they were changing the form of government to an oligarchy, and designing to keep the supreme power in a sort of wardship under themselves, without ever proceeding to choose a king. Both parties came at length to the conclusion that the one should choose a king out of the body of the other. The Romans make choice of a Sabine, or the Sabines name a Roman. This was esteemed the best expedient to put an end to all party spirit, and the prince who should be chosen would have an equal affection to the one party as his electors and to the other as his kinsmen. The Sabines remitted the choice to the original Romans, and they, too, on their part, were more inclinable to receive a Sabine king elected by themselves than to see a Roman exalted by the Sabines. Consultations being accordingly held, they named Numa Pompilius of the Sabine race, a person of that high reputation for excellence, that though he were not actually residing at Rome, yet he was no sooner nominated than accepted by the Sabines, with acclamation almost greater than that of the electors themselves. The choice being declared and made known to the people, principal men of both parties were appointed to visit and entreat him that he would accept the administration of the government. Numa resided at a famous city of the Sabines called Cures, whence the Romans and Sabines gave themselves the joint name of Quirites. Pomponius, an illustrious person, was his father, and he the youngest of his 4 sons, being, as it had been divinely ordered, born on the 21st day of April, the day of the foundation of Rome. He was endued with a soul rarely tempered by nature, and disposed to virtue, which he had yet more subdued by discipline, a severe life, and the study of philosophy, means which had not only succeeded in expelling the baser passions, but also the violent and rapacious temper which barbarians are apt to think highly of. True bravery, in his judgment, was regarded as consisting in the subjugation of our passions by reason. He banished all luxury and softness from his own home, and, while citizens alike and strangers found in him an incorruptible judge and counselor, in private he devoted himself not to amusement or lucre, but to the worship of the immortal gods and the rational contemplation of their divine power and nature. So famous was he that Tatius, the colleague of Romulus, chose him for his son-in-law and gave him his only daughter, which, however, did not stimulate his vanity to desire to dwell with his father-in-law at Rome. He rather chose to inhabit with his Sabines and cherish his own father in his old age. And Tatius also preferred the private condition of her husband before the honors and splendor she might have enjoyed with her father. She is said to have died after she had been married 13 years, and then Numa, leaving the conversation of the town, betook himself to a country life, and in a solitary manner frequented the groves and fields consecrated to the gods, passing his life in desert places. And this in particular gave occasion to the story about the goddess, namely, that Numa did not retire from human society out of any melancholy or disorder of mind, but because he had tasted the joys of more elevated intercourse, and admitted to celestial wedlock in the love and converse of the goddess Egeria, had attained to blessedness and to a divine wisdom. The story evidently resembles those very ancient fables which the Phrygians have received and still recount of Attis, the Bithynians of Herodotus, the Arcadians of Endymion, not to mention several others who were thought blessed and beloved of the gods. Nor does it seem strange if God, a lover not of horses or birds, but men, should not disdain to dwell with the virtuous and converse with the wise and temperate soul. Though it be altogether hard, indeed, to believe that any god or demon is capable of a sensual or bodily love and passion for any human form or beauty. Though, indeed, the wise Egyptians do not unplausibly make the distinction, that it may be possible for a divine spirit so to apply itself to the nature of a woman, as to embreed in her the first beginnings of generation, while on the other side they conclude it impossible for the male kind to have any intercourse or mixture by the body with any divinity, not considering, however, that what takes place on the one side must also take place on the other. Intermixture, by force of terms, is reciprocal. Not that it is otherwise than befitting to suppose that the gods feel towards men affection, and love, in the sense of affection, and in the form of care and solicitude for their virtue and their good dispositions. And therefore it was no error of those who feigned that Phorbas, Hyacinthus, and Admetus were beloved by Apollo, or that Hippolytus the Sicyonian was so much in his favor, that, as often as he sailed from Sicyon to Sura, the Pythian prophetess uttered this heroic verse, expressive of the gods' attention and joy. Now doth Hippolytus return again, and venture his dear life upon the main. It is reported, also, that Pan became enamored of Pindar for his verses, and the divine power rendered honor to Hesiod and Archilochus after their death for the sake of the Muses. There is a statement, also, that Aesculapius sojourned with Sophocles in his lifetime, of which many proofs still exist, and that, when he was dead, another deity took care for his funeral rites. And so, if any credit may be given to these instances, why should we judge it incongruous that a like spirit of the gods should visit Zaleucus, Minos, Zoroaster, Lycurgus, and Numa, the controllers of kingdoms and the legislators for commonwealths? Nay, it may be reasonable to believe that the gods, with a serious purpose, assist at the councils and serious debates of such men to inspire and direct them, and visit poets and musicians, if at all, in their more sportive moods. But, for difference of opinion here, as Bacchylides said, the road is broad. For there is no absurdity in the account also given, that Lycurgus and Numa and other famous lawgivers, having the task of subduing perverse and refractory multitudes, and of introducing great innovations, themselves made this pretension to divine authority, which, if not true, assuredly was expedient for the interests of those it imposed upon. Numa was about 40 years of age when the ambassadors came to make him offers of the kingdom. The speakers were Proculus and Velasus, one or other of whom it had been thought the people would elect as their new king, the original Romans being for Proculus and the Sabines for Velasus. Their speech was very short, supposing that, when they came to tender a kingdom, there needed little to persuade to an acceptance. But contrary to their expectation, they found that they had to use many reasons and entreaties to induce one, that lived in peace and quietness, to accept the government of a city whose foundation and increase had been made, in a manner, in war. In presence of his father and his kinsman Marcius, he returned answer that every alteration of a man's life is dangerous to him, but madness only could induce one who needs nothing and is satisfied with everything to quit a life he is accustomed to, which, whatever else it is deficient in, at any rate has the advantage of certainty over one wholly doubtful and unknown. Though indeed, the difficulties of this government cannot even be called unknown. Romulus, who first held it, did not escape the suspicion of having plotted against the life of his colleague Tatius, nor the Senate the like accusation of having treasonably murdered Romulus. Yet Romulus had the advantage to be thought divinely born and miraculously preserved and nurtured. My birth was mortal. I was reared and instructed by men that are known to you. The very points of my character that are most commended mark me as unfit to reign love of retirement and of studies inconsistent with business, a passion that has become inveterate in me for peace, for unwarlike occupations, and for the society of men whose meetings are but those of worship and of kindly intercourse, whose lives in general are spent upon their farms and their pastures. I should but be, methinks, a laughing-stock, while I should go about to inculcate the worship of the gods, and give lessons in the love of justice and the abhorrence of violence and war, to a city whose needs are rather for a captain than for a king. The Romans, perceiving by these words that he was declining to accept the kingdom, were the more instant and urgent with him that he would not forsake and desert them in this condition, and suffer them to relapse, as they must, into their former sedition and civil discord, there being no person on whom both parties could accord but on himself. And at length his father and Marcius, taking him aside, persuaded him to accept a gift so noble in itself, and tendered to him rather from heaven than from men. Though, said they, you neither desire riches, being content with what you have, nor court the fame of authority, as having already the more valuable fame of virtue, yet you will consider that government itself is a service of God, who now calls out into action your qualities of justice and wisdom, which were not meant to be left useless and unemployed. Cease, therefore, to avoid and turn your back upon an office which, to a wise man, is a field for great and honorable actions, for the magnificent worship of the gods, and for the introduction of habits of piety, which authority alone can effect amongst a people. Tatius, though a foreigner, was beloved, and the memory of Romulus has received divine honors. And who knows but that this people, being victorious, may be satiated with war, and, content with the trophies and spoils they have acquired, may be, above all things, desirous to have a pacific and justice-loving prince, to lead them to good order and quiet. But if, indeed, their desires are uncontrollably and madly set on war, were it not better, then, to have the reins held by such a moderating hand as is able to divert the fury another way, and that your native city and the whole Sabine nation should possess in you a bond of goodwill and friendship with this young and growing power? With these reasons and persuasions, several auspicious omens are said to have concurred, and the zeal, also, of his fellow citizens, who, on understanding what message the Roman ambassadors had brought him, entreated him to accompany them, and to accept the kingdom as a means to unanimity and concord between the nations. Numa, yielding to these inducements, having first performed divine sacrifice, proceeded to Rome, being met in his way by the Senate and people, who, with an impatient desire, came forth to receive him. The women also welcomed him with joyful acclamations, and sacrifices were offered for him in all the temples, and so universal was the joy that they seemed to be receiving not a new king, but a new kingdom. In this manner he descended into the forum, where Spurius Vedius, whose turn it was to be interrex at that hour, put it to the vote, and all declared him king. Then the regalities and robes of authority were brought to him, but he refused to be invested with them until he had first consulted and been confirmed by the gods. So, being accompanied by the priests and augurs, he ascended the Capitol, which at that time the Romans called the Tarpeian Hill. Then the chief of the augurs covered Numa's head, and turned his face towards the south, and standing behind him, laid his right hand on his head, and prayed, turning his eyes every way, in expectation of some auspicious signal from the gods. It was wonderful, meantime, with what silence and devotion the multitude stood assembled in the forum in similar expectation and suspense, till auspicious birds appeared and passed on the right. Then Numa, appareling himself in his royal robes, descended from the hill to the people, by whom he was received and congratulated with shouts and acclamations of welcome, as a holy king, and beloved of all the gods. The first thing he did at his entrance into government was to dismiss the band of 300 men which had been Romulus's lifeguard, called by him sellers, saying that he would not distrust those who put confidence in him, nor rule over a people that distrusted him. The next thing he did was to add to the 2 priests of Jupiter and Mars a third in honor of Romulus, whom he called the Flamen Quirinales. The Romans anciently called their priests flamines, by corruption of the word pilamenes, from a certain cap which they wore, called pileus. In those times, Greek words were more mixed with the Latin than at present. Thus also the royal robe, which is called lina, Juba says, is the same as the Greek klina, and that the name of Camillus, given to the boy with both his parents living, who serves in the temple of Jupiter, was taken from the name given by some Greeks to Mercury, denoting his office of attendance on the gods. When Numa had, by such measures, won the favor and affection of the people, he set himself, without delay, to the task of bringing the hard and iron Roman temper to somewhat more of gentleness and equity. Plato's expression of a city in high fever was never more applicable than to Rome at that time. In its origin formed by daring and warlike spirits, whom bold and desperate adventure brought thither from every quarter, it had found in perpetual wars and incursions on its neighbors its after sustenance and means of growth, and in conflict with danger the source of new strength, like piles, which the blows of the rammer serve to fix into the ground. Wherefore Numa, judging it no slight undertaking to mollify and bend to peace the presumptuous and stubborn spirits of this people, began to operate upon them with the sanctions of religion. He sacrificed often, and used processions and religious dances, in which most commonly he officiated in person, by such combinations of solemnity with refined and humanizing pleasures, seeking to win over and mitigate their fiery and warlike tempers. At times, also, he filled their imaginations with religious terrors, professing that strange apparitions had been seen, and dreadful voices heard, thus subduing and humbling their minds by a sense of supernatural fears. This method which Numa used made it believed that he had been much conversant with Pythagoras, for in the philosophy of the one, as in the policy of the other, man's relations to the deity occupy a great place. It is said, also, that the solemnity of his exterior garb and gestures was adopted by him from the same feeling with Pythagoras. For it is said of Pythagoras that he had taught an eagle to come at his call and stoop down to him in its flight, and that, as he passed among the people assembled at the Olympic Games, he showed them his golden thigh, besides many other strange and miraculous-seeming practices, on which Timon the Phliasian wrote the distich. Who, of the glory of a juggler proud, with solemn talk imposed upon the crowd. In like manner Numa spoke of a certain goddess or mountain nymph that was in love with him, and met him in secret, as before related, and professed that he entertained familiar conversation with the Muses, to whose teaching he ascribed the greatest part of his revelations. And amongst them, above all, he recommended to the veneration of the Romans one in particular, whom he named Tacita, the Silent, which he did perhaps in imitation and honor of the Pythagorean silence. His opinion, also, of images is very agreeable to the doctrine of Pythagoras, who conceived of the first principle of being as transcending sense and passion, invisible and incorrupt, and only to be apprehended by abstract intelligence. So Numa forbade the Romans to represent God in the form of man or beast, nor was there any painted or graven image of a deity admitted amongst them for the space of the first 170 years, all which time their temples and chapels were kept free and pure from images. To such baser objects they deemed it impious to liken the highest, and all access to God impossible, except by the pure act of the intellect. His sacrifices, also, had great similitude to the ceremonial of Pythagoras, for they were not celebrated with effusion of blood, but consisted of flour, wine, and the least costly offerings. Other external proofs, too, are urged to show the connection Numa had with Pythagoras. The comic writer Epicharmus, an ancient author, and of the school of Pythagoras in a book of his dedicated to Antenor, records that Pythagoras was made a freeman of Rome. Again, Numa gave to one of his 4 sons the name of Mamercus, which was the name of one of the sons of Pythagoras, from whence, as they say, sprang that ancient patrician family of the Aemiliae, for that the king gave him in sport the surname of Aemilius, for his engaging and graceful manner in speaking. I remember, too, that when I was at Rome, I heard many say that, when the oracle directed 2 statues to be raised, one to the wisest, and another to the most valiant man of Greece, they erected 2 of brass, one representing Alcibiades and the other Pythagoras. But to pass by these matters, which are full of uncertainty, and not so important as to be worth our time to insist on them, the original constitution of the priests, called pontifices, is ascribed unto Numa, and he himself was, it is said, the first of them. And that they have the name of pontifices from potens, powerful, because they attend the service of the gods, who have power and command over all. Others make the word refer to exceptions of impossible cases. The priests were to perform all the duties possible to them. If anything lay beyond their power, the exception was not to be cavilled at. The most common opinion is the most absurd, which derives this word from pons, and assigns the priests the title of bridge makers. The sacrifices performed on the bridge were amongst the most sacred and ancient, and the keeping and repairing of the bridge attached, like any other public sacred office, to the priesthood. It was accounted not simply unlawful, but a positive sacrilege, to pull down the wooden bridge, which moreover is said, in obedience to an oracle, to have been built entirely of timber and fastened with wooden pins, without nails or cramps of iron. The stone bridge was built a very long time after, when Aemilius was quaestor, and they do, indeed, say also that the wooden bridge was not so old as Numa's time, but was finished by Ancus Marcius, when he was king, who was the grandson of Numa by his daughter. The office of Pontifex Maximus, or chief priest, was to declare and interpret the divine law, or, rather, to preside over sacred rites. He not only prescribed rules for public ceremony, but regulated the sacrifices of private persons, not suffering them to vary from established custom, and giving information to every one of what was requisite for purposes of worship or supplication. He was also guardian of the Vestal Virgins, the institution of whom, and of their perpetual fire, was attributed to Numa, who perhaps fancied the charge of pure and uncorrupted flames would be fitly entrusted to chaste and unpolluted persons, or that fire which consumes but produces nothing bears all analogy to the virgin estate. In Greece, wherever a perpetual holy fire is kept, as at Delphi and Athens, the charge of it is committed not to virgins, but widows past the time of marriage. And in case by any accident it should happen that this fire became extinct, as the holy lamp was at Athens under the tyranny of Ariston, and at Delphi, when that temple was burnt by the Medes, as also in the time of the Mithridatic and Roman Civil War, when not only the fire was extinguished, but the altar demolished, then, afterwards, in kindling this fire again, it was esteemed an impiety to light it from common sparks or flame, or from anything but the pure and unpolluted rays of the sun, which they usually effect by concave mirrors, of a figure formed by the revolution of an isosceles rectangular triangle, all the lines from the circumference of which meeting in a center. By holding it in the light of the sun, they can collect and concentrate all its rays at this one point of convergence, where the air will now become rarefied, and any light, dry, combustible matter will kindle as soon as applied, under the effect of the rays, which here acquire the substance and active force of fire. Some are of opinion that these Vestals had no other business than the preservation of this fire, but others conceive that they were keepers of other divine secrets, concealed from all but themselves, of which we have told all that may lawfully be asked or told in the life of Camillus. Gigania and Verenia, it is recorded, were the names of the first 2 virgins consecrated and ordained by Numa. Canaleia and Tarpeia succeeded. Servius afterwards added 2, and the number of 4 has continued to the present time. The statutes prescribed by Numa for the Vestals were these: that they should take a vow of virginity for the space of 30 years, the first 10 of which they were to spend in learning their duties, the second 10 in performing them, and the remaining 10 in teaching and instructing others. Thus the whole term being completed, it was lawful for them to marry, and, leaving the sacred order, to choose any condition of life that pleased them. But this permission few, as they say, made use of, and in cases where they did so, it was observed that their change was not a happy one, but accompanied ever after with regret and melancholy, so that the greater number, from religious fears and scruples, forbore, and continued to old age and death in the strict observance of a single life. For this condition he compensated by great privileges and prerogatives, as that they had power to make a will in the lifetime of their father, that they had a free administration of their own affairs without guardian or tutor, which was the privilege of women who were the mothers of 3 children. When they go abroad, they have the fasces carried before them. And if in their walks they chance to meet a criminal on his way to execution, it saves his life, upon oath made that the meeting was an accidental one, and not concerted or of set purpose. Anyone who presses upon the chair on which they are carried is put to death. If these vestals commit any minor fault, they are punishable by the high priest only, who scourges the offender, sometimes with her clothes off, in a dark place, with a curtain drawn between. But she that has broken her vow is buried alive near the gate called Colina, where a little mound of earth stands, inside the city, reaching some little distance, called in Latin Ager. Under it a narrow room is constructed, to which a descent is made by stairs. Here they prepare a bed, and light a lamp, and leave a small quantity of victuals, such as bread, water, a pail of milk, and some oil, that so that body which had been consecrated and devoted to the most sacred service of religion might not be said to perish by such a death as famine. The culprit herself is put in a litter, which they cover over, and tie her down with cords on it, so that nothing she utters may be heard. They then take her to the forum. All people silently go out of the way as she passes, and such as follow accompany the bier with solemn and speechless sorrow. And, indeed, there is not any spectacle more appalling, nor any day observed by the city with greater appearance of gloom and sadness. When they come to the place of execution, the officers loose the cords, and then the high priest, lifting his hands to heaven, pronounces certain prayers to himself before the act. Then he brings out the prisoner, being still covered, and placing her upon the steps that lead down to the cell turns away his face with the rest of the priests. The stairs are drawn up after she has gone down, and a quantity of earth is heaped up over the entrance to the cell, so as to prevent it from being distinguished from the rest of the mound. This is the punishment of those who break their vow of virginity. It is said, also, that Numa built the temple of Vesta, which was intended for a repository of the holy fire, of a circular form, not to represent the figure of the earth, as if that were the same as Vesta, but that of the general universe, in the center of which the Pythagoreans place the element of fire, and give it the name of Vesta and the unit. And do not hold that the earth is immovable, or that it is situated in the center of the globe, but that it keeps a circular motion about the seat of fire, and is not in the number of the primary elements. In this agreeing with the opinion of Plato, who, they say, in his later life, conceived that the earth held a lateral position, and that the central and sovereign space was reserved for some nobler body. There was yet a farther use of the priests, and that was to give people directions in the national usages at funeral rites. Numa taught them to regard these offices, not as a pollution, but as a duty paid to the gods below, into whose hands the better part of us is transmitted. Especially they were to worship the goddess Libitina, who presided over all the ceremonies performed at burials, whether they meant hereby Proserpina, or, as the most learned of the Romans conceive, Venus, not inaptly attributing the beginning and end of man's life to the agency of one and the same deity. Numa also prescribed rules for regulating the days of mourning, according to certain times and ages. As, for example, a child of 3 years was not to be mourned for at all, one older, up to 10 years, for as many months as it was years old, and the longest time of mourning for any person whatsoever was not to exceed the term of 10 months, which was the time appointed for women that lost their husbands to continue in widowhood. If any married again before that time, by the laws of Numa, she was to sacrifice a cow big with calf. Numa, also, was founder of several other orders of priests, 2 of which I shall mention, the Salii and the Fetiales, which are among the clearest proofs of the devoutness and sanctity of his character. These Fetiales, or guardians of peace, seem to have had their name from their office, which was to put a stop to disputes by conference and speech, for it was not allowable to take up arms until they had declared all hopes of accommodation to be at an end, for in Greek too, we call it peace when disputes are settled by words, and not by force. The Romans commonly dispatched the officials, or heralds, to those who had offered them injury, requesting satisfaction. And in case they refused, they then called the gods to witness, and with imprecations upon themselves and their country should they be acting unjustly, so declared war. Against their will, or without their consent, it was lawful neither for soldier nor king to take up arms. The war was begun with them, and, when they had first handed it over to the commander as a just quarrel, then his business was to deliberate of the manner and ways to carry it on. It is believed that the slaughter and destruction which the Gauls made of the Romans was a judgment on the city for neglect of this religious proceeding. For that when these barbarians besieged the Clusinians, Fabius Ambustus was dispatched to their camp to negotiate peace for the besieged. And, on their returning a rude refusal, Fabius imagined that his office of ambassador was at an end, and, rashly engaging on the side of the Clusinians, challenged the bravest of the enemy to a single combat. It was the fortune of Fabius to kill his adversary and to take his spoils, but when the Gauls discovered it, they sent a herald to Rome to complain against him, since, before war was declared, he had, against the law of nations, made a breach of the peace. The matter being debated in the Senate, the officials were of opinion that Fabius ought to be consigned into the hands of the Gauls, but he, being forewarned of their judgment, fled to the people, by whose protection and favor he escaped the sentence. On this, the Gauls marched with their army to Rome, where, having taken the capital, they sacked the city. The particulars of all which are fully given in the history of Caminus. The origin of the Salii is this. In the 8th year of the reign of Numa, a terrible pestilence, which traversed all Italy, ravaged likewise the city of Rome. And the citizens being in distress and despondent, a brazen target, they say, fell from heaven into the hands of Numa, who gave them this marvelous account of it. That Egeria and the Muses had assured him, it was sent from heaven for the cure and safety of the city. And that, to keep it secure, he was ordered by them to make 11 others, so like in dimension and form to the original that no thief should be able to distinguish the true from the counterfeit. He farther declared that he was commanded to consecrate to the Muses the place, and the fields about it, where they had been chiefly wont to meet with him, and that the spring which watered the field should be hallowed for the use of the Vestal Virgins, who were to wash and cleanse the penetralia of their sanctuary with those holy waters. The truth of all which was speedily verified by the cessation of the pestilence. Numa displayed the target to the artificers and bade them show their skill in making others like it. All despaired, until at length one Mamurius Veturius, an excellent workman, happily hit upon it, and made all so exactly the same that Numa himself was at a loss, and could not distinguish. The keeping of these targets was committed to the charge of certain priests, called Salii, who did not receive their name, as some tell the story, from Salius, a dancing master born in Samothrace, or at Mantinea, who taught the way of dancing in arms, but more truly from that jumping dance which the Salii themselves use, when in the month of March they carry the sacred targets through the city, at which procession they are habited in short frocks of purple, girt with a broad belt studded with brass. On their heads they wear a brass helmet, and carry in their hands short daggers, which they clash every now and then against the targets. But the chief thing is the dance itself. They move with much grace, performing in quick time and close order various intricate figures, with a great display of strength and agility. The targets were called encilia from their form, for they are not made round, nor like proper targets of a complete circumference, but are cut out into a wavy line, the ends of which are rounded off and turned in at the thickest part towards each other, so that their shape is curvilinear, or, in Greek, ancillon, or the name may come from ankon, the elbow, on which they are carried. Thus Juba writes, who is eager to make it Greek. But it might be, for that matter, from its having come down ankathon from above, or from its axes or cure of diseases, or akmon iasis, because it put an end to a drought, or from its anaschesis or relief from calamities, which is the origin of the Athenian name Anases, given to Castor and Pollux, if we must, that is, reduce it to Greek. The reward which Mamurius received for his art was to be mentioned and commemorated in the verses which the Salii sang, as they danced in their arms through the city, though some will have it that they do not say veturium memoriam, but veterum memoriam, ancient remembrance. After Numa had in this manner instituted these several orders of priests, he erected, near the temple of Vesta, what is called to this day Regia, or King's House, where he spent the most part of his time performing divine service, instructing the priests, or conversing with them on sacred subjects. He had another house upon the Mount Quirinales, the site of which they show to this day. In all public processions and solemn prayers, criers were sent before to give notice to the people that they should forbear their work and rest. They say that the Pythagoreans did not allow people to worship and pray to their gods by the way, but would have them go out from their houses direct, with their minds set upon the duty. And so Numa, in like manner, wished that his citizens should neither see nor hear any religious service in a perfunctory and inattentive manner, but, laying aside all other occupations, should apply their minds to religion as to a most serious business, and that the streets should be free from all noises and cries that accompany manual labor and clear for the sacred solemnity. Some traces of this custom remain at Rome to this day, for, when the consul begins to take auspices or do sacrifice, they call out to the people, "Hoc age, attend to this," whereby the auditors then present are admonished to compose and recollect themselves. Many other of his precepts resemble those of the Pythagoreans. The Pythagoreans said, for example, "Thou shalt not make a peck measure thy seat to sit on. Thou shalt not stir the fire with a sword. When thou goest out upon a journey, look not behind thee. When thou sacrificest to the celestial gods, let it be with an odd number, and when to the terrestrial, with even." The significance of each of which precepts they would not commonly disclose, so some of Numa's traditions have no obvious meaning. "Thou shalt not make libation to the gods of wine from an unpruned vine. No sacrifices shall be performed without meal. Turn round to pay adoration to the gods. Sit after you have worshipped." The first two directions seem to denote the cultivation and subduing of the earth as a part of religion, and as to the turning which the worshippers are to use in divine adoration, it is said to represent the rotatory motion of the world. But in my opinion, the meaning rather is that the worshipper, since the temples front the east, enters with his back to the rising sun. There, faces round to the east, and so turns back to the god of the temple, by this circular movement referring the fulfillment of his prayer to both divinities. Unless, indeed, this change of posture may have a mystical meaning, like the Egyptian wheels, and signify to us the instability of human fortune, and that, in whatever way God changes and turns our lot and condition, we should rest contented and accept it as right and fitting. They say, also, that the sitting after worship was to be by way of omen of their petitions being granted, and the blessing they asked assured to them. Again, as different courses of actions are divided by intervals of rest, they might seat themselves after the completion of what they had done, to seek favor of the gods for beginning something else. And this would very well suit with what we had before. The lawgiver wants to habituate us to make our petitions to the deity not by the way, and as it were, in a hurry, when we have other things to do, but with time and leisure to attend to it. By such discipline and schooling in religion, the city passed insensibly into such a submissiveness of temper, and stood in such awe and reverence of the virtue of Numa, that they received, with an undoubted assurance, whatever he delivered, though never so fabulous, and thought nothing incredible or impossible from him. There goes a story that he once invited a great number of citizens to an entertainment, at which the dishes in which the meat was served were very homely and plain, and the repast itself poor and ordinary fare. The guests seated, he began to tell them that the goddess that consulted with him was then at that time come to him, when on a sudden the room was furnished with all sorts of costly drinking vessels, and the tables loaded with rich meats, and a most sumptuous entertainment. But the dialogue which is reported to have passed between him and Jupiter surpasses all the fabulous legends that were ever invented. They say that before Mount Aventine was inhabited or enclosed within the walls of the city, two demigods, Picus and Faunus, frequented the springs and thick shades of that place, which might be two satyrs or pans, except that they went about Italy playing the same sorts of tricks, by skill in drugs and magic, as are ascribed by the Greeks to the dactyly of Mount Ida. Numa contrived one day to surprise these demigods, by mixing wine and honey in the waters of the spring of which they usually drank. On finding themselves ensnared, they changed themselves into various shapes, dropping their own form and assuming every kind of unusual and hideous appearance. But when they saw they were safely entrapped, and in no possibility of getting free, they revealed to him many secrets and future events, and particularly a charm for thunder and lightning, still in use, performed with onions and hair and pilchards. Some say they did not tell him the charm, but by their magic brought down Jupiter out of heaven, and that he then, in an angry manner answering the inquiries, told Numa that if he would charm the thunder and lightning, he must do it with heads. "How?" said Numa, "with the heads of onions?" "No," replied Jupiter, "of men." But Numa, willing to elude the cruelty of this receipt, turned it another way, saying, "Your meaning is the hairs of men's heads." "No," replied Jupiter, "with living pilchards," said Numa, interrupting him. These answers he had learnt from Egeria. Jupiter returned again to heaven, pacified and Ilkos or propitious. The place was, in remembrance of him, called Elysium from this Greek word, and the spell in this manner effected. These stories, laughable as they are, show us the feelings which people then, by force of habit, entertain towards the deity. And Numa's own thoughts are said to have been fixed to that degree on divine objects that he once, when a message was brought to him that enemies are approaching, answered with a smile, "And I am sacrificing." It was he also that built the temples of Faith and Terminus and taught the Romans that the name of faith was the most solemn oath that they could swear. They still use it, and to the god Terminus or boundary, they offer to this day both public and private sacrifices upon the borders and stone marks of their land. Living victims now, though anciently those sacrifices were solemnized without blood. For Numa reasoned that the god of boundaries, who watched over peace and testified to fair dealing, should have no concern with blood. It is very clear that it was this king who first prescribed bounds to the territory of Rome. For Romulus would but have openly betrayed how much he had encroached on his neighbors' lands, had he ever set limits to his own. For boundaries are indeed a defense to those who choose to observe them, but are only a testimony against the dishonesty of those who break through them. The truth is, the portion of lands which the Romans possessed at the beginning was very narrow, until Romulus enlarged them by war. All whose acquisitions Numa now divided amongst the indigent commonalty, wishing to do away with that extreme want which is a compulsion to dishonesty, and by turning the people to husbandry, to bring them, as well as their lands, into better order. For there is no employment that gives so keen and quick a relish for peace as husbandry and a country life, which leave in men all that kind of courage that makes them ready to fight in defense of their own, while it destroys the license that breaks out into acts of injustice and rapacity. Numa, therefore, hoping agriculture would be a sort of charm to captivate the affections of his people to peace, and viewing it rather as a means to moral than to economical profit, divided all the lands into several parcels, to which he gave the name of pagus or parish, and over every one of them he ordained chief overseers. And, taking a delight sometimes to inspect his colonies in person, he formed his judgment of every man's habits by the results, of which, being witness himself, he preferred those to honors and employments who had done well, and by rebukes and reproaches incited the indolent and careless to improvement. But of all his measures, the most commended was his distribution of the people, by their trades into companies or guilds. For as the city consisted, or rather did not consist of, but was divided into, 2 different tribes, the diversity between which could not be effaced, and in the meantime prevented all unity and caused perpetual tumult and ill blood, reflecting how hard substances that do not readily mix when in the lump may, by being beaten into powder, in that minute form be combined, he resolved to divide the whole population into a number of small divisions, and thus hoped, by introducing other distinctions, to obliterate the original and great distinction, which would be lost among the smaller. So, distinguishing the whole people by the several arts and trades, he formed the companies of musicians, goldsmiths, carpenters, dyers, shoemakers, skinners, braziers, and potters, and all other handicraftsmen he composed and reduced into a single company, appointing every one their proper courts, councils, and religious observances. In this manner, all factious distinctions began, for the first time, to pass out of use, no person any longer being either thought of or spoken of under the notion of a Sabine or a Roman, a Romulian or a Tatian, and the new division became a source of general harmony and intermixture. He is also much to be commended for the repeal, or rather amendment, of that law which gives power to fathers to sell their children. He exempted such as were married, conditionally that it had been with the liking and consent of their parents. For it seemed a hard thing that a woman who had given herself in marriage to a man whom she judged free should afterwards find herself living with a slave. He attempted, also, the formation of a calendar, not with absolute exactness, yet not without some scientific knowledge. During the reign of Romulus, they had let their months run on without any certain or equal term. Some of them contained 20 days, others 35, others more. They had no sort of knowledge of the inequality in the motions of the sun and moon. They only kept to the one rule that the whole course of the year contained 360 days. Numa, calculating the difference between the lunar and the solar year at 11 days. For that the moon completed her anniversary course in 354 days, and the sun in 365, to remedy this incongruity doubled the 11 days, and every other year added an intercalary month, to follow February, consisting of 22 days, and called by the Romans the month Mercedinus. This amendment, however, itself, in course of time, came to need other amendments. He also altered the order of the months. For March, which was reckoned the first, he put into the third place, and January, which was the 11th, he made the first, and February, which was the 12th and last, the second. Many will have it that it was Numa also who added the 2 months of January and February. For in the beginning they had had a year of 10 months, as there are barbarians who count only 3. The Arcadians in Greece had but 4, the Acarnanians 6. The Egyptian year at first, they say, was of 1 month, afterwards of 4. And so, though they live in the newest of all countries, they have the credit of being a more ancient nation than any, and reckon in their genealogies a prodigious number of years, counting months, that is, as years. That the Romans at first comprehended the whole year within 10, and not 12 months, plainly appears by the name of the last, December, meaning the 10th month, and that March was the first is likewise evident, for the 5th month after it was called Quintiles, and the 6th Sextiles, and so the rest. Whereas, if January and February had, in this account, preceded March, Quintiles would have been 5th in name and 7th in reckoning. It was also natural that March dedicated to Mars should be Romulus's first, and April, named from Venus or Aphrodite, his 2nd month. In it they sacrifice to Venus, and the women bathe on the calends or first day of it with myrtle garlands on their heads. But others, because of its being P and not PH, will not allow of the derivation of this word from Aphrodite, but say it is called April from aperio, Latin for to open, because that this month is high spring, and opens and discloses the buds and flowers. The next is called May, from Maia, the mother of Mercury, to whom it is sacred. Then June follows, so called from Juno. Some, however, derive them from the 2 ages, old and young, majors being their name for older and juniors for younger men. To the other months they gave denominations according to their order. So the 5th was called Quintiles, Sextiles the 6th, and the rest September, October, November, and December. Afterwards Quintiles received the name of Julius, from Caesar who defeated Pompey, as also Sextiles that of Augustus, from the 2nd Caesar, who had that title. Domitian, also in imitation, gave the 2 other following months his own names, of Germanicus and Domitianus, but on his being slain, they recovered their ancient denominations of September and October. The 2 last are the only ones that have kept their names throughout without any alteration. Of the months which were added or transposed in their order by Numa, February comes from Februa, and is as much as purification month. In it they make offerings to the dead and celebrate the Lupercalia, which, in most points, resembles a purification. January was so called from Janus, and precedence given to it by Numa before March, which was dedicated to the god Mars, because, as I conceive, he wished to take every opportunity of intimating that the arts and studies of peace are to be preferred before those of war. For this Janus, whether in remote antiquity he were a demigod or a king, was certainly a great lover of civil and social unity, and one who reclaimed men from brutal and savage living, for which reason they figure him with 2 faces, to represent the 2 states and conditions out of the one of which he brought mankind, to lead them into the other. His temple at Rome has 2 gates, which they call the gates of war, because they stand open in the time of war, and shut in the times of peace. Of which latter there was very seldom an example, for, as the Roman Empire was enlarged and extended, It was so encompassed with barbarous nations and enemies to be resisted that it was seldom or never at peace. Only in the time of Augustus Caesar, after he had overcome Antony, this temple was shut, as likewise once before, when Marcus Atilius and Titus Manlius were consuls. But then it was not long before, wars breaking out, the gates were again opened. But during the reign of Numa, those gates were never seen open a single day, but continued constantly shut for a space of 43 years together. Such an entire and universal cessation of war existed. For not only had the people of Rome itself been softened and charmed into a peaceful temper by the just and mild rule of a pacific prince, but even the neighboring cities, as if some salubrious and gentle air had blown from Rome upon them, began to experience a change of feeling, and partook in the general longing for the sweets of peace and order, and for life employed in the quiet tillage of soil, bringing up of children, and worship of the gods. Festival days and sports, and the secure and peaceful interchange of friendly visits and hospitalities prevailed all through the whole of Italy. The love of virtue and justice flowed from Numa's wisdom as from a fountain, and the serenity of his spirit diffused itself, like a calm, on all sides, so that the hyperboles of poets were flat and tame to express what then existed as that. Over the iron shield, the spiders hang their threads. Or that rust eats the pointed spear and double-edged sword. No more is heard the trumpet's brazen roar, sweet sleep is banished from our eyes no more. For during the whole reign of Numa, there was neither war, nor sedition, nor innovation in the state, nor any envy or ill will to his person, nor plot or conspiracy from views of ambition. Either fear of the gods that were thought to watch over him, or reverence for his virtue, or a divine felicity of fortune that in his days preserved human innocence, made his reign, by whatever means, a living example and verification of that saying which Plato, long afterwards, ventured to pronounce, that the sole and only hope of respite or remedy for human evils was in some happy conjunction of events, which should unite in a single person the power of a king and the wisdom of a philosopher, so as to elevate virtue, to control and mastery over vice. The wise man is blessed in himself, and blessed also are the auditors who can hear and receive those words which flow from his mouth. And perhaps, too, there is no need of compulsion or menaces to affect the multitude, for the mere sight itself of a shining and conspicuous example of virtue in the life of their prince will bring them spontaneously to virtue, and to a conformity with that blameless and blessed life of good will and mutual concord, supported by temperance and justice, which is the highest benefit that human means can confer. And he is the truest ruler who can best introduce it into the hearts and practice of his subjects. It is the praise of Numa that no one seems ever to have discerned this so clearly as he. As to his children and wives, there is a diversity of reports by several authors. Some will have it that he never had any other wife than Tatiia, nor more children than one daughter called Pompilia. Others will have it that he left also 4 sons, namely Pompo, Pinus, Calpus, and Mamercus, every one of whom had issue, and from them descended the noble and illustrious families of Pomponae, Pinarae, Calpurnae, and Mamerci, which for this reason took also the surname of Rex, or king. But there is a third set of writers who say that these pedigrees are but a piece of flattery used by writers, who, to gain favor with these great families, made them fictitious genealogies from the lineage of Numa, and that Pompilia was not the daughter of Tatiia, but Lucretia, another wife whom he married after he came to his kingdom. However, all of them agree in opinion that she was married to the son of that Marcius, who persuaded him to accept the government, and accompanied him to Rome where, as a mark of honor, he was chosen into the Senate, and, after the death of Numa, standing in competition with Tullus Hostilius for the kingdom, and being disappointed of the election, in discontent killed himself. His son Marcius, however, who had married Pompilia, continuing at Rome, was the father of Ancus Marcius, who succeeded Tullus Hostilius in the kingdom, and was but 5 years of age when Numa died. Numa lived something above 80 years, and then, as Piso writes, was not taken out of the world by a sudden or acute disease, but died of old age and by a gradual and gentle decline. At his funeral, all the glories of his life were consummated, when all the neighboring states in alliance and amity with Rome met to honor and grace the rites of his interment with garlands and public presents. The senators carried the bier on which his corpse was laid, and the priests followed and accompanied the solemn procession. While a general crowd, in which women and children took part, followed with such cries and weeping as if they had bewailed the death and loss of some most dear relation taken away in the flower of age, and not of an old and worn-out king. It is said that his body, by his particular command, was not burnt, but that they made, in conformity with his order, 2 stone coffins and buried both under the hill Janiculum, in one of which his body was laid, and in the other his sacred books, which, as the Greek legislators their tables, he had written out for himself, but had so long inculcated the contents of them, whilst he lived, into the minds and hearts of the priests, that their understandings became fully possessed with the whole spirit and purpose of them. And he, therefore, bade that they should be buried with his body, as though such holy precepts could not without irreverence be left to circulate in mere lifeless writings. For this very reason, they say, the Pythagoreans bade that their precepts should not be committed to paper, but rather preserved in the living memories of those who were worthy to receive them. And when some of their out-of-the-way and abstruse geometrical processes had been divulged to an unworthy person, they said the gods threatened to punish this wickedness and profanity by a signal and wide-spreading calamity. With these several instances, concurring to show a similarity in the lives of Numa and Pythagoras, we may easily pardon those who seek to establish the fact of a real acquaintance between them. Valerius Antiaes writes that the books which were buried in the aforesaid chest or coffin of stone were 12 volumes of Holy Writ and 12 others of Greek philosophy, and that about 400 years afterwards, when P. Cornelius and M. Bebius were consuls, in a time of heavy rains, a violent torrent washed away the earth and dislodged the chests of stone. And their covers falling off, one of them was found wholly empty, without the least relic of any human body. In the other were the books before mentioned, which the praetor Petilius, having read and perused, made oath in the Senate, that, in his opinion, it was not fit for their contents to be made public to the people. Whereupon the volumes were all carried to the Comitium, and there burnt. It is the fortune of all good men that their virtue rises in glory after their deaths, and that the envy which evil men conceive against them never outlives them long. Some have the happiness even to see it die before them. But in Numa's case, also, the fortunes of the succeeding kings served as foils to set off the brightness of his reputation. For after him there were 5 kings, the last of whom ended his old age in banishment, being deposed from his crown. Of the other 4, 3 were assassinated and murdered by treason. The other, who was Tullus Hostilius, that immediately succeeded Numa, derided his virtues, and especially his devotion to religious worship, as a cowardly and mean-spirited occupation, and diverted the minds of the people to war. But was checked in these youthful insolences, and was himself driven by an acute and tormenting disease into superstitions wholly different from Numa's piety, and left others also to participate in these terrors when he died by the stroke of a thunderbolt. Comparison of Numa with Lycurgus. Having thus finished the lives of Lycurgus and Numa, we shall now, though the work be difficult, put together their points of difference as they lie here before our view. Their points of likeness are obvious: their moderation, their religion, their capacity of government and discipline, they're both deriving their laws and constitutions from the gods. Yet in their common glories there are circumstances of diversity, for, first, Numa accepted, and Lycurgus resigned a kingdom. Numa received without desiring it, Lycurgus had it and gave it up. The one from a private person and a stranger was raised by others to be their king, the other from the condition of a prince voluntarily descended to the state of privacy. It was glorious to acquire a throne by justice, yet more glorious to prefer justice before a throne. The same virtue which made the one appear worthy of regal power exalted the other to the disregard of it. Lastly, as musicians tune their harps, so the one let down the high-flown spirits of the people at Rome to a lower key, as the other screwed them up at Sparta to a higher note, when they were sunken low by dissoluteness and riot. The harder task was that of Lycurgus, for it was not so much his business to persuade his citizens to put off their armor or ungird their swords, as to cast away their gold or silver and abandon costly furniture and rich tables. Nor was it necessary to preach to them that, laying aside their arms, they should observe the festivals and sacrifice to the gods, but rather that, giving up feasting and drinking, they should employ their time in laborious and martial exercises. So that while the one affected all by persuasions, and his people's love for him, the other, with danger and hazard of his person, scarcely in the end succeeded. Numa's muse was a gentle and loving inspiration, fitting him well to turn and soothe his people into peace and justice out of their violent and fiery tempers. Whereas, if we must admit the treatment of the Helots to be a part of Lycurgus's legislations, a most cruel and iniquitous proceeding, we must own that Numa was by a great deal the more humane and Greek-like legislator, granting even to actual slaves a license to sit at meat with their masters at the feast of Saturn, that they also might have some taste and relish of the sweets of liberty. For this custom, too, is ascribed to Numa, whose wish was, they conceive, to give a place in the enjoyment of the yearly fruits of the soil to those who had helped to produce them. Others will have it to be in remembrance of the age of Saturn, when there was no distinction between master and slave, but all lived as brothers and as equals in a condition of equality. In general, it seems that both aimed at the same design and intent, which was to bring their people to moderation and frugality. But of other virtues, the one set his affection most on fortitude, and the other on justice. Unless we will attribute their different ways to the different habits and temperaments which they had to work upon by their enactments. For Numa did not out of cowardice or fear affect peace, but because he would not be guilty of injustice. Nor did Lycurgus promote a spirit of war in his people that they might do injustice to others, but that they might protect themselves by it. In bringing the habits they formed in their people to a just and happy mean, mitigating them where they exceeded, and strengthening them where they were deficient, both were compelled to make great innovations. The frame of government which Numa formed was democratic and popular to the last extreme, goldsmiths and flute players and shoemakers constituting his promiscuous, many-colored commonalty. Lycurgus was rigid and aristocratical, banishing all the base and mechanic arts to the company of servants and strangers, and allowing the true citizens no implements but the spear and shield, the trade of war only, and the service of Mars, and no other knowledge or study, but that of obedience to their commanding officers and victory over their enemies. Every sort of money-making was forbid them as freemen, and to make them thoroughly so and to keep them so through their whole lives, every conceivable concern with money was handed over, with the cooking and the waiting at table, to slaves and helots. But Numa made none of these distinctions. He only suppressed military rapacity, allowing free scope to every other means of obtaining wealth. Nor did he endeavor to do away with inequality in this respect, but permitted riches to be amassed to any extent, and paid no attention to the gradual and continual augmentation and influx of poverty, which it was his business at the outset, whilst there was as yet no great disparity in the estates of men, and whilst people still lived much in one manner, to obviate, as Lycurgus did, and take measures of precaution against the mischiefs of avarice, mischiefs not of small importance, but the real seed and first beginning of all the great and extensive evils of after times. The redivision of estates, Lycurgus is not, it seems to me, to be blamed for making, nor Numa for omitting. This equality was the basis and foundation of the one commonwealth. But at Rome, where the lands had been lately divided, there was nothing to urge any redivision or any disturbance of the first arrangement, which was probably still in existence. With respect to wives and children, and that community which both, with a sound policy, appointed to prevent all jealousy, their methods, however, were different. For when a Roman thought himself to have a sufficient number of children, in case his neighbor who had none should come and request his wife of him, he had a lawful power to give her up to him who desired her, either for a certain time or for good. The Lacedaemonian husband, on the other hand, might allow the use of his wife to any other that desired to have children by her, and yet still keep her in his house, the original marriage obligations still subsisting as at first. Nay, many husbands, as we have said, would invite men whom they thought likewise to procure them fine and good-looking children into their houses. What is the difference, then, between the two customs? Shall we say that the Lacedaemonian system is one of an extreme and entire unconcern about their wives, and would cause most people endless disquiet and annoyance with pangs and jealousies? The Roman course wears an air of a more delicate acquiescence, draws the veil of a new contract over the change, and concedes the general insupportableness of mere community. Numa's directions, too, for the care of young women are better adapted to the female sex and to propriety. Lycurgus's are altogether unreserved and unfeminine, and have given a great handle to the poets, who call them ibicus, for example, phenomrides, bare-thighed, and give them the character, as does Euripides, of being wild after husbands. These with the young men from the house go out, with thighs that show, and robes that fly about. For in fact, the skirts of the frock worn by unmarried girls were not sewn together at the lower part, but used to fly back and show the whole thigh bare as they walked. The thing is most distinctly given by Sophocles. She also, the young maid, whose frock, no robe yet o'er it laid, folding back, leaves her bare thigh free, Hermione. And so their women, it is said, were bold and masculine, overbearing to their husbands in the first place, absolute mistresses in their houses, giving their opinions about public matters freely, and speaking openly even on the most important subjects. But the matrons, under the government of Numa, still indeed received from their husbands all that high respect and honor which had been paid them under Romulus as a sort of atonement for the violence done to them. Nevertheless, great modesty was enjoined upon them, all busy intermeddling forbidden, sobriety insisted on, and silence made habitual. Wine they were not to touch at all, nor to speak, except in their husbands' company, even on the most ordinary subjects. So that once when a woman had the confidence to plead her own cause in a court of judicature, the Senate, it is said, sent to inquire of the oracle what the prodigy did portend. And, indeed, their general good behavior and submissiveness is justly proved by the record of those that were otherwise. For as the Greek historians record in their annals the names of those who first unsheathed the sword of civil war, or murdered their brothers, or were parricides, or killed their mothers, so the Roman writers report it as the first example, that Spurius Carvilius divorced his wife, being a case that never before happened in the space of 230 years from the foundation of the city. And that one Thalia, the wife of Pinarius, had a quarrel, the first instance of the kind, with her mother-in-law Gigania in the reign of Tarquinius Superbus. So successful was the legislator in securing order and good conduct in the marriage relation. Their respective regulations for marrying the young women are in accordance with those for their education. Lycurgus made them brides when they were of full age and inclination for it. Intercourse, where nature was thus consulted, would produce, he thought, love and tenderness, instead of the dislike and fear attending an unnatural compulsion. And their bodies also would be better able to bear the trials of breeding and of bearing children. In his judgment, the one end of marriage, istellos chiton, the undergarment, frock, or tunic, without anything, either Hammadian or peplous, over it. The Romans, on the other hand, gave their daughters in marriage as early as 12 years old, or even under. Thus they thought their bodies alike, and minds would be delivered to the future husband pure and undefiled. The way of Lycurgus seems the more natural with a view to the birth of children. The other, looking to a life to be spent together, is more moral. However, the rules which Lycurgus drew up for superintendence of children, their collection into companies, their discipline and association, as also his exact regulations for their meals, exercises, and sports, argue Numa no more than an ordinary lawgiver. Numa left the whole matter simply to be decided by the parents' wishes or necessities. He might, if he pleased, make his son a husbandman or carpenter, coppersmith or musician, as if it were of no importance for them to be directed and trained up from the beginning to one and the same common end, or as though it would do for them to be like passengers on shipboard, brought thither each for his own ends and by his own choice, uniting to act for the common good only in time of danger upon occasion of their private fears, in general looking simply to their own interest. We may forbear, indeed, to blame common legislators, who may be deficient in power or knowledge. But when a wise man like Numa had received the sovereignty over a new and docile people, was there anything that would better deserve his attention than the education of children, and the training up of the young, not to contrariety and discordance of character, but to the unity of the common model of virtue, to which from their cradle they should have been formed and molded? One benefit among many that Lycurgus obtained by his course was the permanence which it secured to his laws. The obligation of oaths to preserve them would have availed but little, if he had not, by discipline and education, infused them into the children's characters, and imbued their whole early life with a love of his government. The result was that the main points and fundamentals of his legislation continued for above 500 years, like some deep and thoroughly ingrained tincture, retaining their hold upon the nation. But Numa's whole design and aim, the continuance of peace and goodwill, on his death vanished with him. No sooner did he expire his last breath than the gates of Janus's temple flew wide open, and, as if war had indeed been kept and caged up within those walls, it rushed forth to fill all Italy with blood and slaughter. And thus that best and justest fabric of things was of no long continuance, because it wanted that cement which should have kept all together, education. What then, some may say, has not Rome been advanced and bettered by her wars? A question that will need a long answer, if it is to be one to satisfy men who take the better to consist in riches, luxury, and dominion, rather than in security, gentleness, and that independence which is accompanied by justice. However, it makes much for Lycurgus, that, after the Romans deserted the doctrine and discipline of Numa, their empire grew and their power increased so much. Whereas so soon as the Lacedaemonians fell from the institutions of Lycurgus, they sank from the highest to the lowest state, and, after forfeiting their supremacy over the rest of Greece, were themselves in danger of absolute extirpation. Thus much, meantime, was peculiarly signal and almost divine in the circumstances of Numa, that he was an alien, and yet courted to come and accept a kingdom, the frame of which though he entirely altered, yet he performed it by mere persuasion, and ruled a city that as yet had scarce become one city, without recurring to arms or any violence, such as Lycurgus used, supporting himself by the aid of the nobler citizens against the commonalty, but by mere force of wisdom and justice, established union and harmony amongst all. Solon. Didymus, the grammarian, in his answer to Asclepiades concerning Solon's tables of law, mentions a passage of one Philocles, who states that Solon's father's name was Euphorion, contrary to the opinion of all others who have written concerning him. For they generally agree that he was the son of Exesistides, a man of moderate wealth and power in the city, but of a most noble stock, being descended from Codrus. His mother, as Heraclides Ponticus affirms, was cousin to Pisistratus's mother, and the two at first were great friends, partly because they were akin, and partly because of Pisistratus's noble qualities and beauty. And they say Solon loved him. And that is the reason, I suppose, that when afterwards they differed about the government, their enmity never produced any hot and violent passion. They remembered their old kindnesses and retained, still in its embers living the strong fire of their love and dear affection. For that Solon was not proof against beauty, nor of courage to stand up to passion and meet it, hand to hand as in the ring. We may conjecture by his poems, and one of his laws, in which there are practices forbidden to slaves, which he would appear, therefore, to recommend to freemen. Pisistratus, it is stated, was similarly attached to one Charmus. He it was who dedicated the figure of love in the academy, where the runners in the sacred torch-race light their torches. Solon, as Hermippus writes, when his father had ruined his estate in doing benefits and kindnesses to other men, though he had friends enough that were willing to contribute to his relief, yet was ashamed to be beholden to others, since he was descended from a family who were accustomed to do kindnesses rather than receive them, and therefore applied himself to merchandise in his youth, though others assure us that he traveled rather to get learning and experience than to make money. It is certain that he was a lover of knowledge, for when he was old he would say that he each day grew older and learnt something new, and yet no admirer of riches, esteeming as equally wealthy the man who hath both gold and silver in his hand, horses and mules and acres of wheat land, and him whose all is decent food to eat, clothes to his back and shoes upon his feet, and a young wife and child, since so 'twill be, and no more years than will with that agree. And in another place, wealth I would have, but wealth by wrong procure I would not. Justice, e'en if slow, is sure. And it is perfectly possible for a good man and a statesman, without being solicitous for superfluities, to show some concern for competent necessaries. In his time, as Hesiod says, work was a shame to none, nor was any distinction made with respect to trade, but merchandise was a noble calling, which brought home the good things which the barbarous nations enjoyed, was the occasion of friendship with their kings, and a great source of experience. Some merchants have built great cities, as Protes, the founder of Massilia, to whom the Gauls near the Rhine were much attached. Some report also that Thales and Hippocrates the mathematician traded, and that Plato defrayed the charges of his travels by selling oil in Egypt. Solon's softness and profuseness, his popular rather than philosophical tone about pleasure in his poems, have been ascribed to his trading life. For, having suffered 1,000 dangers, it was natural they should be recompensed with some gratifications and enjoyments. But that he accounted himself rather poor than rich is evident from the lines. Some wicked men are rich, some good or poor. We will not change our virtue for their store. Virtue's a thing that none call take away, but money changes owners all the day. At first he used his poetry only in trifles, not for any serious purpose, but simply to pass away his idle hours. But afterwards he introduced moral sentences and state matters, which he did, not to record them merely as an historian, but to justify his own actions, and sometimes to correct, chastise, and stir up the Athenians to noble performances. Some report that he designed to put his laws into heroic verse, and that they began thus: "We humbly beg a blessing on our laws from mighty Jove, and honor and applause." In philosophy, as most of the wise men then, he chiefly esteemed the political part of morals. In physics, he was very plain and antiquated, as appears by this: "It is the clouds that make the snow and hail, and thunder comes from lightning without fail. The sea is stormy when the winds have blown, but it deals fairly when 'tis left alone." And indeed, it is probable that at that time Thales alone had raised philosophy above mere practice into speculation, and the rest of the wise men were so called from prudence in political concerns. It is said that they had an interview at Delphi, and another at Corinth by the procurement of Periander, who made a meeting for them and a supper. But their reputation was chiefly raised by sending the tripod to them all, by their modest refusal and complacent yielding to one another. For, as the story goes, some of the cones fishing with a net, some strangers, Milesians, bought the draught at a venture. The net brought up a golden tripod, which, they say, Helen, at her return from Troy upon the remembrance of an old prophecy, threw in there. Now, the strangers at first contesting with the fishers about the tripod, and the cities espousing the quarrel so far as to engage themselves in a war, Apollo decided the controversy by commanding to present it to the wisest man. And first it was sent to Miletus to Thales, the cones freely presenting him with that for which they fought against the whole body of the Milesians. But Thales declaring Bias the wiser person, it was sent to him, from him to another. And so, going round them all, it came to Thales a second time, and at last, being carried from Miletus to Thebes, was there dedicated to Apollo Ismenius. Theophrastus writes that it was first presented to Bias at Priene, and next to Thales at Maltus, and so through all it returned to Bias, and was afterwards sent to Delphi. This is the general report. Only some, instead of a tripod, say this present was a cup sent by Croesus, others, a piece of plate that one Bathocles had left. It is stated that Anacharsis and Solon and Thales were familiarly acquainted, and some have delivered parts of their discourse. For they say, Anacharsis, coming to Athens, knocked at Solon's door and told him that he, being a stranger, was come to be his guest and contract a friendship with him. And Solon replying, "It is better to make friends at home," Anacharsis replied, "than you that are at home make friendship with me." Solon, somewhat surprised at the readiness of the repartee, received him kindly, and kept him some time with him, being already engaged in public business and the compilation of his laws. Which when Anacharsis understood, he laughed at him for imagining the dishonesty and covetousness of his countrymen could be restrained by written laws, which were like spiders' webs, and would catch, it is true, the weak and poor, but easily be broken by the mighty and rich. To this, Solon rejoined that men keep their promises when neither side can get anything by the breaking of them, and he would so fit his laws to the citizens that all should understand it was more eligible to be just than to break the laws. But the event rather agreed with the conjecture of Anacharsis than Solon's hope. Anacharsis, being once at the assembly, expressed his wonder at the fact that in Greece wise men spoke and fools decided. Solon went, they say, to Thales at Miletus, and wondered that Thales took no care to get him a wife and children. To this Thales made no answer for the present, but a few days after procured a stranger to pretend that he had left Athens 10 days ago, and Solon inquiring what news there, The man, according to his instructions, replied, "None but a young man's funeral, which the whole city attended. For he was the son, they said, of an honorable man, the most virtuous of the citizens, who was not then at home, but had been traveling a long time." Solon replied, "What a miserable man is he!" "But what was his name?" "I have heard it," says the man, "but have now forgotten it, only there was great talk of his wisdom and his justice." Thus Solon was drawn on by every answer, and his fears heightened, till at last, being extremely concerned, he mentioned his own name, and asked the stranger if that young man was called Solon's son. And the stranger assenting, he began to beat his head, and to do and say all that is usual with men in transports of grief. But Thales took his hand, and with a smile said, "These things, Solon, keep me from marriage and rearing children, which are too great for even your constancy to support. However, be not concerned at the report, for it is a fiction." This Hermippus relates from Paticus, who boasted that he had Aesop's soul. However, it is irrational and poor-spirited not to seek conveniences for fear of losing them. For upon the same account we should not allow ourselves to like wealth, glory, or wisdom, since we may fear to be deprived of all these. Nay, even virtue itself, than which there is no greater nor more desirable possession, is often suspended by sickness or drugs. Now Thales, though unmarried, could not be free from solicitude, unless he likewise felt no care for his friends, his kinsmen, or his country. Yet we are told he adopted Cybisthus, his sister's son. For the soul, having a principle of kindness in itself, and being born to love as well as perceive, think, or remember, inclines and fixes upon some stranger, when a man has none of his own to embrace. And alien or illegitimate objects insinuate themselves into his affections, as into some estate that lacks lawful heirs, and with affection come anxiety and care. Insomuch that you may see men that use the strongest language against the marriage bed and the fruit of it, when some servant's or concubine's child is sick or dies, almost killed with grief, and abjectly lamenting. Some have given way to shameful and desperate sorrow at the loss of a dog or horse. Others have borne the deaths of virtuous children without any extravagant or unbecoming grief, have passed the rest of their lives like men, and according to the principles of reason. It is not affection, it is weakness that brings men unarmed against fortune by reason into these endless pains and terrors, and they indeed have not even the present enjoyment of what they dote upon, the possibility of the future loss causing them continual pangs, tremors, and distresses. We must not provide against the loss of wealth by poverty, or of friends by refusing all acquaintance, or of children by having none, but by morality and reason. But of this too much. Now, when the Athenians were tired with a tedious and difficult war that they conducted against the Megarians for the island Salamis, and made a law that it should be death for any man, by writing or speaking, to assert that the city ought to endeavor to recover it, Solon, vexed at the disgrace, and perceiving thousands of the youth wished for somebody to begin, but did not dare to stir first for fear of the law, counterfeited a distraction, and by his own family it was spread about the city that he was mad. He then secretly composed some elegiac verses, and getting them by heart, that it might seem extempore, ran out into the place with a cap upon his head, and, the people gathering about him, got upon the herald's stand, and sang that elegy which begins thus: "I am a herald come from Salamis the fair, my news from thence my verses shall declare." The poem is called Salamis. It contains 100 verses, very elegantly written. When it had been sung, his friends commended it, and especially Pisistratus exhorted the citizens to obey his directions, insomuch that they recalled the law and renewed the war under Solon's conduct. The popular tale is that with Pisistratus he sailed to Colias, and, finding the women, according to the custom of the country there, sacrificing to Ceres, he sent a trusty friend to Salamis, who should pretend himself a renegade, and advise them, if they desired to seize the chief Athenian women, to come with him at once to Colias. The Megarians presently sent of men in the vessel with him. And Solon, seeing it put off from the island, commanded the women to be gone, and some beardless youths, dressed in their clothes, their shoes, and caps, and privately armed with daggers, to dance and play near the shore till the enemies had landed and the vessel was in their power. Things being thus ordered, the Megarians were allured with the appearance, and coming to the shore, jumped out, eager who should first seize a prize, so that not one of them escaped, and the Athenians set sail for the island and took it. Others say that it was not taken this way, but that he first received this oracle from Delphi. Those heroes that in fair Aesopia rest, all buried with their faces to the west, go and appease with offerings of the best. And that Solon, sailing by night to the island, sacrificed to the heroes Periphemus and Cycrius, and then taking 500 Athenian volunteers. A law having passed that those that took the island should be highest in the government, with a number of fisher boats and one 30-oared ship, anchored in a bay of Salamis that looks towards Nicaea, and the Megarians that were then in the island, hearing only an uncertain report, hurried to their arms and sent a ship to reconnoiter the enemies. This ship Solon took, and, securing the Megarians, manned it with Athenians, and gave them orders to sail to the island with as much privacy as possible. Meantime he, with the other soldiers, marched against the Megarians by land, and whilst they were fighting, those from the ship took the city. And this narrative is confirmed by the following solemnity that was afterwards observed. An Athenian ship used to sail silently at first to the island, then, with noise and a great shout, one leapt out armed, and with a loud cry ran to the promontory Serradium to meet those that approached upon the land. And just by there stands a temple which Solon dedicated to Mars. For he beat the Megarians, and as many as were not killed in the battle he sent away upon conditions. The Megarians, however, still contending, and both sides having received considerable losses, they chose the Spartans for arbitrators. Now, many affirm that Homer's authority did Solon a considerable kindness, and that, introducing a line into the catalogue of ships, when the matter was to be determined, he read the passage as follows. 12 ships from Salamis stout Ajax brought, and ranked his men where the Athenians fought. The Athenians, however, call this but an idle story, and report that Solon made it appear to the judges that Philaius and Eurysaces, the sons of Ajax, being made citizens of Athens, gave them the island, and that one of them dwelt at Broron in Attica, the other at Melite. And they have a township of Philaidae, to which Pisistratus belonged, deriving its name from this Philaius. Solon took a farther argument against the Megarians from the dead bodies, which, he said, were not buried after their fashion, but according to the Athenian. For the Megarians turn the corpse to the east, the Athenians to the west. But hereas the Megarian denies this, and affirms that they likewise turn the body to the west, and also that the Athenians have a separate tomb for every body, but the Megarians put 2 or 3 into one. However, some of Apollo's oracles, where he calls Salamis Ionian, made much for Solon. This matter was determined by 5 Spartans, Critolaidas, Amampharatus, Hypsipylas, Anaxyllas, and Cleomenes. For this, Solon grew famed and powerful, but his advice in favor of defending the oracle at Delphi, to give aid, and not to suffer the Syrians to profane it, but to maintain the honor of the god, got him most repute among the Greeks. For upon his persuasion the Amphictyons undertook the war, as, amongst others, Aristotle affirms in his enumeration of the victors at the Pythian Games, where he makes Solon the author of this council. Solon, however, was not general in that expedition, as Hermippus states, out of Avanthus the Samian. For Aeschines the orator says no such thing, and, in the Delphian register, Alcmaeon, not Solon, is named as commander of the Athenians. Now the Cylonian pollution had a long while disturbed the commonwealth, ever since the time when Megacles, the archon, persuaded the conspirators with Cylon that took sanctuary in Minerva's temple to come down and stand to a fair trial. And they, tying a thread to the image, and holding one end of it, went down to the tribunal. But when they came to the temple of the Furies, the thread broke of its own accord, upon which, as if the goddess had refused them protection, they were seized by Megacles and the other magistrates. As many as were without the temples were stoned, those that fled for sanctuary were butchered at the altar, and only those escaped who made supplication to the wives of the magistrates. But they from that time were considered under pollution, and regarded with hatred. The remainder of the faction of Cylon grew strong again, and had continual quarrels with the family of Megacles, and now the quarrel being at its height, and the people divided, Solon, being in reputation, interposed with the chiefest of the Athenians, and by entreaty and admonition persuaded the polluted to submit to a trial and the decision of 300 noble citizens. And Myron of Phlia being their accuser, they were found guilty, and as many as were then alive were banished, and the bodies of the dead were dug up, and scattered beyond the confines of the country. In the midst of these distractions, the Megarians falling upon them, they lost Nicaea and Salamis again. Besides, the city was disturbed with superstitious fears and strange appearances, and the priests declared that the sacrifices intimated some villainies and pollutions that were to be expiated. Upon this, they sent for Epimenides the Phaeacian from Crete, who is counted the seventh wise man by those that will not admit Periander into the number. He seems to have been thought a favorite of heaven, possessed of knowledge in all the supernatural and ritual parts of religion, and therefore the men of his age called him Eunuchures, and son of a nymph named Balt. When he came to Athens and grew acquainted with Solon, he served him in many instances and prepared the way for his legislation. He made them moderate in their forms of worship, and abated their mourning by ordering some sacrifices presently after the funeral, and taking off those severe and barbarous ceremonies which the women usually practiced. But the greatest benefit was his purifying and sanctifying the city by certain propitiatory and expiatory lustrations and foundation of sacred buildings, by that means making them more submissive to justice and more inclined to harmony. It is reported that, looking upon Manichea, and considering a long while, he said to those that stood by, "How blind is man in future things! For did the Athenians foresee what mischief this would do their city, they would even eat it with their own teeth to be rid of it." A similar anticipation is ascribed to Thales. They say he commanded his friends to bury him in an obscure and contemned quarter of the territory of Maltus, saying that it should some day be the marketplace of the Milesians. Epimenides, being much honored, and receiving from the city rich offers of large gifts and privileges, requested but one branch of the sacred olive, and, on that being granted, returned. The Athenians, now the Cylonian sedition was over and the polluted gone into banishment, fell into their old quarrels about the government, there being as many different parties as there were diversities in the country. The hill quarter favored democracy, the plain, oligarchy, and those that lived by the seaside stood for a mixed sort of government, and so hindered either of the other parties from prevailing. And the disparity of fortune between the rich and the poor, at that time, also reached its height, so that the city seemed to be in a truly dangerous condition, and no other means for freeing it from disturbances and settling it to be possible but a despotic power. All the people were indebted to the rich, and either they tilled their land for their creditors, paying them a sixth part of the increase, and were therefore called hectomoriae and thetes, or else they engaged their body for the debt, and might be seized, and either sent into slavery at home, or sold to strangers. Some, for no law forbade it, were forced to sell their children, or fly their country to avoid the cruelty of their creditors. But the most part and the bravest of them began to combine together and encourage one another to stand to it, to choose a leader, to liberate the condemned debtors, divide the land, and change the government. Then the wisest of the Athenians, perceiving Solon was of all men the only one not implicated in the troubles, that he had not joined in the exactions of the rich, and was not involved in the necessities of the poor, pressed him to succor the commonwealth and compose the differences. Though Phanias the Lesbian affirms that Solon, to save his country, put a trick upon both parties, and privately promised the poor a division of the lands, and the rich security for their debts. Solon, however, himself says that it was reluctantly at first that he engaged in state affairs, being afraid of the pride of one party and the greediness of the other. He was chosen archon, however, after Philimbratus, and empowered to be an arbitrator and lawgiver, the rich consenting because he was wealthy, the poor because he was honest. There was a saying of his current before the election, that when things are even there never can be war, and this pleased both parties, the wealthy and the poor, the one conceiving him to mean when all have their fair proportion, the others when all are absolutely equal. Thus, there being great hopes on both sides, the chief men pressed Solon to take the government into his own hands, and, when he was once settled, manage the business freely and according to his pleasure. And many of the commons, perceiving it would be a difficult change to be effected by law and reason, were willing to have one wise and just man set over the affairs. And some say that Solon had this oracle from Apollo: "Take the mid-seat, and be the vessel's guide, many in Athens are upon your side." But chiefly his familiar friends chid him for disaffecting monarchy only because of the name, as if the virtue of the ruler could not make it a lawful form. Euboea had made this experiment when it chose Tynondas, and Mytilene, which had made Pittacus its prince. Yet this could not shake Solon's resolution. But as they say, he replied to his friends that it was true a tyranny was a very fair spot, but it had no way down from it. And in a copy of verses to focus he writes, "That I spared my land, and withheld from usurpation and from violence my hand, and forbore to fix a stain and a disgrace on my good name, I regret not. I believe that it will be my chiefest fame." From which it is manifest that he was a man of great reputation before he gave his laws. The several mocks that were put upon him for refusing the power, he records in these words. Solon surely was a dreamer, and a man of simple mind when the gods would give him fortune. He of his own will declined when the net was full of fishes, over-heavy thinking it, he declined to haul it up, through want of heart and want of wit. Had but I that chance of riches and of kingship, for one day, I would give my skin for flaying, and my house to die away. Thus he makes the many and the low people speak of him. Yet, though he refused the government, he was not too mild in the affair. He did not show himself mean and submissive to the powerful, nor make his laws to pleasure those that chose him. For where it was well before, he applied no remedy, nor altered anything, for fear lest, overthrowing altogether, and disordering the state, he should be too weak to new model and recompose it to a tolerable condition. But what he thought he could effect by persuasion upon the pliable, and by force upon the stubborn, this he did, as he himself says, with force and justice working both one. And therefore, when he was afterwards asked if he had left the Athenians the best laws that could be given, he replied, the best they could receive. The way which, the moderns say, the Athenians have of softening the badness of a thing, by ingeniously giving it some pretty and innocent appellation, calling harlots, for example, mistresses tributes customs, a garrison a guard, and the jail the chamber, seems originally to have been Solon's contrivance, who called cancelling debts seisachthia, a relief or disencumbrance. For the first thing which he settled was, that what debts remained should be forgiven, and no man for the future should engage the body of his debtor for security. Though some, as Androtion, affirm that the debts were not cancelled, but the interest only lessened, which sufficiently pleased the people, so that they named this benefit the seisachthia, together with the enlarging their measures and raising the value of their money. For he made a pound, which before passed for 73 drachmas, go for 100, so that, though the number of pieces in the payment was equal, the value was less, which proved a considerable benefit to those that were to discharge great debts, and no loss to the creditors. But most agree that it was the taking off the debts that was called seisachthia, which is confirmed by some places in his poem, where he takes honor to himself that the mortgage stones that covered her, by me removed, the land that was a slave is free. That some who had been seized for their debts, he had brought back from other countries, where, so far their lot to roam, they had forgot the language of their home. And some he had set at liberty, who here in shameful servitude were held. While he was designing this, a most vexatious thing happened. For when he had resolved to take off the debts, and was considering the proper form and fit beginning for it, he told some of his friends, Canon, Clinias, and Hipponicus, in whom he had a great deal of confidence, that he would not meddle with the lands, but only free the people from their debts. Upon which they, using their advantage, made haste and borrowed some considerable sums of money, and purchased some large farms. And when the law was enacted, they kept the possessions and would not return the money, which brought Solon into great suspicion and dislike, as if he himself had not been abused, but was concerned in the contrivance. But he presently stopped this suspicion by releasing his debtors of 5 talents, for he had lent so much, according to the law others, as Polyzelos the Rhodian, say 15. His friends, however, were ever afterward called Creocopidi, repudiators. In this he pleased neither party, for the rich were angry for their money, and the poor that the land was not divided, and, as Lycurgus ordered in his commonwealth, all men reduced to equality. He, it is true, being the 11th from Hercules, and having reigned many years in Lacedaemon, had got a great reputation and friends and power, which he could use in modeling his state, and, applying force more than persuasion, insomuch that he lost his eye in the scuffle, was able to employ the most effectual means for the safety and harmony of a state, by not permitting any to be poor or rich in his commonwealth. Solon could not rise to that in his polity, being but a citizen of the middle classes. Yet he acted fully up to the height of his power, having nothing but the goodwill and good opinion of his citizens to rely on, and that he offended the most part, who looked for another result, he declares in the words, "Formerly they boasted of me vainly, with averted eyes now they look askance upon me. Friends no more, but enemies." And yet had any other man, he says, received the same power, he would not have forborne, nor let alone, but made the fattest of the milk his own. Soon, however, becoming sensible of the good that was done, they laid by their grudges, made a public sacrifice, calling it Sasicthea, and chose Solon to new model and make laws for the commonwealth, giving him the entire power over everything, their magistracies, their assemblies, courts, and councils, that he should appoint the number, times of meeting, and what estate they must have that could be capable of these, and dissolve or continue any of the present constitutions, according to his pleasure. First, then, he repealed all Draco's laws, except those concerning homicide, because they were too severe, and the punishments too great. For death was appointed for almost all offenses, insomuch that those that were convicted of idleness were to die, and those that stole a cabbage or an apple to suffer, even as villains that committed sacrilege or murder. So that Demades in after time was thought to have said very happily that Draco's laws were written not with ink, but blood, and he himself, being once asked why he made death the punishment of most offenses, replied, "Small ones deserve that, and I have no hire for the greater crimes." Next, Solon, being willing to continue the magistracies in the hands of the rich men, and yet receive the people into the other part of the government, took an account of the citizens' estates, and those that were worth 500 measures of fruits, dry and liquid, he placed in the first rank, calling them Pentacosium Dimni. Those that could keep an horse or were worth 300 measures were named Hippotatelents, and made the second class. The Zeugeti, that had 200 measures, were in the third. And all the others were called Thetes, who were not admitted to any office, but could come to the assembly and act as jurors, which at first seemed nothing, but afterwards was found an enormous privilege, as almost every matter of dispute came before them in this latter capacity. Even in the cases which he assigned to the archons cognizance, he allowed an appeal to the courts. Besides, it is said that he was obscure and ambiguous in the wording of his laws, on purpose to increase the honor of his courts. For since their differences could not be adjusted by the letter, they would have to bring all their causes to the judges, who thus were in a manner masters of the laws. Of this equalization he himself makes mention in this manner. "Such power I gave the people as might do abridged not what they had, now lavished new. Those that were great in wealth and high in place, my counsel likewise kept from all disgrace. Before them both I held my shield of might, and let not either touch the other's right. And for the greater security of the weak commons, he gave general liberty of indicting for an act of injury. If anyone was beaten, maimed, or suffered any violence, any man that would and was able might prosecute the wrongdoer, intending by this to accustom the citizens, like members of the same body, to resent and be sensible of one another's injuries. And there is a saying of his agreeable to this law, for, being asked what city was best modeled, 'That,' said he, 'where those that are not injured try and punish the unjust as much as those that are.' When he had constituted the Areopagus of those who had been yearly archons, of which he himself was a member therefore, observing that the people, now free from their debts, were unsettled and imperious, he formed another council of 400, 100 out of each of the 4 tribes, which was to inspect all matters before they were propounded to the people, and to take care that nothing but what had been first examined should be brought before the General Assembly. The upper council, or Areopagus, he made inspectors and keepers of the laws, conceiving that the commonwealth, held by these 2 councils like anchors, would be less liable to be tossed by tumults, and the people be more at quiet. Such is the general statement that Solon instituted the Areopagus, which seems to be confirmed because Draco makes no mention of the Areopagites, but in all causes of blood refers to the Epheti. Yet Solon's 13th table contains the 8th law set down in these very words. Whoever before Solon's archonship were disfranchised, let them be restored except those that, being condemned by the Areopagus Epheti, or in the Prytaneum by the kings, for homicide, murder, or designs against the government, were in banishment when this law was made. And these words seem to show that the Areopagus existed before Solon's laws, for who could be condemned by that council before his time if he was the first that instituted the court? unless, which is probable, there is some ellipsis or want of precision in the language, and it should run thus: those that are convicted of such offenses as belong to the cognizance of the Areopagites, Epheti, or the Prytanes, when this law was made, shall remain still in disgrace, whilst others are restored. Of this the reader must judge. Amongst his other laws, one is very peculiar and surprising, which disfranchises all who stand neuter in a sedition. For it seems he would not have any one remain insensible and regardless of the public good, and, securing his private affairs, glory that he has no feeling of the distempers of his country, but at once join with the good party and those that have the right upon their side, assist and venture with them, rather than keep out of harm's way and watch who would get the better. It seems an absurd and foolish law which permits an heiress, if her lawful husband fail her, to take his nearest kinsman. Yet some say this law was well contrived against those who, conscious of their own unfitness, yet for the sake of the portion would match with heiresses, and make use of law to put a violence upon nature. For now, since she can quit him for whom she pleases, they would either abstain from such marriages or continue them with disgrace, and suffer for their covetousness and designed affront. It is well done, moreover, to confine her to her husband's nearest kinsman, that the children may be of the same family. Agreeable to this is the law that the bride and bridegroom shall be shut into a chamber and eat a quince together, and that the husband of an heiress shall consort with her thrice a month. For though there be no children, yet it is an honor and due affection which an husband ought to pay to a virtuous, chaste wife. It takes off all petty differences, and will not permit their little quarrels to proceed to a rupture. In all other marriages he forbade dowries to be given. The wife was to have 3 suits of clothes, a little inconsiderable household stuff, and that was all. For he would not have marriages contracted for gain or an estate, but for pure love, kind affection, and birth of children. When the mother of Dionysius desired him to marry her to one of his citizens, "Indeed," said he, "by my tyranny I have broken my country's laws, but cannot put a violence upon those of nature by an unseasonable marriage. Such disorder is never to be suffered in a commonwealth, nor such unseasonable and unloving and unperforming marriages, which attain no due end or fruit. Any provident governor or lawgiver might say to an old man that takes a young wife what is said to Philoctetes in the tragedy: Truly, in a fit state thou to marry. And if he finds a young man, with a rich and elderly wife growing fat in his place, like the partridges, remove him to a young woman of proper age. And of this enough. Another commendable law of Solon's is that which forbids men to speak evil of the dead. For it is pious to think the deceased sacred, and just not to meddle with those that are gone, and politic, to prevent the perpetuity of discord. He likewise forbade them to speak evil of the living in the temples, the courts of justice, the public offices, or at the games, or else to pay 3 drachmas to the person, and 2 to the public. For never to be able to control passion shows a weak nature and ill-breeding, and always to moderate it is very hard, and to some impossible. And laws must look to possibilities, if the maker designs to punish few in order to their amendment, and not many to no purpose. He is likewise much commended for his law concerning wills, for before him none could be made, but all the wealth and estate of the deceased belonged to his family. But he, by permitting them, if they had no children, to bestow it on whom they pleased, showed that he esteemed friendship a stronger tie than kindred, and affection than necessity, and made every man's estate truly his own. Yet he allowed not all sorts of legacies, but those only which were not extorted by the frenzy of a disease, charms, imprisonment, force, or the persuasions of a wife. With good reason thinking that being seduced into wrong was as bad as being forced, and that between deceit and necessity, flattery and compulsion, there was little difference, since both may equally suspend the exercise of reason. He regulated the walks, feasts, and mourning of the women, and took away everything that was either unbecoming or immodest. When they walked abroad, no more than 3 articles of dress were allowed them: an obol's worth of meat and drink, and no basket above a cubit high. And at night they were not to go about unless in a chariot with a torch before them. Mourners tearing themselves to raise pity and set wailings, and at one man's funeral to lament for another, he forbade. To offer an ox at the grave was not permitted, nor to bury above 3 pieces of dress with the body, or visit the tombs of any besides their own family, unless at the very funeral, most of which are likewise forbidden by our laws, But this is further added in ours, that those that are convicted of extravagance in their mournings are to be punished as soft and effeminate by the censors of women. Observing the city to be filled with persons that flocked from all parts into Attica for security of living, and that most of the country was barren and unfruitful, and that traders at sea import nothing to those that could give them nothing in exchange, he turned his citizens to trade, and made a law that no son should be obliged to relieve a father who had not bred him up to any calling. It is true, Lycurgus, having a city free from all strangers, and land, according to Euripides, large for large hosts, for twice their number much. And above all, an abundance of laborers about Sparta, who should not be left idle, but be kept down with continual toil and work, did well to take off his citizens from laborious and mechanical occupations, and keep them to their arms, and teach them only the art of war. But Solon, fitting his laws to the state of things, and not making things to suit his laws, and finding the ground scarce rich enough to maintain the husbandmen, and altogether incapable of feeding an unoccupied and leisurely multitude, brought trades into credit, and ordered the Areopagites to examine how every man got his living, and chastised the idle. But that law was yet more rigid which, as Heraclides Ponticus delivers, declared the sons of unmarried mothers not obliged to relieve their fathers. For he that avoids the honorable form of union shows that he does not take a woman for children, but for pleasure, and thus gets his just reward, and has taken away from himself every title to upbraid his children, to whom he has made their very birth a scandal and reproach. Solon's laws in general about women are his strangest, for he permitted anyone to kill an adulterer that found him in the act, but if anyone forced a free woman, 100 drachmas was the fine, if he enticed her 20, except those that sell themselves openly, that is, harlots, who go openly to those that hire them. He made it unlawful to sell a daughter or a sister, unless, being yet unmarried, she was found wanton. Now it is irrational to punish the same crime sometimes very severely and without remorse, and sometimes very lightly, and, as it were, in sport, with a trivial fine. Unless, there being little money then in Athens, scarcity made those mulcts the more grievous punishment. In the valuation for sacrifices, a sheep and a bushel were both estimated at a drachma. The victor in the Isthmian games was to have for reward 100 drachmas, the conqueror in the Olympian 500. He that brought a wolf 5 drachmas, for a whelp 1, the former sum, as Demetrius the Phalerean asserts, was the value of an ox, the latter of a sheep. The prices which Solon, in his 16th table, sets on choice victims were naturally far greater, yet they too are very low in comparison of the present. The Athenians were, from the beginning, great enemies to wolves, their fields being better for pasture than corn. Some affirm their tribes did not take their names from the sons of Ion, but from the different sorts of occupation that they followed. The soldiers were called hoplite, the craftsmen ergades, and, of the remaining 2, the farmers gedionts, and the shepherds and graziers aegicors. Since the country has but few rivers, lakes, or large springs, and many used wells which they had dug, there was a law made that, where there was a public well within a hippocon, that is, 4 furlongs, all should draw at that. But when it was farther off, they should try and procure a well of their own. And if they had dug 10 fathom deep and could find no water, they had liberty to fetch a pitcherful of 4 gallons and a half in a day from their neighbors. For he thought it prudent to make provision against want, but not to supply laziness. He showed skill in his orders about planting, for any one that would plant another tree was not to set it within 5 feet of his neighbor's field, but if a fig or an olive, not within 9. For their roots spread farther, nor can they be planted near all sorts of trees without damage, for they draw away the nourishment, and in some cases are noxious by their effluvia. He that would dig a pit or a ditch was to dig it at the distance of its own depth from his neighbor's ground. And he that would raise stocks of bees was not to place them within 300 feet of those which another had already raised. He permitted only oil to be exported, and those that exported any other fruit, the archon was solemnly to curse, or else pay 100 drachmas himself. And this law was written in his first table, and therefore, let none think it incredible, as some affirm, that the exportation of figs was once unlawful, and the informer against the delinquents called a sycophant. He made a law, also, concerning hurts and injuries from beasts, in which he commands the master of any dog that bit a man to deliver him up with a log about his neck, 4.5 feet long, a happy device for men's security. The law concerning naturalizing strangers is of doubtful character. He permitted only those to be made free of Athens who were in perpetual exile from their own country, or came with their whole family to trade there. This he did, not to discourage strangers, but rather to invite them to a permanent participation in the privileges of the government. And besides, he thought those would prove the more faithful citizens who had been forced from their own country or voluntarily forsook it. The law of public entertainment, parasiting is his name for it, is also peculiarly Solon's, for if any man came often, or if he that was invited refused, they were punished, for he concluded that one was greedy, the other a contemner of the state. All his laws he established for 100 years, and wrote them on wooden tables or rollers, named axons, which might be turned round in oblong cases. Some of their relics were in my time still to be seen in the Prytaneum, or common hall, at Athens. These, as Aristotle states, were called Ceibs, and there is a passage of Cratinus the comedian. By Solon, and by Draco, if you please, whose Ceibs make the fires that parch our peas. But some say those are properly Ceibs, which contain laws concerning sacrifices and the rites of religion, and all the others axons. The council all jointly swore to confirm the laws, and every one of the Demosthenes vowed for himself at the stone in the marketplace, that, if he broke any of the statutes, he would dedicate a golden statue, as big as himself, at Delphi. Observing the irregularity of the months, and that the moon does not always rise and set with the sun, but often in the same day overtakes and gets before him, he ordered the day should be named the Old and New, attributing that part of it which was before the conjunction to the old moon, and the rest to the new, he being the first, it seems, that understood that verse of Homer. The end and the beginning of the month. And the following day he called the new moon. After the 20th he did not count by addition, but, like the moon itself in its wane, by subtraction, thus up to the 30th. Now when these laws were enacted, and some came to Solon every day, to commend or dispraise them, and to advise, if possible, to leave out or put in something, and many criticized, and desired him to explain, and tell the meaning of such and such a passage, he, knowing that to do it was useless, and not to do it would get him ill will, and desirous to bring himself out of all straits, and to escape all displeasure and exceptions, it being a hard thing, as he himself says, in great affairs to satisfy all sides, as an excuse for traveling, bought a trading vessel, and, having obtained leave for 10 years' absence, departed, hoping that by that time his laws would have become familiar. His first voyage was for Egypt, and he lived, as he himself says, near Nilus mouth by fair Canopus shore, and spent some time in study with Xenophas of Heliopolis, and Sanchis the Sate, the most learned of all the priests, from whom, as Plato says, getting knowledge of the Atlantic story, he put it into a poem, and proposed to bring it to the knowledge of the Greeks. From thence he sailed to Cyprus, where he was made much of by Philocyprus, one of the kings there, who had a small city built by Demosthenes, Theseus's son, near the river Clarius in a strong situation, but incommodious and uneasy of access. Solon persuaded him, since there lay a fair plain below, to remove, and build there a pleasanter and more spacious city. And he stayed himself and assisted in gathering inhabitants, and in fitting it both for defense and convenience of living, insomuch that many flocked to Philocyprus, and the other kings imitated the design. And therefore, to honor Solon, he called the city Soli, which was formerly named Epia. And Solon himself, in his elegies, addressing Philocyprus, mentions this foundation in these words. Long may you live and fill the Solian throne, succeeded still by children of your own, and from your happy island while I sail, let Cyprus send for me a favoring gale. May she advance, and bless your new command, prosper your town, and send me safe to land. That Solon should discourse with Croesus, some think not agreeable with chronology. But I cannot reject so famous and well-attested a narrative, and, what is more, so agreeable to Solon's temper, and so worthy his wisdom and greatness of mind, because, forsooth, it does not agree with some chronological canons, which thousands have endeavored to regulate, and yet, to this day, could never bring their differing opinions to any agreement. They say, therefore, that Solon, coming to Croesus at his request, was in the same condition as an inland man when first he goes to see the sea. For as he fancies every river he meets with to be the ocean, so Solon, as he passed through the court, and saw a great many nobles richly dressed, and proudly attended with a multitude of guards and footboys, thought every one had been the king, till he was brought to Croesus, who was decked with every possible rarity and curiosity, in ornaments of jewels, purple, and gold, that could make a grand and gorgeous spectacle of him. Now when Solon came before him, and seemed not at all surprised, nor gave Croesus those compliments he expected, but showed himself to all discerning eyes to be a man that despised the gaudiness and petty ostentation of it, he commanded them to open all his treasure houses, and carry him to see his sumptuous furniture and luxuries, though he did not wish it. Solon could judge of him well enough by the first sight of him. And when he returned from viewing all, Croesus asked him if ever he had known a happier man than he. And when Solon answered that he had known one Tellus, a fellow citizen of his own, and told him that this Tellus had been an honest man, had had good children, a competent estate, and died bravely in battle for his country, Croesus took him for an ill-bred fellow and a fool, for not measuring happiness by the abundance of gold and silver, and preferring the life and death of a private and mean man before so much power and empire. He asked him, however, again, if besides Tellus he knew any other man more happy. And Solon replying, yes, Cleobis and Biton, who were loving brothers and extremely dutiful sons to their mother. And when the oxen delayed her, harnessed themselves to the wagon and drew her to Juno's temple, her neighbors all calling her happy, and she herself rejoicing. Then, after sacrificing and feasting, they went to rest and never rose again, but died in the midst of their honor a painless and tranquil death. What? Said Croesus angrily, and dost not thou reckon us amongst the happy men at all? Solon, unwilling either to flatter or exasperate him more, replied, the gods, O king, have given the Greeks all other gifts in moderate degree. And so our wisdom, too, is a cheerful and a homely, not a noble and kingly wisdom. And this, observing the numerous misfortunes that attend all conditions, forbids us to grow insolent upon our present enjoyments, or to admire any man's happiness that may yet, in course of time, suffer change. For the uncertain future has yet to come, with every possible variety of fortune, and him only to whom the divinity has continued happiness unto the end, we call happy. To salute as happy one that is still in the midst of life and hazard, we think as little safe and conclusive as to crown and proclaim as victorious the wrestler that is yet in the ring. After this, he was dismissed, having given Croesus some pain, but no instruction. Aesop, who wrote the fables, being then at Sardis upon Croesus's invitation, and very much esteemed, was concerned that Solon was so ill received, and gave him this advice. Solon, let your converse with kings be either short or seasonable. Nay, rather, replied Solon, either short or reasonable. So at this time Croesus despised Solon. But when he was overcome by Cyrus, had lost his city, was taken alive, condemned to be burnt, and laid bound upon the pile before all the Persians and Cyrus himself, he cried out as loud as possibly he could 3 times, O Solon! And Cyrus being surprised, and sending some to inquire what man or god this Solon was, whom alone he invoked in this extremity, Croesus told him the whole story, saying, he was one of the wise men of Greece, whom I sent for, not to be instructed, or to learn anything that I wanted, but that he should see and be a witness of my happiness, the loss of which was, it seems, to be a greater evil than the enjoyment was a good. For when I had them they were goods only in opinion, but now the loss of them has brought upon me intolerable and real evils. And he, conjecturing from what then was, this that now is, bade me look to the end of my life, and not rely and grow proud upon uncertainties. When this was told Cyrus, who was a wiser man than Croesus, and saw in the present example Solon's maxim confirmed, he not only freed Croesus from punishment, but honored him as long as he lived. And Solon had the glory, by the same saying, to save one king and instruct another. When Solon was gone, the citizens began to quarrel. Lycurgus headed the plain, Megacles, the son of Alcmaeon, those to the seaside, and Pisistratus the hill party, in which were the poorest people, the Thetes, and greatest enemies to the rich. Insomuch that, though the city still used the new laws, yet all looked for and desired a change of government, hoping severally that the change would be better for them, and put them above the contrary faction. Affairs standing thus, Solon returned and was reverenced by all and honored. But his old age would not permit him to be as active and to speak in public as formerly. Yet, by privately conferring with the heads of the factions, he endeavored to compose the differences, Pisistratus appearing the most tractable. For he was extremely smooth and engaging in his language, a great friend to the poor, and moderate in his resentments. And what nature had not given him, he had the skill to imitate. So that he was trusted more than the others, being accounted a prudent and orderly man, one that loved equality, and would be an enemy to any that moved against the present settlement. Thus he deceived the majority of people. But Solon quickly discovered his character and found out his design before anyone else. Yet did not hate him upon this, but endeavored to humble him and bring him off from his ambition, and often told him and others that if anyone could banish the passion for preeminence from his mind, and cure him of his desire of absolute power, none would make a more virtuous man or a more excellent citizen. Thespes, at this time, beginning to act tragedies, and the thing, because it was new, taking very much with the multitude, though it was not yet made a matter of competition, Solon, being by nature fond of hearing and learning something new, and now, in his old age, living idly and enjoying himself, indeed, with music and with wine, went to see Thespis himself, as the ancient custom was, act. And after the play was done, he addressed him, and asked him if he was not ashamed to tell so many lies before such a number of people. And Thespis, replying that it was no harm to say or do so in play, Solon vehemently struck his staff against the ground. "Aye," said he, "if we honor and commend such play as this, we shall find it some day in our business." Now when Pisistratus, having wounded himself, was brought into the marketplace in a chariot, and stirred up the people, as if he had been thus treated by his opponents because of his political conduct, and a great many were enraged and cried out, Solon, coming close to him, said, "This, O son of Hippocrates, is a bad copy of Homer's Ulysses. You do, to trick your countrymen, what he did to deceive his enemies." After this, the people were eager to protect Pisistratus, and met in an assembly, where one Ariston, making a motion that they should allow Pisistratus 50 clubmen for a guard to his person, Solon opposed it, and said, much to the same purport as what he has left us in his poems. You dote upon his words, and taking phrase. And again, true, you are singly each a crafty soul, but altogether make one empty fool. But observing the poor men bent to gratify Pisistratus, and tumultuous, and the rich fearful in getting out of harm's way, he departed, saying he was wiser than some and stouter than others. Wiser than those that did not understand the design, stouter than those that, though they understood it, were afraid to oppose the tyranny. Now the people, having passed the law, were not nice with Pisistratus about the number of his clubmen, but took no notice of it, though he enlisted and kept as many as he would, until he seized the Acropolis. When that was done, and the city in an uproar, Megacles, with all his family, at once fled. But Solon, though he was now very old and had none to back him, yet came into the marketplace and made a speech to the citizens, partly blaming their inadvertency and meanness of spirit, and in part urging and exhorting them not thus tamely to lose their liberty. And likewise then spoke that memorable saying, that before it was an easier task to stop the rising tyranny, but now the greater and more glorious action to destroy it, when it was begun already and had gathered strength. But all being afraid to side with him, he returned home, and taking his arms, he brought them out and laid them in the porch before his door with these words, I have done my part to maintain my country and my laws, and then he busied himself no more. His friends advising him to fly, he refused, but wrote poems and thus reproached the Athenians in them. If now you suffer, do not blame the powers, for they are good, and all the fault was ours. All the strongholds you put into his hands, and now his slaves must do what he commands. And many telling him that the tyrant would take his life for this, and asking what he trusted to, that he ventured to speak so boldly, he replied, To my old age. But Pisistratus, having got the command, so extremely courted Solon, so honored him, obliged him, and sent to see him, that Solon gave him his advice, and approved many of his actions, for he retained most of Solon's laws, observed them himself, and compelled his friends to obey. And he himself, though already absolute ruler, being accused of murder before the Areopagus, came quietly to clear himself, but his accuser did not appear. And he added other laws, one of which is that the maimed in the wars should be maintained at the public charge. This Heraclides Ponticus records, and that Pisistratus followed Solon's example in this, who had decreed it in the case of one Thersippus that was maimed. And Theophrastus asserts that it was Pisistratus, not Solon, that made that law against laziness, which was the reason that the country was more productive and the city tranquiller. Now Solon, having begun the great work in verse, the history or fable of the Atlantic island, which he had learned from the wise men in size and thought convenient for the Athenians to know, abandoned it. Not, as Plato says, by reason of want of time, but because of his age and being discouraged at the greatness of the task. For that he had leisure enough, such verses testify as, "Each day grow older, and learn something new." And again, "But now the powers of beauty, song, and wine, which are most men's delights, are also mine." Plato, willing to improve the story of the Atlantic island, as if it were a fair estate that wanted an heir and came with some title to him, formed, indeed, stately entrances, noble enclosures, large courts, such as never yet introduced any story, fable, or poetic fiction. But beginning it late, ended his life before his work. And the reader's regret for the unfinished part is the greater, as the satisfaction he takes in that which is complete is extraordinary. For as the city of Athens left only the temple of Jupiter Olympius unfinished, so Plato, amongst all his excellent works, left this only piece about the Atlantic island imperfect. Solon lived after Pisistratus seized the government, as Heraclides Ponticus asserts, a long time, but Phanias the Aresian says not 2 full years. For Pisistratus began his tyranny when Commius was archon, and Phanias says Solon died under Hegestratus, who succeeded Commius. The story that his ashes were scattered about the island Salamis is too strange to be easily believed or be thought anything but a mere fable. And yet it is given, amongst other good authors, by Aristotle, the philosopher. POPLICOLA. Such was Solon. To him we compare POPLICOLA, who received this later title from the Roman people for his merit, as a noble accession to his former name, Publius Valerius. He descended from Valerius, a man amongst the early citizens, reputed the principal reconciler of the differences betwixt the Romans and Sabines, and one that was most instrumental in persuading their kings to assent to peace and union. Thus descended Publius Valerius, as it is said, whilst Rome remained under its kingly government, obtained as great a name from his eloquence as from his riches, charitably employing the one in liberal aid to the poor, the other with integrity and freedom in the service of justice, thereby giving assurance that, should the government fall into a republic, he would become a chief man in the community. The illegal and wicked accession of Tarquinius Superbus to the crown, with his making it, instead of kingly rule, the instrument of insolence and tyranny, having inspired the people with a hatred to his reign, upon the death of Lucretia, she killing herself after violence had been done to her, they took an occasion of revolt, and Lucius Brutus, engaging in the change, came to Valerius before all others, and, with his zealous assistance, deposed the kings. And whilst the people inclined towards the electing one leader instead of their king, Valerius acquiesced, that to rule was rather Brutus's due, as the author of the democracy. But when the name of monarchy was odious to the people, and a divided power appeared more grateful in the prospect, and 2 were chosen to hold it, Valerius, entertaining hopes that he might be elected consul with Brutus, was disappointed. For, instead of Valerius, notwithstanding the endeavors of Brutus, Tarquinius Collatinus was chosen, the husband of Lucretia, a man no ways his superior in merit. But the nobles, dreading the return of their kings, who still used all endeavors abroad and solicitations at home, were resolved upon a chieftain of an intense hatred to them, and no ways likely to yield. Now Valerius was troubled that his desire to serve his country should be doubted, because he had sustained no private injury from the insolence of the tyrants. He withdrew from the Senate and practice of the bar, quitting all public concerns, which gave an occasion of discourse, and fear, too, lest his anger should reconcile him to the king's side, and he should prove the ruin of the state, tottering as yet under the uncertainties of a change. But Brutus being doubtful of some others, and determining to give the test to the Senate upon the altars, upon the day appointed Valerius came with cheerfulness into the forum, and was the first man that took the oath, in no way to submit or yield to Tarquin's propositions, but rigorously to maintain liberty, which gave great satisfaction to the Senate and assurance to the consuls, his actions soon after showing the sincerity of his oath. For ambassadors came from Tarquin with popular and specious proposals, whereby they thought to seduce the people, as though the king had cast off all insolence and made moderation the only measure of his desires. To this embassy, the consuls thought fit to give public audience, but Valerius opposed it, and would not permit that the poorer people, who entertained more fear of war than of tyranny, should have any occasion offered them, or any temptations to new designs. Afterwards other ambassadors arrived, who declared their king would recede from his crown and lay down his arms, only capitulating for a restitution to himself, his friends and allies, of their moneys and estates to support them in their banishment. Now, several inclining to the request, and Collatinus in particular favoring it, Brutus, a man of vehement and unbending nature, rushed into the forum, there proclaiming his fellow consul to be a traitor in granting subsidies to tyranny, and supplies for a war to those to whom it was monstrous to allow so much as subsistence in exile. This caused an assembly of the citizens, amongst whom the first that spake was Caius Minucius, a private man who advised Brutus and urged the Romans to keep the property, and employ it against the tyrants, rather than to remit it to the tyrants, to be used against themselves. The Romans, however, decided that whilst they enjoyed the liberty they had fought for, they should not sacrifice peace for the sake of money, but send out the tyrant's property after them. This question, however, of his property was the least part of Tarquin's design. The demand sounded the feelings of the people, and was preparatory to a conspiracy which the ambassadors endeavored to excite, delaying their return, under pretense of selling some of the goods and reserving others to be sent away. Till, in fine, they corrupted two of the most eminent families in Rome, the Aquilian, which had 3, and the Vitalian, which had 2 senators. These all were, by the mother's side, nephews to Collatinus, besides which Brutus had a special alliance to the Vitalae from his marriage with their sister, by whom he had several children. 2 of whom, of their own age, their near relations and daily companions, the Vitalae seduced to join in the plot, to ally themselves to the great house and royal hopes of the Tarquins, and gain emancipation from the violence and imbecility united of their father, whose austerity to offenders they termed violence, while the imbecility which he had long feigned, to protect himself from the tyrants, still, it appears, was, in name at least, ascribed to him. When upon these inducements the youths came to confer with the Aquilae, all thought it convenient to bind themselves in a solemn and dreadful oath, by tasting the blood of a murdered man and touching his entrails, for which design they met at the house of the Aquilae. The building chosen for the transaction was, as was natural, dark and unfrequented, and a slave named Vindicius had, as it chanced, concealed himself there, not out of design or any intelligence of the affair, but accidentally being within, seeing with how much haste and concern they came in, he was afraid to be discovered, and placed himself behind a chest, where he was able to observe their actions and overhear their debates. Their resolutions were to kill the consuls, and they wrote letters to Tarquin to this effect, and gave them to the ambassadors, who were lodging upon the spot with the Aquilae, and were present at the consultation. Upon their departure, Vindicius secretly quitted the house, but was at a loss what to do in the matter, for to arraign the sons before the father Brutus, or the nephews before the uncle Collatinus, seemed equally, as indeed it was, shocking. Yet he knew no private Roman to whom he could entrust secrets of such importance. Unable, however, to keep silence, and burdened with his knowledge, he went and addressed himself to Valerius, whose known freedom and kindness of temper were an inducement, as he was a person to whom the needy had easy access, and who never shut his gates against the petitions or indigences of humble people. But when Vindicius came and made a complete discovery to him, his brother Marcus and his own wife being present, Valerius was struck with amazement, and by no means would dismiss the discoverer, but confined him to the room, and placed his wife as a guard to the door, sending his brother in the interim to beset the king's palace, and seize, if possible, the writings there and secure the domestics, whilst he, with his constant attendance of clients and friends, and a great retinue of attendants, repaired to the house of the Aquilae, who were, as it chanced, absent from home, and so, forcing an entrance through the gates, they lit upon the letters then lying in the lodgings of the ambassadors. Meantime the Aquilae returned in all haste, and coming to blows about the gate, endeavored a recovery of the letters. The other party made a resistance, and throwing their gowns round their opponents' necks, at last, after much struggling on both sides, made their way with their prisoners through the streets into the forum. The like engagement happened about the king's palace, where Marcus seized some other letters which it was designed should be conveyed away in the goods, and, laying hands on such of the king's people as he could find, dragged them also into the forum. When the consuls had quieted the tumult, Vindicius was brought out by the orders of Valerius, and the accusations stated, and the letters were opened, to which the traitors could make no plea. Most of the people standing mute and sorrowful, some only, out of kindness to Brutus, mentioning banishment, the tears of Collatinus, attended with Valerius's silence, gave some hopes of mercy. But Brutus, calling his 2 sons by their names, "Canst not thou," said he, "O Titus, or thou, Tiberius, make any defense against the indictment?" The question being thrice proposed and no reply made, he turned himself to the lictors and cried, "What remains is your duty." They immediately seized the youths and, stripping them of their clothes, bound their hands behind them and scourged their bodies with their rods. Too tragical a scene for others to look at. Brutus, however, is said not to have turned aside his face, nor allowed the least glance of pity to soften and smooth his aspect of rigor and austerity, but sternly watched his children suffer, even till the lictors, extending them on the ground, cut off their heads with an axe. Then departed, committing the rest to the judgment of his colleague. An action truly open alike to the highest commendation and the strongest censure. For either the greatness of his virtue raised him above the impressions of sorrow, or the extravagance of his misery took away all sense of it, but neither seemed common or the result of humanity, but either divine or brutish. Yet it is more reasonable that our judgment should yield to his reputation, than that his merit should suffer detraction by the weakness of our judgment. In the Romans' opinion, Brutus did a greater work in the establishment of the government than Romulus in the foundation of the city. Upon Brutus's departure out of the forum, consternation, horror, and silence for some time possessed all that reflected on what was done. The easiness and tardiness, however, of Collatinus gave confidence to the Aquilae to request some time to answer their charge, and that Vindicius, their servant, should be remitted into their hands, and no longer harbored amongst their accusers. The consul seemed inclined to their proposal, and was proceeding to dissolve the assembly. But Valerius would not suffer Vindicius, who was surrounded by his people, to be surrendered, nor the meeting to withdraw without punishing the traitors. And at length laid violent hands upon the Aquilae, and calling Brutus to his assistance, exclaimed against the unreasonable course of Collatinus, to impose upon his colleague the necessity of taking away the lives of his own sons, and yet have thoughts of gratifying some women with the lives of traitors and public enemies. Collatinus, displeased at this, and commanding Vindicius to be taken away, the lictors made their way through the crowd and seized their man, and struck all who endeavored a rescue. Valerius's friends headed the resistance, and the people cried out for Brutus, who, returning on silence being made, told them he had been competent to pass sentence by himself upon his own sons, but left the rest to the suffrages of the free citizens. Let every man speak that wishes, and persuade whom he can. But there was no need of oratory, for, it being referred to the vote, they were returned condemned by all the suffrages, and were accordingly beheaded. Collatinus's relationship to the kings had indeed already rendered him suspicious, and his second name, too, had made him obnoxious to the people, who were loath to hear the very sound of Tarquin. But after this had happened, perceiving himself an offense to everyone, he relinquished his charge and departed from the city. At the new elections in his room, Valerius obtained, with high honor, the consulship as a just reward of his zeal, of which he thought Vindicius deserved a share, whom he made, first of all freedmen, a citizen of Rome, and gave him the privilege of voting in what tribe soever he was pleased to be enrolled. Other freedmen received the right of suffrage a long time after from Appius, who thus courted popularity. And from this Vindicius, a perfect manumission is called to this day vindicta. This done, the goods of the kings were exposed to plunder, and the palace to ruin. The pleasantest part of the field of Mars, which Tarquin had owned, was devoted to the service of that god. It happening to be harvest season, and the sheaves yet being on the ground, they thought it not proper to commit them to the flail, or unsanctify them with any use. And therefore, carrying them to the river side, and trees withal that were cut down, they cast all into the water, dedicating the soil, free from all occupation, to the deity. Now these thrown in, one upon another, and closing together, the stream did not bear them far, but where the first were carried down and came to a bottom, the remainder, finding no farther conveyance, were stopped and interwoven one with another, the stream working the mass into a firmness and washing down fresh mud. This, settling there, became an accession of matter, as well as cement, to the rubbish, insomuch that the violence of the waters could not remove it, but forced and compressed it all together. Thus its bulk and solidity gained it new subsidies, which gave it extension enough to stop on its way most of what the stream brought down. This is now a sacred island, lying by the city, adorned with temples of the gods and walks, and is called in the Latin tongue inter duos pontes. Though some say this did not happen at the dedication of Tarquin's field, but in after times, when Tarquinia, a Vestal priestess, gave an adjacent field to the public, and obtained great honors in consequence, as, amongst the rest, that of all women her testimony alone should be received. She had also the liberty to marry, but refused it. Thus some tell the story. Tarquin, despairing of a return to his kingdom by the conspiracy, found a kind reception amongst the Tuscans, who, with a great army, proceeded to restore him. The consuls headed the Romans against them, and made their rendezvous in certain holy places, the one called the Arsian Grove, the other the Esuvian Meadow. When they came into action, Aruns, the son of Tarquin, and Brutus, the Roman consul, not accidentally encountering each other, but out of hatred and rage, the one to avenge tyranny and enmity to his country, the other his banishment, set spurs to their horses, and, engaging with more fury than forethought, disregarding their own security, fell together in the combat. This dreadful onset hardly was followed by a more favorable end. Both armies, doing and receiving equal damage, were separated by a storm. Valerius was much concerned, not knowing what the result of the day was, and seeing his men as well dismayed at the sight of their own dead as rejoiced at the loss of the enemy. So apparently equal in the number was the slaughter on either side. Each party, however, felt surer of defeat from the actual sight of their own dead than they could feel of victory from conjecture about those of their adversaries. The night being come, and such as one may presume must follow such a battle, and the armies laid to rest, they say that the grove shook and uttered a voice, saying that the Tuscans had lost one man more than the Romans, clearly a divine announcement. And the Romans at once received it with shouts and expressions of joy, whilst the Tuscans, through fear and amazement, deserted their tents and were for the most part dispersed. The Romans, falling upon the remainder, amounting to nearly 5,000, took them prisoners and plundered the camp. When they numbered the dead, they found on the Tuscans' side 11,300, exceeding their own loss but by one man. This fight happened upon the last day of February, and Valerius triumphed in honor of it, being the first consul that drove in with a 4-horse chariot, which sight both appeared magnificent, and was received with an admiration free from envy or offense, as some suggest, on the part of the spectators. It would not otherwise have been continued with so much eagerness and emulation through all the after ages. The people applauded likewise the honors he did to his colleague, in adding to his obsequies a funeral oration, which was so much liked by the Romans, and found so good a reception, that it became customary for the best men to celebrate the funerals of great citizens with speeches in their commendation, and their antiquity in Rome is affirmed to be greater than in Greece, unless, with the orator Anaximenes, we make Solon the first author. Yet some part of Valerius's behavior did give offense and disgust to the people, because Brutus, whom they esteemed the father of their liberty, had not presumed to rule without a colleague, but united one and then another to him in his commission. While Valerius, they said, centering all authority in himself, seemed not in any sense a successor to Brutus in the consulship, but to Tarquin in the tyranny. He might make verbal harangues to Brutus's memory, yet, when he was attended with all the rods and axes, proceeding down from a house than which the king's house that he had demolished had not been statelier, those actions showed him an imitator of Tarquin. For indeed, his dwelling house on the Velia was somewhat imposing in appearance, hanging over the forum and overlooking all transactions there. The access to it was hard, and to see him far of coming down, a stately and royal spectacle. But Valerius showed how well it were for men in power and great offices to have ears that give admittance to truth before flattery. For upon his friends telling him that he displeased the people, he contended not, neither resented it, but while it was still night, sending for a number of workpeople, pulled down his house and leveled it with the ground. So that in the morning the people, seeing and flocking together, expressed their wonder and their respect for his magnanimity, and their sorrow as though it had been a human being, for the large and beautiful house which was thus lost to them by an unfounded jealousy, while its owner, their consul, without a roof of his own, had to beg a lodging with his friends. For his friends received him, till a place the people gave him was furnished with a house, though less stately than his own, where now stands the temple, as it is called, of Vica Poda. He resolved to render the government, as well as himself, instead of terrible, familiar, and pleasant to the people, and parted the axes from the rods, and always, upon his entrance into the assembly, lowered these also to the people, to show, in the strongest way, the republican foundation of the government. And this the consuls observe to this day. But the humility of the man was but a means, not, as they thought, of lessening himself, but merely to abate their envy by this moderation. For whatever he detracted from his authority he added to his real power, the people still submitting with satisfaction, which they expressed by calling him POPLICOLA, or people-lover, which name had the preeminence of the rest. And, therefore, in the sequel of this narrative we shall use no other. He gave free leave to any to sue for the consulship. But before the admittance of a colleague, mistrusting the chances, lest emulation or ignorance should cross his designs, by his sole authority enacted his best and most important measures. First, he supplied the vacancies of the senators, whom either Tarquin long before had put to death, or the war lately cut off. Those that he enrolled, they write, amounted to 164. Afterwards he made several laws which added much to the people's liberty, in particular one granting offenders the liberty of appealing to the people from the judgment of the consuls. A second, that made it death to usurp any magistracy without the people's consent. A third, for the relief of poor citizens, which, taking off their taxes, encouraged their labors. Another, against disobedience to the consuls, which was no less popular than the rest, and rather to the benefit of the commonalty than to the advantage of the nobles, for it imposed upon disobedience the penalty of 10 oxen and 2 sheep, the price of a sheep being 10 obols, of an ox 100. For the use of money was then infrequent amongst the Romans, but their wealth in cattle great. Even now pieces of property are called peculia, from pecus, cattle, and they had stamped upon their most ancient money an ox, a sheep, or a hog, and surnamed their sons Suiliae, Bubulci, Caprare, and Porcii, from Capri, goats, and Porci, hogs. Amidst this mildness and moderation, for one excessive fault he instituted one excessive punishment. For he made it lawful without trial to take away any man's life that aspired to a tyranny, and acquitted the slayer, if he produced evidence of the crime. For though it was not probable for a man, whose designs were so great, to escape all notice, yet because it was possible he might, although observed, by force anticipate judgment, which the usurpation itself would then preclude, he gave a license to any to anticipate the usurper. He was honored likewise for the law touching the treasury. For because it was necessary for the citizens to contribute out of their estates to the maintenance of wars, and he was unwilling himself to be concerned in the care of it, or to permit his friends, or indeed to let the public money pass into any private house, he allotted the temple of Saturn for the treasury, in which to this day they deposit the tribute money, and granted the people the liberty of choosing 2 young men as quaestors, or treasurers. The first were Publius Veturius and Marcus Minucius, and a large sum was collected, for they assessed 130,000, excusing orphans and widows from the payment. After these dispositions, he admitted Lucretius, the father of Lucretia, as his colleague, and gave him the precedence in the government, by resigning the fasces to him, as due to his years, which privilege of seniority continued to our time. But within a few days Lucretius died, and in a new election Marcus Horatius succeeded in that honor, and continued consul for the remainder of the year. Now, whilst Tarquin was making preparations in Tuscany for a second war against the Romans, it is said a great portent occurred. When Tarquin was king, and had all but completed the buildings of the capital, designing, whether from oracular advice or his own pleasure, to erect an earthen chariot upon the top, he entrusted the workmanship to Tuscans of the city Veii, but soon after lost his kingdom. The work thus modelled, the Tuscans set in a furnace, But the clay showed not those passive qualities which usually attend its nature, to subside and be condensed upon the evaporation of the moisture, but rose and swelled out to that bulk, that, when solid and firm, notwithstanding the removal of the roof and opening the walls of the furnace, it could not be taken out without much difficulty. The soothsayers looked upon this as a divine prognostic of success and power to those that should possess it. And the Tuscans resolved not to deliver it to the Romans, who demanded it, but answered that it rather belonged to Tarquin than to those who had sent him into exile. A few days after, they had a horse race there, with the usual shows and solemnities, and as the charioteer, with his garland on his head, was quietly driving the victorious chariot out of the ring, the horses, upon no apparent occasion, taking fright, either by divine instigation or by accident, hurried away their driver at full speed to Rome. Neither did his holding them in prevail, nor his voice, but he was forced along with violence till, coming to the capital, he was thrown out by the gate called Rhodymena. This occurrence raised wonder and fear in the Veientines, who now permitted the delivery of the chariot. The building of the temple of the Capitoline Jupiter had been vowed by Tarquin, the son of Demaratus, when warring with the Sabines. Tarquinius Superbus, his son or grandson, built, but could not dedicate it, because he lost his kingdom before it was quite finished. And now that it was completed with all its ornaments, Poplicola was ambitious to dedicate it. But the nobility envied him that honor, as, indeed, also, in some degree, those his prudence in making laws and conduct in wars entitled him to. Grudging him, at any rate, the addition of this, they urged Horatius to sue for the dedication, and, whilst Poplicola was engaged in some military expedition, voted it to Horatius, and conducted him to the capital, as though, were Poplicola present, they could not have carried it. Yet some write, Poplicola was by lot destined against his will to the expedition, the other to the dedication. And what happened in the performance seems to intimate some ground for this conjecture. For upon the Ides of September, which happens about the full moon of the month Medigitnian, the people having assembled at the Capitol and silence being enjoined, Horatius, after the performance of other ceremonies, holding the doors according to custom, was proceeding to pronounce the words of dedication, when Marcus, the brother of Poplicola, who had got a place on purpose beforehand near the door, observing his opportunity, cried, "O consul, thy son lies dead in the camp," which made a great impression upon all others who heard it, yet in nowise discomposed Horatius, who returned merely the reply, "Cast the dead out whither you please, I am not a mourner," and so completed the dedication. The news was not true, but Marcus thought the lie might avert him from his performance, but it argues him a man of wonderful self-possession, whether he at once saw through the cheat, or, believing it as true, showed no discomposure. The same fortune attended the dedication of the second temple. The first, as has been said, was built by Tarquin and dedicated by Horatius. It was burnt down in the civil wars. The second, Sylla built, and dying before the dedication, left that honor to Catullus. And when this was demolished in the Vitalian sedition, Vespasian, with the same success that attended him in other things, began a third, and lived to see it finished, but did not live to see it again destroyed, as it presently was, but was as fortunate in dying before its destruction, as Sylla was the reverse in dying before the dedication of his. For immediately after Vespasian's death it was consumed by fire. The fourth, which now exists, was both built and dedicated by Domitian. It is said Tarquin expended 40,000 pounds of silver in the very foundations, but the whole wealth of the richest private man in Rome would not discharge the cost of the gilding of this temple in our days, it amounting to above 12,000 talents. The pillars were cut out of Pentelican marble, of a length most happily proportioned to their thickness. These we saw at Athens. But when they were cut anew at Rome and polished, they did not gain so much in embellishment, as they lost in symmetry, being rendered too taper and slender. Should anyone who wonders at the costliness of the Capitol visit any one gallery in Domitian's palace, or hall, or bath, or the apartments of his concubines, Epicharmus's remark upon the prodigal that "'tis not beneficence, but, truth to say, a mere disease of giving things away," would be in his mouth in application to Domitian. It is neither piety, he would say, nor magnificence, but indeed a mere disease of building, and a desire, like Midas, of converting everything into gold or stone, and thus much for this matter. Tarquin, after the great battle wherein he lost his son in combat with Brutus, fled to Clusium and sought aid from Lars Porsena, then one of the most powerful princes of Italy and a man of worth and generosity, who assured him of assistance, immediately sending his commands to Rome that they should receive Tarquin as their king, and, upon the Romans' refusal, proclaimed war, and, having signified the time and place where he intended his attack, approached with a great army. Poplicola was, in his absence, chosen consul a second time, and Titus Lucretius his colleague, and, returning to Rome, to show a spirit yet loftier than Porsena's, built the city Sigliuria when Porsena was already in the neighborhood, and, walling it at great expense, there placed a colony of 700 men, as being little concerned at the war. Nevertheless, Porsena, making a sharp assault, obliged the defendants to retire to Rome, who had almost in their entrance admitted the enemy into the city with them. Only Poplicola by sallying out at the gate prevented them, and, joining battle by Tiber's side, opposed the enemy, that pressed on with their multitude, but at last, sinking under desperate wounds, was carried out of the fight. The same fortune fell upon Lucretius, so that the Romans, being dismayed, retreated into the city for their security, and Rome was in great hazard of being taken, the enemy forcing their way on to the wooden bridge, where Horatius Cockles, seconded by two of the first men in Rome, Herminius and Lartius, made head against them. Horatius obtained this name from the loss of one of his eyes in the wars, or, as others write, from the depressure of his nose, which, leaving nothing in the middle to separate them, made both eyes appear but as one. And hence, intending to say Cyclops, by a mispronunciation they called him Cockles. This Cockles kept the bridge and held back the enemy, till his own party broke it down behind, and then with his armor dropped into the river and swam to the hither side, with a wound in his hip from a Tuscan spear. Poplicola, admiring his courage, proposed at once that the Romans should every one make him a present of a day's provisions, and afterwards gave him as much land as he could plow round in one day, and besides erected a brazen statue to his honor in the temple of Vulcan, as a requital for the lameness caused by his wound. But Porsena laying close siege to the city, and a famine raging amongst the Romans, also a new army of the Tuscans making incursions into the country, Poplicola, a third time chosen consul, designed to make, without sallying out, his defense against Porsena, but privately stealing forth against the new army of the Tuscans, put them to flight, and slew 5,000. The story of Mucius is variously given. We, like others, must follow the commonly received statement. He was a man endowed with every virtue, but most eminent in war, and, resolving to kill Porsena, attired himself in the Tuscan habit, and, using the Tuscan language, came to the camp, and approaching the seat where the king sat amongst his nobles, but not certainly knowing the king, and fearful to inquire, drew out his sword, and stabbed one who he thought had most the appearance of king. Mucius was taken in the act, and whilst he was under examination, a pan of fire was brought to the king, who intended to sacrifice. Mucius thrust his right hand into the flame, and whilst it burnt stood looking at Porsena with a steadfast and undaunted countenance. Porsena at last in admiration dismissed him and returned his sword, reaching it from his seat. Mucius received it in his left hand, which occasioned the name of Scaevola, left-handed, and said, "I have overcome the terrors of Porsena, yet am vanquished by his generosity, and gratitude obliges me to disclose what no punishment could extort," and assured him then that 300 Romans, all of the same resolution, lurked about his camp, only waiting for an opportunity. He, by lot appointed to the enterprise, was not sorry that he had miscarried in it, because so brave and good a man deserved rather to be a friend to the Romans than an enemy. To this Porsena gave credit, and thereupon expressed an inclination to a truce, not, I presume, so much out of fear of the 300 Romans as in admiration of the Roman courage. All other writers call this man Mucius Scaevola, yet Athenodorus, son of Sandon, in a book addressed to Octavia, Caesar's sister, avers he was also called Posthumus. Poplicola, not so much esteeming Porsena's enmity dangerous to Rome as his friendship and alliance serviceable, was induced to refer the controversy with Tarquin to his arbitration, and several times undertook to prove Tarquin the worst of men and justly deprived of his kingdom. But Tarquin proudly replied he would admit no judge, much less Porsena, that had fallen away from his engagements. And Porsenna, resenting this answer and mistrusting the equity of his cause, moved also by the solicitations of his son Aruns, who was earnest for the Roman interest, made a peace on these conditions, that they should resign the land they had taken from the Tuscans, and restore all prisoners and receive back their deserters. To confirm the peace, the Romans gave as hostages 10 sons of patrician parents, and as many daughters, amongst whom was Valeria, the daughter of Poplicola. Upon these assurances, Porsenna ceased from all acts of hostility, and the young girls went down to the river to bathe, at that part where the winding of the bank formed a bay and made the waters stiller and quieter. And, seeing no guard, nor anyone coming or going over, they were encouraged to swim over, notwithstanding the depth and violence of the stream. Some affirm that one of them, by name Clolia, passing over on horseback, persuaded the rest to swim after. But upon their safe arrival, presenting themselves to Poplicola, he neither praised nor approved their return, but was concerned lest he should appear less faithful than Porsenna, and this boldness in the maidens should argue treachery in the Romans, so that, apprehending them, he sent them back to Porsenna. But Tarquin's men, having intelligence of this, laid a strong ambuscade on the other side for those that conducted them. And while these were skirmishing together, Valeria, the daughter of Poplicola, rushed through the enemy and fled, and with the assistance of 3 of her attendants made good her escape, whilst the rest were dangerously hedged in by the soldiers. But Aruns, Porsenna's son, upon tidings of it, hastened to their rescue, and, putting the enemy to flight, delivered the Romans. When Porsenna saw the maidens returned, demanding who was the author and adviser of the act, and understanding Clolia to be the person, he looked on her with a cheerful and benignant countenance, and, commanding one of his horses to be brought, sumptuously adorned, made her a present of it. This is produced as evidence by those who affirm that only Clolia passed the river, or horseback. Those who deny it call it only the honor the Tuscan did to her courage. A figure, however, on horseback stands in the Via Sacra as you go to the Palladium, which some say is the statue of Clolia, others of Valeria. Porsenna, thus reconciled to the Romans, gave them a fresh instance of his generosity, and commanded his soldiers to quit the camp merely with their arms, leaving their tents, full of corn and other stores, as a gift to the Romans. Hence, even down to our time, when there is a public sale of goods, they cry Porsenna's first, by way of perpetual commemoration of his kindness. There stood also by the Senate House a brazen statue of him, of plain and antique workmanship. Afterwards, the Sabines making incursions upon the Romans, Marcus Valerius, brother to Poplicola, was made consul, and with him Postumius Tubertus. Marcus, through the management of affairs by the conduct and direct assistance of Poplicola, obtained 2 great victories, in the latter of which he slew 13,000 Sabines without the loss of 1 Roman, and was honored, as all accession to his triumph, with an house built in the Palladium at the public charge. And whereas the doors of other houses opened inward into the house, they made this to open outward into the street, to intimate their perpetual public recognition of his merit by thus continually making way for him. The same fashion in their doors the Greeks, they say, had of old universally, which appears from their comedies, where those that are going out make a noise at the door within, to give notice to those that pass by or stand near the door, that the opening the door into the street might occasion no surprisal. The year after, Poplicola was made consul the 4th time, when a confederacy of the Sabines and Latins threatened a war. A superstitious fear also overran the city on the occasion of general miscarriages of their women, no single birth coming to its due time. Poplicola, upon consultation of the Sibylline books, sacrificing to Pluto, and renewing certain games commanded by Apollo, restored the city to more cheerful assurance in the gods, and then prepared against the menaces of men. There were appearances of treat preparation, and of a formidable confederacy. Amongst the Sabines there was one Appius Clausus, a man of a great wealth and strength of body, but most eminent for his high character and for his eloquence. Yet, as is usually the fate of great men, he could not escape the envy of others, which was much occasioned by his dissuading the war, and seeming to promote the Roman interest, with a view, it was thought, to obtaining absolute power in his own country for himself. Knowing how welcome these reports would be to the multitude, and how offensive to the army and the abettors of the war, he was afraid to stand a trial. But, having a considerable body of friends and allies to assist him, raised a tumult amongst the Sabines, which delayed the war. Neither was Poplicola wanting, not only to understand the grounds of the sedition, but to promote and increase it, and he dispatched emissaries with instructions to Clausus, that Poplicola was assured of his goodness and justice, and thought it indeed unworthy in any man, however injured, to seek revenge upon his fellow citizens. Yet if he pleased, for his own security, to leave his enemies and come to Rome, he should be received, both in public and private, with the honor his merit deserved, and their own glory required. Appius, seriously weighing the matter, came to the conclusion that it was the best resource which necessity left him, and advising with his friends, and they inviting again others in the same manner, he came to Rome, bringing 5,000 families, with their wives and children, people of the quietest and steadiest temper of all the Sabines. Poplicola, informed of their approach, received them with all the kind offices of a friend, and admitted them at once to the franchise, allotting to every one 2 acres of land by the river Anio, but to Clausus 25 acres, and gave him a place in the Senate. A commencement of political power which he used so wisely that he rose to the highest reputation, was very influential, and left the Claudian house behind him, inferior to none in Rome. The departure of these men rendered things quiet amongst the Sabines, yet the chief of the community would not suffer them to settle into peace, but resented that Clausus now, by turning deserter, should disappoint that revenge upon the Romans, which, while at home, he had unsuccessfully opposed. Coming with a great army, they sat down before Fidene, and placed an ambuscade of 2,000 men near Rome, in wooded and hollow spots, with a design that some few horsemen, as soon as it was day, should go out and ravage the country, commanding them upon their approach to the town so to retreat as to draw the enemy into the ambush. Poplicola, however, soon advertised of these designs by deserters, disposed his forces to their respective charges. Postumius Balbus, his son-in-law, going out with 3,000 men in the evening, was ordered to take the hills, under which the ambush lay, there to observe their motions. His colleague, Lucretius, attended with a body of the lightest and boldest men, was appointed to meet the Sabine horse, whilst he, with the rest of the army, encompassed the enemy. And a thick mist rising accidentally, Postumius, early in the morning, with shouts from the hills, assailed the ambuscade, Lucretius charged the light horse, and Poplicola besieged the camp. So that on all sides defeat and ruin came upon the Sabines, and without any resistance the Romans killed them in their flight, their very hopes leading them to their death. For each division, presuming that the other was safe, gave up all thought of fighting or keeping their ground. And these quitting the camp to retire to the ambuscade, and the ambuscade flying. To the camp, fugitives thus met fugitives, and found those from whom they expected succor as much in need of succor from themselves. The nearness, however, of the city Fidene was the preservation of the Sabines, especially those that fled from the camp. Those that could not gain the city either perished in the field or were taken prisoners. This victory, the Romans, though usually ascribing such success to some god, attributed to the conduct of one captain, and it was observed to be heard amongst the soldiers that Poplicola had delivered their enemies lame and blind, and only not in chains, to be dispatched by their swords. From the spoil and prisoners great wealth accrued to the people. Poplicola, having completed his triumph, and bequeathed the city to the care of the succeeding consuls, died, thus closing a life which, so far as human life may be, had been full of all that is good and honorable. The people, as though they had not duly rewarded his deserts when alive, but still were in his debt, decreed him a public interment, every one contributing his quadrans towards the charge. The women, besides, by private consent, mourned a whole year, a signal mark of honor to his memory. He was buried, by the people's desire, within the city, in the part called Velia, where his posterity had likewise privilege of burial. Now, however, none of the family are interred there, but the body is carried thither and set down, and someone places a burning torch under it, and immediately takes it away, as an attestation of the deceased's privilege and his receding from his honor, after which the body is removed. Comparison of Poplicola with Solon. There is something singular in the present parallel, which has not occurred in any other of the lives, that the one should be the imitator of the other, and the other his best evidence. Upon the survey of Solon's sentence to Croesus in favor of Tellus's happiness, it seems more applicable to Poplicola. For Tellus, whose virtuous life and dying well had gained him the name of the happiest man, yet was never celebrated in Solon's poems for a good man, nor have his children or any magistracy of his deserved a memorial. But Poplicola's life was the most eminent amongst the Romans, as well for the greatness of his virtue as his power, and also since his death many amongst the distinguished families, even in our days, the Poplicoli, Messali, and Valerii, after a lapse of 600 years, acknowledge him as the fountain of their honor. Besides, Tellus, though keeping his post and fighting like a valiant soldier, was yet slain by his enemies. But Poplicola, the better fortune, slew his and saw his country victorious under his command. And his honors and triumphs brought him, which was Solon's ambition, to a happy end. The ejaculation which, in his verses against Mimnermus about the continuance of man's life, he himself made. Mourned let me die, and may I, when life ends, occasion sighs and sorrows to my friends, is evidence to Poplicola's happiness. His death did not only draw tears from his friends and acquaintance, but was the object of universal regret and sorrow through the whole city. The women deplored his loss as that of a son, brother, or common father. Wealth I would have, said Solon, but wealth by wrong procure would not, because punishment would follow. But Poplicola's riches were not only justly his, but he spent them nobly in doing good to the distressed. So that if Solon was reputed the wisest man, we must allow Poplicola to be the happiest. For what Solon wished for as the greatest and most perfect good, this Poplicola had, and used and enjoyed to his death. And as Solon may thus be said to have contributed to Poplicola's glory, so did also Poplicola to his, by his choice of him as his model in the formation of republican institutions, in reducing, for example, the excessive powers and assumption of the consulship. Several of his laws, indeed, he actually transferred to Rome, as his empowering the people to elect their officers, and allowing offenders the liberty of appealing to the people, as Solon did to the jurors. He did not, indeed, create a new Senate, as Solon did, but augmented the old to almost double its number. The appointment of treasurers again, the quaestors, has a like origin, with the intent that the chief magistrate should not, if of good character, be withdrawn from greater matters, or, if bad, have the greater temptation to injustice, by holding both the government and treasury in his hands. The aversion to tyranny was stronger in Poplicola. Anyone who attempted usurpation could, by Solon's law, only be punished upon conviction, but Poplicola made it death before a trial. And though Solon justly gloried that, when arbitrary power was absolutely offered to him by circumstances, and when his countrymen would have willingly seen him accept it, he yet declined it. Still Poplicola merited no less, who, receiving a despotic command, converted it to a popular office, and did not employ the whole legal power which he held. We must allow, indeed, that Solon was before Poplicola in observing that a people always minds its rulers best when it is neither humored nor oppressed. The remission of debts was peculiar to Solon. It was his great means for confirming the citizens' liberty. For a mere law to give all men equal rights is but useless if the poor must sacrifice those rights to their debts, and, in the very seats and sanctuaries of equality, the courts of justice, the offices of state, and the public discussions, be more than anywhere at the beck and bidding of the rich. A yet more extraordinary success was, that, although usually civil violence is caused by any remission of debts, upon this one occasion, this dangerous but powerful remedy actually put an end to civil violence already existing, Solon's own private worth and reputation overbalancing all the ordinary ill repute and discredit of the change. The beginning of his government was more glorious, for he was entirely original and followed no man's example, and, without the aid of any ally, achieved his most important measures by his own conduct. Yet the close of Poplicola's life was more happy and desirable, for Solon saw the dissolution of his own commonwealth. Poplicola's maintained the state in good order down to the civil wars. Solon, leaving his laws as soon as he had made them, engraven in wood but destitute of a defender, departed from Athens, whilst Poplicola, remaining both in and out of office, labored to establish the government Solon. Though he actually knew of Pisistratus's ambition, yet was not able to suppress it, but had to yield to usurpation in its infancy. Whereas Poplicola utterly subverted and dissolved a potent monarchy, strongly settled by long continuance. uniting thus to virtues equal to those, and purposes identical with those of Solon, the good fortune and the power that alone could make them effective. In military exploits, Damachus of Plataea will not even allow Solon the conduct of the war against the Megarians, as was before intimated. But Poplicola was victorious in the most important conflicts, both as a private soldier and commander. In domestic politics, also Solon in play, as it were, and by counterfeiting madness, induced the enterprise against Salamis. Whereas Poplicola in the very beginning exposed himself to the greatest risk, took arms against Tarquin, detected the conspiracy, and being principally concerned both in preventing the escape of and afterwards punishing the traitors, not only expelled the tyrants from the city, but extirpated their very hopes. And as, in cases calling for contest and resistance and manful opposition, he behaved with courage and resolution, so, in instances where peaceable language, persuasion, and concession were requisite, he was yet more to be commended, and succeeded in gaining happily to reconciliation and friendship Porsenna, a terrible and invincible enemy. Some may, perhaps, object that Solon recovered Salamis, which they had lost, for the Athenians, whereas Poplicola receded from part of what the Romans were at that time possessed of. But judgment is to be made of actions according to the times in which they were performed. The conduct of a wise politician is ever suited to the present posture of affairs. Often by foregoing a part he saves the whole, and by yielding in a small matter secures a greater. And so Poplicola, by restoring what the Romans had lately usurped, saved their undoubted patrimony, and procured, moreover, the stores of the enemy for those who were only too thankful to secure their city. Permitting the decision of the controversy to his adversary, he not only got the victory, but likewise what he himself would willingly have given to purchase the victory, Porsenna putting an end to the war and leaving them all the provision of his camp, from the sense of the virtue and gallant disposition of the Romans which their consul had impressed upon him. Themistocles. The birth of Themistocles was somewhat too obscure to do him honor. His father, Neocles, was not of the distinguished people of Athens, but of the township of Phryrae and of the tribe Leontes, and by his mother's side, as it is reported, he was base-born. I am not of the noble Grecian race, I'm poor a Brotonin, and born in Thrace. Let the Greek women scorn me, if they please, I was the mother of Themistocles. Yet Phanias writes that the mother of Themistocles was not of Thrace, but of Caria, and that her name was not a Brotonin, but Euterpe, and Ninas adds farther that she was of Halicarnassus in Caria. And, as illegitimate children, including those that were of the half-blood or had but one parent an Athenian, had to attend at the Cynosarges, a wrestling place outside the gates, dedicated to Hercules, who was also of half-blood amongst the gods, having had a mortal woman for his mother. Themistocles persuaded several of the young men of high birth to accompany him to anoint and exercise themselves together at Cynosarges. An ingenious device for destroying the distinction between the noble and the base-born, and between those of the whole and those of the half-blood of Athens. However, it is certain that he was related to the house of the Lycumeti, for Simonides records that he rebuilt the chapel of Phlia, belonging to that family, and beautified it with pictures and other ornaments, after it had been burnt by the Persians. It is confessed by all that from his youth he was of a vehement and impetuous nature, of a quick apprehension, and a strong and aspiring bent for action and great affairs. The holidays and intervals in his studies he did not spend in play or idleness, as other children, but would be always inventing or arranging some oration or declamation to himself, the subject of which was generally the excusing or accusing his companions, so that his master would often say to him, "You, my boy, will be nothing small, but great one way or other, for good or else for bad." He received reluctantly and carelessly instructions given him to improve his manners and behavior, or to teach him any pleasing or graceful accomplishment. But whatever was said to improve him in sagacity or in management of affairs, he would give attention to beyond one of his years, from confidence in his natural capacities for such things. And thus afterwards, when in company where people engage themselves in what are commonly thought the liberal and elegant amusements, he was obliged to defend himself against the observations of those who considered themselves highly accomplished, by the somewhat arrogant retort that he certainly could not make use of any stringed instrument, could only, were a small and obscure city put into his hands, make it great and glorious. Notwithstanding this, Stesimbrotus says that Themistocles was a hearer of Anaxagoras, and that he studied natural philosophy under Melissus, contrary to chronology. For Melissus commanded the Samians in their siege by Pericles, who was much Themistocles' junior. And with Pericles also, Anaxagoras was intimate. They, therefore, might rather be credited, who report that Themistocles was an admirer of Mnesiphilus the Phrygian, who was neither rhetorician nor natural philosopher, but a professor of that which was then called wisdom, consisting in a sort of political shrewdness and practical sagacity, which had begun and continued, almost like a sect of philosophy, from Solon. But those who came afterwards, and mixed it with pleadings and legal artifices, and transformed the practical part of it into a mere art of speaking and an exercise of words, were generally called sophists. Themistocles resorted to Mnesiphilus when he had already embarked in politics. In the first essays of his youth he was not regular nor happily balanced. He allowed himself to follow mere natural character, which, without the control of reason and instruction, is apt to hurry, upon either side, into sudden and violent courses, and very often to break away and determine upon the worst. As he afterwards owned himself, saying that the wildest colts make the best horses, if they only get properly trained and broken in. But those who upon this fasten stories of their own invention, as of his being disowned by his father, and that his mother died for grief of her son's ill fame, certainly calumniate him. And there are others who relate, on the contrary, how that to deter him from public business, and to let him see how the vulgar behave themselves towards their leaders when they have at last no farther use of them, his father showed him the old galleys as they lay forsaken and cast about upon the seashore. Yet it is evident that his mind was early imbued with the keenest interest in public affairs, and the most passionate ambition for distinction. Eager from the first to obtain the highest place, he unhesitatingly accepted the hatred of the most powerful and influential leaders in the city, but more especially of Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who always opposed him. And yet all this great enmity between them arose, it appears, from a very boyish occasion, both being attached to the beautiful Stesilaus of Ceos, as Ariston the philosopher tells us. Ever after which, they took opposite sides and were rivals in politics. Not but that the incompatibility of their lives and manners may seem to have increased the difference, for Aristides was of a mild nature, and of a nobler sort of character, and, in public matters, acting always with a view, not to glory or popularity, but to the best interests of the state consistently with safety and honesty, he was often forced to oppose Themistocles, and interfere against the increase of his influence, seeing him stirring up the people to all kinds of enterprises, and introducing various innovations. For it is said that Themistocles was so transported with the thoughts of glory, and so inflamed with the passion for great actions, that, though he was still young when the battle of Marathon was fought against the Persians, upon the skillful conduct of the general, Miltiades, being everywhere talked about, he was observed to be thoughtful, and reserved, alone by himself. He passed the nights without sleep, and avoided all his usual places of recreation, and to those who wondered at the change, and inquired the reason of it, he gave the answer, that the trophy of Miltiades would not let him sleep. And when others were of opinion that the battle of Marathon would be an end to the war, Themistocles thought that it was but the beginning of far greater conflicts. And for these, to the benefit of all Greece, he kept himself in continual readiness, and his city also in proper training, foreseeing from far before what would happen. And, first of all, the Athenians being accustomed to divide amongst themselves the revenue proceeding from the silver mines at Laurium, he was the only man that dared propose to the people that this distribution should cease, and that with the money ships should be built to make war against the Aeginetans, who were the most flourishing people in all Greece, and by the number of their ships held the sovereignty of the sea. And Themistocles thus was more easily able to persuade them, avoiding all mention of danger from Darius or the Persians, who were at a great distance, and their coming very uncertain, and at that time not much to be feared. But, by a seasonable employment of the emulation and anger felt by the Athenians against the Aeginetans, he induced them to preparation. So that with this money 100 ships were built, with which they afterwards fought against Xerxes. And henceforward, little by little, turning and drawing the city down towards the sea, in the belief that, whereas by land they were not a fit match for their next neighbors, with their ships they might be able to repel the Persians and command Greece. Thus, as Plato says, from steady soldiers he turned them into mariners and seamen tossed about the sea, and gave occasion for the reproach against him, that he took away from the Athenians the spear and the shield, and bound them to the bench and the oar. These measures he carried in the assembly, against the opposition, as Stacymbratus relates, of Miltiades. And whether or no he hereby injured the purity and true balance of government may be a question for philosophers, but that the deliverance of Greece came at that time from the sea, and that these galleys restored Athens again after it was destroyed, were others wanting, Xerxes himself would be sufficient evidence, who, though his land forces were still entire, after his defeat at sea, fled away, and thought himself no longer able to encounter the Greeks. And, as it seems to me, left Mardonius behind him, not out of any hopes he could have to bring them into subjection, but to hinder them from pursuing him. Themistocles is said to have been eager in the acquisition of riches, according to some, that he might be the more liberal, for loving to sacrifice often, and to be splendid in his entertainment of strangers, he required a plentiful revenue. Yet he is accused by others of having been parsimonious and sordid to that degree that he would sell provisions which were sent to him as a present. He desired Diphyllides, who was a breeder of horses, to give him a colt, and when he refused it, threatened that in a short time he would turn his house into a wooden horse, intimating that he would stir up dispute and litigation between him and some of his relations. He went beyond all men in the passion for distinction. When he was still young and unknown in the world, he entreated epicles of Hermione, who had a good hand at the lute and was much sought after by the Athenians, to come and practice at home with him, being ambitious of having people inquire after his house and frequent his company. When he came to the Olympic Games, and was so splendid in his equipage and entertainments, in his rich tents and furniture, that he strove to outdo Cimon, he displeased the Greeks, who thought that such magnificence might be allowed in one who was a young man and of a great family, but was a great piece of insolence in one as yet undistinguished, and without title or means for making any such display. In a dramatic contest, the play he paid for won the prize, which was then a matter that excited much emulation. He put up a tablet in record of it, with the inscription, "Themistocles of Phryrae was at the charge of it, Phrynichus made it. Adamantus was archon." He was well liked by the common people, would salute every particular citizen by his own name, and always show himself a just judge in questions of business between private men. He said to Simonides, the poet of Ceos, who desired something of him, when he was commander of the army, that was not reasonable. "Simonides, you would be no good poet if you wrote false measure, nor should I be a good magistrate if for favor I made false law." And at another time, laughing at Simonides, he said that he was a man of little judgment to speak against the Corinthians, who were inhabitants of a great city, and to have his own picture drawn so often, having so ill-looking a face. Gradually growing to be great, and winning the favor of the people, he at last gained the day with his faction over that of Aristides, and procured his banishment by ostracism. When the king of Persia was now advancing against Greece, and the Athenians were in consultation who should be general, and many withdrew themselves of their own accord, being terrified with the greatness of the danger, there was one Epicides, a popular speaker, son to Euphamides, a man of an eloquent tongue, but of a faint heart and a slave to riches, who was desirous of the command, and was looked upon to be in a fair way to carry it by the number of votes. But Themistocles, fearing that, if the command should fall into such hands, all would be lost, bought off Epicides and his pretensions, it is said, for a sum of money. When the king of Persia sent messengers into Greece with an interpreter to demand earth and water as an acknowledgment of subjection, Themistocles, by the consent of the people, seized upon the interpreter and put him to death for presuming to publish the barbarian orders and decrees in the Greek language. This is one of the actions he is commended for, as also for what he did to Arthemius of Zelia, who brought gold from the king of Persia to corrupt the Greeks, and was, by an order from Themistocles, degraded and disfranchised, he and his children and his posterity. But that which most of all redounded to his credit was, that he put an end to all the civil wars of Greece, composed their differences, and persuaded them to lay aside all enmity during the war with the Persians. And in this great work, Chilius the Arcadian was, it is said, of great assistance to him. Having taken upon himself the command of the Athenian forces, he immediately endeavored to persuade the citizens to leave the city and to embark upon their galleys and meet with the Persians at a great distance from Greece. But many being against this, he led a large force, together with the Lacedaemonians, into Tempe, that in this pass they might maintain the safety of Thessaly, which had not as yet declared for the king. But when they returned without performing anything. And it was known that not only the Thessalians, but all as far as Boeotia, was going over to Xerxes. Then the Athenians more willingly hearkened to the advice of Themistocles to fight by sea, and sent him with a fleet to guard the straits of Artemisium. When the contingents met here, the Greeks would have the Lacedaemonians to command, and Eurybates to be their admiral. But the Athenians, who surpassed all the rest together in number of vessels, would not submit to come after any other, till Themistocles, perceiving the danger of this contest, yielded his own command to Eurybates, and got the Athenians to submit, extenuating the loss by persuading them that if in this war they behaved themselves like men, he would answer for it after that the Greeks, of their own will, would submit to their command. And by this moderation of his, it is evident that he was the chief means of the deliverance of Greece, and gained the Athenians the glory of alike surpassing their enemies in valor and their confederates in wisdom. As soon as the Persian armada arrived at Aphetai, Eurybates was astonished to see such a vast number of vessels before him, and, being informed that 200 more were sailing round behind the island of Cyathus, he immediately determined to retire farther into Greece, and to sail back into some part of Peloponnesus, where their land army and their fleet might join, for he looked upon the Persian forces to be altogether unassailable by sea. But the Euboeans, fearing that the Greeks would forsake them and leave them to the mercy of the enemy, sent Pelagon to confer privately with Themistocles, taking with him a good sum of money, which, as Herodotus reports, he accepted and gave to Eurybates. In this affair none of his own countrymen opposed him so much as Architeles, captain of the sacred galley, who, having no money to supply his seamen, was eager to go home. But Themistocles so incensed the Athenians against him that they set upon him and left him not so much as his supper, at which Architeles was much surprised, and took it very ill. But Themistocles immediately sent him in a chest a service of provisions, and at the bottom of it a talent of silver, desiring him to sup tonight, and tomorrow provide for his seamen. If not, he would report it amongst the Athenians that he had received money from the enemy. So Phanias the Lesbian tells the story. Though the fights between the Greeks and Persians in the Straits of Euboea were not so important as to make any final decision of the war, yet the experience which the Greeks obtained in them was of great advantage. For thus, by actual trial and in real danger, they found out that neither number of ships, nor riches and ornaments, nor boasting shouts, nor barbarous songs of victory, were any way terrible to men that knew how to fight, and were resolved to come hand to hand with their enemies. These things they were to despise, and to come up close and grapple with their foes. This Pindar appears to have seen, and says justly enough of the fight at Artemisium, that there the sons of Athens set the stone that freedom stands on yet. For the first step towards victory undoubtedly is to gain courage. Artemisium is in Euboea, beyond the city of Hyschia, a sea beach open to the north. Most nearly opposite to it stands Alyzon, in the country which formerly was under Philoctetes. There is a small temple there, dedicated to Diana, surnamed of the Dawn, and trees about it, around which again stand pillars of white marble, and if you rub them with your hand, they send forth both the smell and color of saffron. On one of the pillars, these verses are engraved. With numerous tribes from Asia's regions brought the sons of Athens on these waters, fought, erecting, after they had quelled the mead, to Artemis this record of the deed. There is a place still to be seen upon this shore, where, in the middle of a great heap of sand, they take out from the bottom a dark powder like ashes or something that has passed the fire. And here, it is supposed, the shipwrecks and bodies of the dead were burnt. But when news came from Thermopylae to Artemisium, informing them that King Leonidas was slain, and that Xerxes had made himself master of all the passages by land, they returned back to the interior of Greece, the Athenians having the command of the rear, the place of honor and danger, and much elated by what had been done. As Themistocles sailed along the coast, he took notice of the harbors and fit places for the enemy's ships to come to land at, and engraved large letters in such stones as he found there by chance, as also in others which he set up on purpose near to the landing places, or where they were to water. In which inscriptions he called upon the Ionians to forsake the Medes, if it were possible, and come over to the Greeks, who were their proper founders and fathers, and were now hazarding all for their liberties. But if this could not be done, at any rate to impede and disturb the Persians in all engagements. He hoped that these writings would prevail with the Ionians to revolt, or raise some trouble by making their fidelity doubtful to the Persians. Now, though Xerxes had already passed through Doris and invaded the country of Phocis, and was burning and destroying the cities of the Phocians, yet the Greeks sent them no relief. And though the Athenians earnestly desired them to meet the Persians in Boeotia, before they could come into Attica, as they themselves had come forward by sea at Artemisium, they gave no ear to their request, being wholly intent upon Peloponnesus, and resolved to gather all their forces together within the isthmus, and to build a wall from sea to sea in that narrow neck of land, so that the Athenians were enraged to see themselves betrayed, and at the same time afflicted and dejected at their own destitution. For to fight alone against such a numerous army was to no purpose, and the only expedient now left them was to leave their city and cling to their ships, which the people were very unwilling to submit to, imagining that it would signify little now to gain a victory, and not understanding how there could be deliverance any longer after they had once forsaken the temples of their gods and exposed the tombs and monuments of their ancestors to the fury of their enemies. Themistocles, being at a loss and not able to draw the people over to his opinion by any human reason, set his machines to work, as in a theater, and employed prodigies and oracles. The serpent of Minerva, kept in the inner part of her temple, disappeared. The priests gave it out to the people that the offerings which were set for it were found untouched, and declared, by the suggestion of Themistocles, that the goddess had left the city, and taken her flight before them towards the sea. And he often urged them with the oracle which bade them trust to walls of wood, showing them that walls of wood could signify nothing else but ships, and that the island of Salamis was termed in it, not miserable or unhappy, but had the epithet of divine, for that it should one day be associated with a great good fortune of the Greeks. At length his opinion prevailed, and he obtained a decree that the city should be committed to the protection of Minerva, Queen of Athens, that they who were of age to bear arms should embark, and that each should see to sending away his children, women, and slaves where he could. This decree being confirmed, most of the Athenians removed their parents, wives, and children to Troezen, where they were received with eager goodwill by the Trozenians, who passed a vote that they should be maintained at the public charge, by a daily payment of 2 obols to everyone, and leave be given to the children to gather fruit where they pleased, and schoolmasters paid to instruct them. This vote was proposed by Nicagoras. There was no public treasure at that time in Athens, but the council of Areopagus, as Aristotle says, distributed to every one that served 8 drachmas, which was a great help to the manning of the fleet. But Clydemus ascribes this also to the art of Themistocles. When the Athenians were on their way down to the haven of Piraeus, the shield with the head of Medusa was missing, and he, under the pretext of searching for it, ransacked all places and found among their goods considerable sums of money concealed, which he applied to the public use. And with this, the soldiers and seamen were well provided for their voyage. When the whole city of Athens were going on board, it afforded a spectacle worthy of pity alike and admiration, to see them thus send away their fathers and children before them, and, unmoved with their cries and tears, pass over into the island. But that which stirred compassion most of all was, that many old men, by reason of their great age, were left behind. And even the tame domestic animals could not be seen without some pity, running about the town and howling, as desirous to be carried along with their masters that had kept them. Among which it is reported that Xanthippus, the father of Pericles, had a dog that would not endure to stay behind, but leaped into the sea, and swam along by the galley's side till he came to the island of Salamis, where he fainted away and died. And that spot in the island, which is still called the dog's grave, is said to be his. Among the great actions of Themistocles at this crisis, the recall of Aristides was not the least, for before the war he had been ostracized by the party which Themistocles headed and was in banishment. But now, perceiving that the people regretted his absence and were fearful that he might go over to the Persians to revenge himself and thereby ruin the affairs of Greece, Themistocles proposed a decree that those who were banished for a time might return again, to give assistance by word and deed to the cause of Greece with the rest of their fellow citizens. Eurybiades, by reason of the greatness of Sparta, was admiral of the Greek fleet, but yet was faint-hearted in time of danger, and willing to weigh anchor and set sail for the Isthmus of Corinth, near which the land army lay encamped, which Themistocles resisted. And this was the occasion of the well-known words, when Eurybiades, to check his impatience, told him that at the Olympic games they that start up before the rest are lashed. And they, replied Themistocles, that are left behind are not crowned. Again, Eurybiades lifting up his staff as if he were going to strike, Themistocles said, "Strike if you will, but here." Eurybiades, wondering much at his moderation, desired him to speak, and Themistocles now brought him to a better understanding. And when one who stood by him told him that it did not become those who had neither city nor house to lose, to persuade others to relinquish their habitations and forsake their countries, Themistocles gave this reply: "We have indeed left our houses and our walls, base fellow, not thinking it fit to become slaves for the sake of things that have no life nor soul. And yet our city is the greatest of all Greece, consisting of 200 galleys, which are here to defend you, if you please. But if you run away and betray us, as you did once before, the Greeks shall soon hear news of the Athenians possessing as fair a country, and as large and free a city, as that they have lost." These expressions of Themistocles made Eurybiades suspect that if he retreated the Athenians would fall off from him. When one of Eretria began to oppose him, he said, "Have you anything to say of war, that are like an inkfish? You have a sword but no heart." Some say that while Themistocles was thus speaking things upon the deck, an owl was seen flying to the right hand of the fleet, which came and sat upon the top of the mast. And this happy omen so far disposed the Greeks to follow his advice that they presently prepared to fight. Yet, when the enemy's fleet was arrived at the haven of Phalerum, upon the coast of Attica, and with the number of their ships concealed all the shore, and when they saw the king himself in person come down with his land army to the seaside, with all his forces united, then the good counsel of Themistocles was soon forgotten, and the Peloponnesians cast their eyes again towards the isthmus, and took it very ill if anyone spoke against their returning home. And resolving to depart that night, the pilots had order what course to steer. The Teuthys, loligo, or cuttlefish, is said to have a bone or cartilage shaped like a sword, and was conceived to have no heart. Themistocles, in great distress that the Greeks should retire, and lose the advantage of the narrow seas and straight passage, and slip home every one to his own city, considered with himself, and contrived that stratagem that was carried out by Sisinus. This Sisinus was a Persian captive, but a great lover of Themistocles, and the attendant of his children. Upon this occasion, he sent him privately to Xerxes, commanding him to tell the king that Themistocles, the admiral of the Athenians, having espoused his interest, wished to be the first to inform him that the Greeks were ready to make their escape, and that he counseled him to hinder their flight, to set upon them while they were in this confusion, and at a distance from their land army, and hereby destroy all their forces by sea. Xerxes was very joyful at this message, and received it as from one who wished him all that was good, and immediately issued instructions to the commanders of his ships, that they should instantly get out with 200 galleys to encompass all the islands, and enclose all the straits and passages, that none of the Greeks might escape, and that they should afterwards follow with the rest of their fleet at leisure. This being done, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, was the first man that perceived it, and went to the tent of Themistocles, not out of any friendship, for he had been formerly banished by his means, as has been related, but to inform him how they were encompassed by their enemies. Themistocles, knowing the generosity of Aristides, and much struck by his visit at that time, imparted to him all that he had transacted by Sisinus, and entreated him that, as he would be more readily believed among the Greeks, he would make use of his credit to help to induce them to stay and fight their enemies in the narrow seas. Aristides applauded Themistocles and went to the other commanders and captains of the galleys and encouraged them to engage. Yet they did not perfectly assent to him, till a galley of Tinos, which deserted from the Persians, of which Panidius was commander, came in, while they were still doubting, and confirmed the news that all the straits and passages were beset. And then their rage and fury, as well as their necessity, provoked them all to fight. As soon as it was day, Xerxes placed himself high up to view his fleet and how it was set in order. Phanodmus says he sat upon a promontory above the temple of Hercules, where the coast of Attica is separated from the island by a narrow channel. But Acestodorus writes that it was in the confines of Megara, upon those hills which are called the Horns, where he sat in a chair of gold, with many secretaries about him to write down all that was done in the fight. When Themistocles was about to sacrifice, close to the admiral's galley, there were 3 prisoners brought to him, fine-looking men and richly dressed in ornamented clothing and gold, said to be the children of Ardax and Sandos, sister to Xerxes. As soon as the prophet Euphrantides saw them, and observed that at the same time the fire blazed out from the offerings with a more than ordinary flame, and that a man sneezed on the right, which was an intimation of a fortunate event, he took Themistocles by the hand, and bade him consecrate the 3 young men for sacrifice, and offer them up with prayers for victory to Bacchus the devourer. So should the Greeks not only save themselves, but also obtain victory. Themistocles was much disturbed at this strange and terrible prophecy, but the common people, who, in any difficult crisis and great exigency, ever look for relief rather to strange and extravagant than to reasonable means, calling upon Bacchus with one voice, led the captives to the altar, and compelled the execution of the sacrifice as the prophet had commanded. This is reported by Phanias the Lesbian, a philosopher well read in history. The number of the enemies, ships the poet Aeschylus gives in his tragedy called The Persians, as on his certain knowledge, in the following words. Xerxes, I know, did into battle lead 1,000 ships, of more than usual speed 7 and 200. So is it agreed. The Athenians had 180. In every ship 18 men fought upon the deck, 4 of whom were archers and the rest men at arms. As Themistocles had fixed upon the most advantageous place, so, with no less sagacity, he chose the best time of fighting. For he would not run the prows of his galleys against the Persians, nor begin the fight till the time of day was come, when there regularly blows in a fresh breeze from the open sea, and brings in with it a strong swell into the channel. Which was no inconvenience to the Greek ships, which were low built and little above the water, but did much hurt to the Persians, which had high sterns and lofty decks, and were heavy and cumbrous in their movements, as it presented them broadside to the quick charges of the Greeks, who kept their eyes upon the motions of Themistocles as their best example, and more particularly because, opposed to his ship, Ariamenes, admiral to Xerxes, a brave man, and by far the best and worthiest of the king's brothers, was seen throwing darts and shooting arrows from his huge galley, as from the walls of a castle. Aminias the Decelean and Sosicles the Pedian, who sailed in the same vessel, upon the ships meeting stem to stem, and transfixing each the other with their brazen prows, so that they were fastened together, when Ariamenes attempted to board theirs, ran at him with their pikes and thrust him into the sea. His body, as it floated amongst other shipwrecks, was known to Artemisia and carried to Xerxes. It is reported that, in the middle of the fight, a great flame rose into the air above the city of Eleusis, and that sounds and voices were heard through all the Thriasian plain, as far as the sea, sounding like a number of men accompanying and escorting the mystic Iacchus, and that a mist seemed to form and rise from the place from whence the sounds came, and, passing forward, fell upon the galleys. Others believed that they saw apparitions, in the shape of armed men, reaching out their hands from the island of Aegina before the Grecian galleys, and supposed they were the Aeacidae, whom they had invoked to their aid before the battle. The first man that took a ship was Lycomedes the Athenian, captain of a galley, who cut down its ensign, and dedicated it to Apollo the laurel-crowned. And as the Persians fought in a narrow arm of the sea, and could bring but part of their fleet to fight, and fell foul of one another, the Greeks thus equaled them in strength, and fought with them till the evening, forced them back, and obtained, as says Simonides, that noble and famous victory, than which neither amongst the Greeks nor barbarians was ever known more glorious exploit on the seas by the joint valor, indeed, and zeal of all who fought, but by the wisdom and sagacity of Themistocles. After this sea fight, Xerxes, enraged at his ill fortune, attempted, by casting great heaps of earth and stones into the sea, to stop up the channel and to make a dam, upon which he might lead his land forces over into the island of Salamis. Themistocles, being desirous to try the opinion of Aristides, told him that he proposed to set sail for the Hellespont, to break the bridge of ships, so as to shut up, he said, Asia a prisoner within Europe. But Aristides, disliking the design, said, "We have hitherto fought with an enemy who has regarded little else but his pleasure and luxury. But if we shut him up within Greece and drive him to necessity, he that is master of such great forces will no longer sit quietly with an umbrella of gold over his head, looking upon the fight for his pleasure, but in such a strait will attempt all things. He will be resolute, and appear himself in person upon all occasions. He will soon correct his errors, and supply what he has formerly omitted through remissness, and will be better advised in all things. Therefore it is no ways our interest, Themistocles, he said, to take away the bridge that is already made, but rather to build another, if it were possible, that he might make his retreat with the more expedition." To which Themistocles answered, "If this be requisite, we must immediately use all diligence, art, and industry to rid ourselves of him as soon as may be." And to this purpose he found out among the captives one of the king of Persia's eunuchs, named Arneses, whom he sent to the king, to inform him that the Greeks, being now victorious by sea, had decreed to sail to the Hellespont, where the boats were fastened together, and destroy the bridge. But that Themistocles, being concerned for the king, revealed this to him, that he might hasten towards the Asiatic seas and pass over into his own dominions, and in the meantime would cause delays and hinder the confederates from pursuing him. Xerxes no sooner heard this, but being very much terrified, he proceeded to retreat out of Greece with all speed. The prudence of Themistocles and Aristides in this was afterwards more fully understood at the Battle of Plataea, where Mardonius, with a very small fraction of the forces of Xerxes, put the Greeks in danger of losing all. Herodotus writes that, of all the cities of Greece, Aegina was held to have performed the best service in the war, while all single men yielded to Themistocles, though, out of envy, unwillingly. And when they returned to the entrance of Peloponnesus, where the several commanders delivered their suffrages at the altar, to determine who was most worthy, every one gave the first vote for himself and the second for Themistocles. The Lacedaemonians carried him with them to Sparta, where, giving the rewards of valor to Eurybates and of wisdom and conduct to Themistocles, they crowned him with olive, presented him with the best chariot in the city, and sent 300 young men to accompany him to the confines of their country. And at the next Olympic Games, when Themistocles entered the course, the spectators took no farther notice of those who were contesting the prizes, but spent the whole day in looking upon him, showing him to the strangers, admiring him, and applauding him by clapping their hands and other expressions of joy, so that he himself, much gratified, confessed to his friends that he then reaped the fruit of all his labors for the Greeks. He was, indeed, by nature, a great lover of honor, as is evident from the anecdotes recorded of him. When chosen admiral by the Athenians, he would not quite conclude any single matter of business, either public or private, but deferred all till the day they were to set sail, that, by dispatching a great quantity of business all at once, and having to meet a great variety of people, he might make an appearance of greatness and power. Viewing the dead bodies cast up by the sea, he perceived bracelets and necklaces of gold about them, yet passed on, only showing them to a friend that followed him, saying, "Take you these things, for you are not Themistocles." He said to Antiphates, a handsome young man who had formerly avoided, but now in his glory courted him, "Time, young man, has taught us both a lesson." He said that the Athenians did not honor him or admire him, but made, as it were, a sort of plane tree of him, sheltered themselves under him in bad weather, and as soon as it was fine, plucked his leaves and cut his branches. When the Seriphian told him that he had not obtained this honor by himself, but by the greatness of his city, he replied, "You speak truth. I should never have been famous if I had been of Seriphus, nor you had you been of Athens." When another of the generals, who thought he had performed considerable service for the Athenians, boastingly compared his actions with those of Themistocles, he told him that once upon a time the day after the festival found fault with the festival. "On you there is nothing but hurry and trouble and preparation, but when I come, everybody sits down quietly and enjoys himself, which the festival admitted was true, but if I had not come first, you would not have come at all. Even so, he said, if Themistocles had not come before, where had you been now? Laughing at his own son, who got his mother, and by his mother's means his father also, to indulge him, he told him that he had the most power of anyone in Greece. For the Athenians command the rest of Greece, I command the Athenians, your mother commands me, and you command your mother. Loving to be singular in all things, when he had land to sell, he ordered the crier to give notice that there were good neighbors near it. Of two who made love to his daughter, he preferred the man of worth to the one who was rich, saying he desired a man without riches, rather than riches without a man. Such was the character of his sayings. After these things, he began to rebuild and fortify the city of Athens, bribing, as Theopompus reports, the Lacedaemonian ephors not to be against it, but as most relate it, overreaching and deceiving them. For under protest of an embassy, he went to Sparta, where, upon the Lacedaemonians charging him with rebuilding the walls and Polyarchus coming on purpose from Aegina to denounce it, he denied the fact, bidding them to send people to Athens to see whether it were so or no. By which delay he got time for the building of the wall, and also placed these ambassadors in the hands of his countrymen as hostages for him. And so, when the Lacedaemonians knew the truth, they did him no hurt, but, suppressing all display of their anger for the present, sent him away. Next he proceeded to establish the harbor of Piraeus, observing the great natural advantages of the locality and desirous to unite the whole city with the sea, and to reverse, in a manner, the policy of ancient Athenian kings, who, endeavoring to withdraw their subjects from the sea, and to accustom them to live, not by sailing about, but by planting and tilling the earth, spread the story of the dispute between Minerva and Neptune for the sovereignty of Athens, in which Minerva, by producing to the judges an olive tree, was declared to have won, whereas Themistocles did not only knead up, as Aristophanes says, the port and the city into one, but made the city absolutely the dependent and the adjunct of the port, and the land of the sea, which increased the power and confidence of the people against the nobility, the authority coming into the hands of sailors and boatswains and pilots. Thus it was one of the orders of the 30 tyrants, that the hustings in the assembly, which had faced towards the sea, should be turned round towards the land, implying their opinion that the empire by sea had been the origin of the democracy, and that the farming population were not so much opposed to oligarchy. Themistocles, however, formed yet higher designs with a view to naval supremacy. For, after the departure of Xerxes, when the Grecian fleet was arrived at Pagasae, where they wintered, Themistocles, in a public oration to the people of Athens, told them that he had a design to perform something that would tend greatly to their interests and safety, but was of such a nature that it could not be made generally public. The Athenians ordered him to impart it to Aristides only, and, if he approved of it, to put it in practice. And when Themistocles had discovered to him that his design was to burn the Grecian fleet in the haven of Pagasae, Aristides, coming out to the people, gave this report of the stratagem contrived by Themistocles, that no proposal could be more politic or more dishonorable, on which the Athenians commanded Themistocles to think no farther of it. When the Lacedaemonians proposed, at the general council of the Amphictyonians, that the representatives of those cities which were not in the league, nor had fought against the Persians, should be excluded, Themistocles, fearing that the Thessalians, with those of Thebes, Argos, and others, being thrown out of the council, the Lacedaemonians would become wholly masters of the votes, and do what they pleased, supported the deputies of the cities, and prevailed with the members then sitting to alter their opinion in this point, showing them that there were but 31 cities which had partaken in the war, and that most of these also were very small. How intolerable would it be if the rest of Greece should be excluded, and the general council should come to be ruled by 2 or 3 great cities? By this, chiefly, he incurred the displeasure of the Lacedaemonians, whose honors and favors were now shown to Cimon, with a view to making him the opponent of the state policy of Themistocles. He was also burdensome to the confederates, sailing about the islands and collecting money from them. Herodotus says that, requiring money of those of the island of Andros, he told them that he had brought with him 2 goddesses, Persuasion and Force, and they answered him that they had also 2 great goddesses, which prohibited them from giving him any money, poverty, and impossibility. Timocreon, the Rhodian poet, reprehends him somewhat bitterly for being wrought upon by money to let some who were banished return, while abandoning himself, who was his guest and friend. The verses are these. Pausanias you may praise, and Xanthippus he be for Lutychidas a third. Aristides I proclaim from the sacred Athens came, the one true man of all. For Themistocles Latona doth abhor. The liar, traitor, cheat, who, to gain his filthy pay Timocreon, his friend, neglected to restore to his native Rhodian shore, 3 silver talents took, and departed curses with him on his way. Restoring people here, expelling there, and killing here, filling evermore his purse. And at the isthmus gave a treat to be laughed at, of cold meat, which they ate, and prayed the gods someone else might give the feast another year. But after the sentence and banishment of Themistocles, Timocreon reviles him yet more immoderately and wildly in a poem which begins thus. Unto all the Greeks repair, O Muse, and tell these verses there, as is fitting and as fair. The story is that it was put to the question whether Timocreon should be banished for siding with the Persians, and Themistocles gave his vote against him. So when Themistocles was accused of intriguing with the Medes, Timocreon made these lines upon him. So now Timocreon, indeed, is not the sole friend of the Mede, there are some knaves besides. Nor is it only mine that fails, but other foxes have lost tails. When the citizens of Athens began to listen willingly to those who traduced and reproached him, he was forced, with somewhat obnoxious frequency, to put them in mind of the great services he had performed, and ask those who were offended with him whether they were weary with receiving benefits often from the same person, so rendering himself more odious. And he yet more provoked the people by building a temple to Diana with the epithet of Aristobule, or Diana of best counsel, intimating thereby that he had given the best counsel, not only to the Athenians, but to all Greece. He built this temple near his own house in the district called Melite, where now the public officers carry out the bodies of such as are executed, and throw the halters and clothes of those that are strangled or otherwise put to death. There is to this day a small figure of Themistocles in the temple of Diana of best counsel, which represents him to be a person, not only of a noble mind, but also of a most heroic aspect. At length the Athenians banished him, making use of the ostracism to humble his eminence and authority, as they ordinarily did with all whom they thought too powerful, or, by their greatness, disproportionable to the equality thought requisite in a popular government. For the ostracism was instituted, not so much to punish the offender, as to mitigate and pacify the violence of the envious, who delighted to humble eminent men, and who, by fixing this disgrace upon them, might vent some part of their rancor. Themistocles being banished from Athens, while he stayed at Argos the detection of Pausanias happened, which gave such advantage to his enemies that Leobotes of Agrol, son of Alcmaeon, indicted him of treason, the Spartans supporting him in the accusation. When Pausanias went about this treasonable design, he concealed it at first from Themistocles, though he were his intimate friend. But when he saw him expelled out of the commonwealth, and how impatiently he took his banishment, he ventured to communicate it to him, and desired his assistance, showing him the king of Persia's letters, and exasperating him against the Greeks as a villainous, ungrateful people. However, Themistocles immediately rejected the proposals of Pausanias, and wholly refused to be a party in the enterprise, though he never revealed his communications, nor disclosed the conspiracy to any man, either hoping that Pausanias would desist from his intentions, or expecting that so inconsiderate an attempt after such chimerical objects would be discovered by other means. After that Pausanias was put to death, letters and writings being found concerning this matter, which rendered Themistocles suspected, the Lacedaemonians were clamorous against him, and his enemies among the Athenians accused him. When, being absent from Athens, he made his defense by letters, especially against the points that had been previously alleged against him. In answer to the malicious detractions of his enemies, he merely wrote to the citizens, urging that he who was always ambitious to govern, and not of a character or a disposition to serve, would never sell himself and his country into slavery to a barbarous and hostile nation. Notwithstanding this, the people, being persuaded by his accusers, sent officers to take him and bring him away to be tried before a council of the Greeks. But having timely notice of it, he passed over into the island of Corcyra, where the state was under obligations to him. For being chosen as arbitrator in a difference between them and the Corinthians, he decided the controversy by ordering the Corinthians to pay down 20 talents and declaring the town and island of Lycus a joint colony from both cities. From thence he fled into Epirus, and the Athenians and Lacedaemonians still pursuing him, he threw himself upon chances of safety that seemed all but desperate. For he fled for refuge to Admetus, king of the Molossians, who had formerly made some request to the Athenians, when Themistocles was in the height of his authority, and had been disdainfully used and insulted by him, and had let it appear plain enough that could he lay hold of him, he would take his revenge. Yet in this misfortune, Themistocles, fearing the recent hatred of his neighbors and fellow citizens more than the old displeasure of the king, put himself at his mercy, and became a humble suppliant to Admetus after a peculiar manner, different from the custom of other countries. For taking the king's son, who was then a child, in his arms, he laid himself down at his hearth, this being the most sacred and only manner of supplication, among the Molossians, which was not to be refused. And some say that his wife, Phthia, intimated to Themistocles this way of petitioning, and placed her young son with him before the hearth. Others, that King Admetus, that he might be under a religious obligation not to deliver him up to his pursuers, prepared and enacted with him a sort of stage play to this effect. At this time Epicrates of Acharnae privately conveyed his wife and children out of Athens, and sent them hither, for which afterwards Cimon condemned him and put him to death, as Stesimbrotus reports, and yet somehow, either forgetting this himself, or making Themistocles to be little mindful of it, says presently that he sailed into Sicily, and desired in marriage the daughter of Hiero, tyrant of Syracuse, promising to bring the Greeks under his power. And on Hiero refusing him, departed thence into Asia, but this is not probable. For Theophrastus writes, in his work on monarchy, that when Hiero sent racehorses to the Olympian Games, and erected a pavilion sumptuously furnished, Themistocles made an oration to the Greeks, inciting them to pull down the tyrant's tent, and not to suffer his horses to run. Thucydides says that passing overland to the Aegean Sea, he took ship at Pydna in the Bay of Therme, not being known to anyone in the ship, till being terrified to see the vessel driven by the winds near to Naxos, which was then besieged by the Athenians, he made himself known to the master and pilot, and, partly entreating them, partly threatening that if they went on shore he would accuse them, and make the Athenians to believe that they did not take him in out of ignorance, but that he had corrupted them with money from the beginning, he compelled them to bear off and stand out to sea, and sail forward towards the coast of Asia. A great part of his estate was privately conveyed away by his friends, and sent after him by sea into Asia, besides which there was discovered and confiscated to the value of 80 talents, as Theophrastus writes, Theopompus says 100, though Themistocles was never worth 3 talents before he was concerned in public affairs. When he arrived at Syme, and understood that all along the coast there were many laid wait for him, and particularly Ergotals and Pythodorus, for the game was worth the hunting for such as were thankful to make money by any means, the king of Persia having offered by public proclamation 200 talents to him that should take him, he fled to Aegae, a small city of the Iolians, where no one knew him but only his host Nicogenes, who was the richest man in Iolia, and well known to the great men of Inner Asia. While Themistocles lay hid for some days in his house, one night, after a sacrifice and supper ensuing, Albius, the attendant upon Nicogenes' children, fell into a sort of frenzy and fit of inspiration, and cried out in verse, Night shall speak, and night instruct thee, by the voice of night conduct thee. After this, Themistocles, going to bed, dreamed that he saw a snake coil itself up upon his belly, and so creep to his neck. Then, as soon as it touched his face, it turned into an eagle, which spread its wings over him, and took him up and flew away with him a great distance. Then there appeared a herald's golden wand, and upon this at last it set him down securely, after infinite terror and disturbance. His departure was effected by Nicogenes by the following artifice. The barbarous nations, and amongst them the Persians especially, are extremely jealous, severe, and suspicious about their women, not only their wives, but also their bought slaves and concubines, whom they keep so strictly that no one ever sees them abroad. They spend their lives shut up within doors, and when they take a journey are carried in close tents, curtained in on all sides and set upon a wagon. Such a traveling carriage being prepared for Themistocles, they hid him in it, and carried him on his journeys, and told those whom they met or spoke with upon the road that they were conveying a young Greek woman out of Ionia to a nobleman at court. Thucydides and Charon of Lampsacus say that Xerxes was dead, and that Themistocles had an interview with his son. But Ephorus, Dinon, Clitarchus, Heraclides, and many others write that he came to Xerxes. The chronological tables better agree with the account of Thucydides, and yet neither can their statements be said to be quite set at rest. When Themistocles was come to the critical point, he applied himself first to Artabanus, commander of 1,000 men, telling him that he was a Greek, and desired to speak with the king about important affairs concerning which the king was extremely solicitous. Artabanus answered him, "O stranger, the laws of men are different, and one thing is honorable to one man, and to others another. But it is honorable for all to honor and observe their own laws. It is the habit of the Greeks, we are told, to honor above all things liberty and equality. But amongst our many excellent laws, we account this the most excellent, to honor the king, and to worship him, as the image of the great preserver of the universe. If, then, you shall consent to our laws, and fall down before the king and worship him, you may both see him and speak to him. But if your mind be otherwise, you must make use of others to intercede for you. For it is not the national custom here for the king to give audience to anyone that doth not fall down before him." Themistocles, hearing this, replied, "Artabanus, I that come hither to increase the power and glory of the king, will not only submit myself to his laws, since so it hath pleased the God who exalteth the Persian empire to this greatness, but will also cause many more to be worshippers and adorers of the king. Let not this, therefore, be an impediment why I should not communicate to the king what I have to impart." Artabanus asking him, "Who must we tell him that you are? For your words signify you to be no ordinary person." Themistocles answered, "No man, O Artabanus, must be informed of this before the king himself." Thus Phanias relates, to which Eratosthenes in his treatise on riches adds, that it was by the means of a woman of Eretria, who was kept by Artabanus, that he obtained this audience and interview with him. When he was introduced to the king and had paid his reverence to him, he stood silent, till the king commanding the interpreter to ask him who he was, he replied, "O king, I am Themistocles the Athenian, driven into banishment by the Greeks. The evils that I have done to the Persians are numerous, but my benefits to them yet greater, in withholding the Greeks from pursuit, so soon as the deliverance of my own country allowed me to show kindness also to you. I come with a mind suited to my present calamities, prepared alike for favors and for anger, to welcome your gracious reconciliation and to deprecate your wrath. Take my own countrymen for witnesses of the services I have done for Persia, and make use of this occasion to show the world your virtue, rather than to satisfy your indignation. If you save me, you will save your suppliant; if otherwise, will destroy an enemy of the Greeks." He talked also of divine admonitions, such as the vision which he saw at Nicogenes' house, and the direction given him by the oracle of Dodona, where Jupiter commanded him to go to him that had a name like his, by which he understood that he was sent from Jupiter to him, seeing that they both were great, and had the name of kings. The king heard him attentively, and, though he admired his temper and courage, gave him no answer at that time. But when he was with his intimate friends, rejoiced in his great good fortune, and esteemed himself very happy in this, and prayed to his god Arimanius, that all his enemies might be ever of the same mind with the Greeks, to abuse and expel the bravest men amongst them. Then he sacrificed to the gods, and presently fell to drinking, and was so well pleased, that in the night, in the middle of his sleep, he cried out for joy 3 times, "I have Themistocles the Athenian." In the morning, calling together the chief of his court, he had Themistocles brought before him, who expected no good of it, when he saw, for example, the guards fiercely set against him as soon as they learnt his name, and giving him ill language. As he came forward towards the king, who was seated, the rest keeping silence, passing by Roxanes, a commander of 1,000 men, he heard him with a slight groan say, without stirring out of his place, "You subtle Greek serpent, the king's good genius hath brought thee hither." Yet when he came into the presence, and again fell down, the king saluted him, and spoke to him kindly, telling him he was now indebted to him 200 talents. for it was just and reasonable that he should receive the reward which was proposed to whosoever should bring Themistocles. And promising much more, and encouraging him, he commanded him to speak freely what he would concerning the affairs of Greece. Themistocles replied that a man's discourse was like to a rich Persian carpet, the beautiful figures and patterns of which can only be shown by spreading and extending it out. When it is contracted and folded up, they are obscured and lost, and therefore he desired time. The king being pleased with the comparison, and bidding him take what time he would, he desired a year. In which time, having learnt the Persian language sufficiently, he spoke with the king by himself without the help of an interpreter, it being supposed that he discoursed only about the affairs of Greece. But there happening, at the same time, great alterations at court, and removals of the king's favorites, he drew upon himself the envy of the great people, who imagined that he had taken the boldness to speak concerning them. For the favors shown to other strangers were nothing in comparison with the honors conferred on him. The king invited him to partake of his own pastimes and recreations both at home and abroad, carrying him with him a-hunting, and made him his intimate so far that he permitted him to see the queen mother and converse frequently with her. By the king's command, he also was made acquainted with the Magian learning. When Demaratus the Lacedaemonian, being ordered by the king to ask whatsoever he pleased, and it should immediately be granted him, desired that he might make his public entrance, and be carried in state through the city of Sardis, with the tiara set in the royal manner upon his head, Mithridates, cousin to the king, touched him on the head, and told him that he had no brains for the royal tiara to cover, and if Jupiter should give him his lightning and thunder, he would not any the more be Jupiter for that. The king also repulsed him with anger, resolving never to be reconciled to him, but to be inexorable to all supplications on his behalf. Yet Themistocles pacified him, and prevailed with him to forgive him. And it is reported that the succeeding kings, in whose reigns there was a greater communication between the Greeks and Persians, when they invited any considerable Greek into their service, to encourage him, would write, and promise him that he should be as great with them as Themistocles had been. They relate also how Themistocles, when he was in great prosperity, and courted by many, seeing himself splendidly served at his table, turned to his children and said, "Children, we had been undone if we had not been undone." Most writers say that he had 3 cities given him, Magnesia, Myus, and Lampsacus, to maintain him in bread, meat, and wine. Nenes of Cyzicus and Phanias add 2 more, the city of Palicepsis, to provide him with clothes and percote, with bedding and furniture for his house. As he was going down towards the sea-coast to take measures against Greece, a Persian whose name was Epixes, governor of the Upper Phrygia, laid wait to kill him, having for that purpose provided a long time before a number of Pisidians, who were to set upon him when he should stop to rest at a city that is called Lion's Head. But Themistocles, sleeping in the middle of the day, saw the mother of the gods appear to him in a dream and say unto him, "Themistocles, keep back from the lion's head, for fear you fall into the lion's jaws. For this advice I expect that your daughter Nesiptolma should be my servant." Themistocles was much astonished, and when he had made his vows to the goddess, left the broad road, and, making a circuit, went another way, changing his intended station to avoid that place, and at night took up his rest in the fields. But one of the sumpter horses, which carried the furniture for his tent, having fallen that day into the river, his servant spread out the tapestry, which was wet, and hung it up to dry. In the meantime the Pisidians made towards them with their swords drawn, and not discerning exactly by the moon what it was that was stretched out, thought it to be the tent of Themistocles, and that they should find him resting himself within it. But when they came near and lifted up the hangings, those who watched there fell upon them and took them. Themistocles, having escaped this great danger, in admiration of the goodness of the goddess that appeared to him, built, in memory of it, a temple in the city of Magnesia, which he dedicated to Dindymene, mother of the gods, in which he consecrated and devoted his daughter Nesiptolma to her service. When he came to Sardis, he visited the temples of the gods, and observing, at his leisure, their buildings, ornaments, and the number of their offerings, he saw in the temple of the mother of the gods the statue of a virgin in brass, 2 cubits high, called the water-bringer. Themistocles had caused this to be made, and set up when he was surveyor of waters at Athens. out of the fines of those whom he detected in drawing off and diverting the public water by pipes for their private use. And whether he had some regret to see this image in captivity, or was desirous to let the Athenians see in what great credit and authority he was with the king, he entered into a treaty with the governor of Lydia to persuade him to send this statue back to Athens, which so enraged the Persian officer that he told him he would write the king word of it. Themistocles, being a frighted Hirat, got access to his wives and concubines, by presents of money to whom he appeased the fury of the governor, and afterwards behaved with more reserve and circumspection, fearing the envy of the Persians, and did not, as Theopompus writes, continue to travel about Asia, but lived quietly in his own house in Magnesia, where for a long time he passed his days in great security, being courted by all and enjoying rich presents, and honored equally with the greatest persons in the Persian Empire. The king, at that time, not minding his concerns with Greece, being taken up with the affairs of Inner Asia. But when Egypt revolted, being assisted by the Athenians, and the Greek galleys roved about as far as Cyprus and Cilicia, and Cimon had made himself master of the seas, the king turned his thoughts thither, and bending his mind chiefly to resist the Greeks, and to check the growth of their power against him, began to raise forces and send out commanders, and to dispatch messengers to Themistocles at Magnesia, to put him in mind of his promise, and to summon him to act against the Greeks. Yet this did not increase his hatred nor exasperate him against the Athenians, neither was he any way elevated with the thoughts of the honor and powerful command he was to have in this war. But judging, perhaps, that the object would not be attained, the Greeks having at that time, beside other great commanders, Cimon, in particular, who was gaining wonderful military successes, but chiefly being ashamed to sully the glory of his former great actions, and of his many victories and trophies, he determined to put a conclusion to his life, agreeable to its previous course. He sacrificed to the gods and invited his friends, and having entertained them and shaken hands with them, drank bull's blood, as is the usual story, as others state, a poison producing instant death, and ended his days in the city of Magnesia, having lived 65 years, most of which he had spent in politics and in the wars, in government and command. The king, being informed of the cause and manner of his death, admired him more than ever, and continued to show kindness to his friends and relations. Themistocles left 3 sons by Archippe, daughter to Lysander of Elopes, Archeptales, Polyeuctus, and Cleophantus. Plato the philosopher mentions the last as a most excellent horseman, but otherwise insignificant person. Of 2 sons yet older than these, Neocles and Diocles, Neocles died when he was young by the bite of a horse, and Diocles was adopted by his grandfather, Lysander. He had many daughters, of whom Nesiptolma, whom he had by a second marriage, was wife to Archeptales, her brother by another mother. Italia was married to Panthoides of the island of Chios, Sybaris to Nicomedes the Athenian. After the death of Themistocles, his nephew, Phrasicles, went to Magnesia and married, with her brother's consent, another daughter, Nicomache, and took charge of her sister Asia, the youngest of all the children. The Magnesians possess a splendid sepulchre of Themistocles, placed in the middle of their marketplace. It is not worthwhile taking notice of what Andocides states in his address to his friends concerning his remains, how the Athenians robbed his tomb and threw his ashes into the air. For he feigns this, to exasperate the oligarchical faction against the people. And there is no man living, but knows that Phylarchus simply invents in his history, where he all but uses an actual stage machine, and brings in Neocles and Demopoles as the sons of Themistocles, to incite or move compassion, as if he were writing a tragedy. Diodorus the cosmographer says, in his work on tombs, but by conjecture rather than of certain knowledge, that near to the haven of Piraeus, where the land runs out like an elbow from the promontory of Alcimus, when you have doubled the cape and passed inward where the sea is always calm, there is a large piece of masonry, and upon this the tomb of Themistocles in the shape of an altar. And Plato the comedian confirms this. He believes in these verses, "Thy tomb is fairly placed upon the strand, where merchants still shall greet it with the land, still in and out, 'twill see them come and go, and watch the galleys as they race below." Various honors also and privileges were granted to the kindred of Themistocles at Magnesia, which were observed down to our times, and were enjoyed by another Themistocles of Athens, with whom I had an intimate acquaintance and friendship in the house of Ammonius the philosopher.